One beautiful little girl who had incredibly light hair. She was a flower in its light. She was also with her sister and the fifth princess. Her name was Marianne. No one could take their eyes off her radiant smile. And when she spoke, everyone listened with bated breath to her every word. She had golden eyes, a perfect appearance, and of course, a kind disposition, which attracted everyone around her. She was adored by absolutely everyone in the world, but her sister had raven black hair and dull green eyes. They were absolute opposites, but the girls still treasured Mariana incredibly. Their differences did not change the fact that they were one family, and the two of them were good together. Despite the fact that Marianne's sister was also a full-fledged princess, she was always treated with disdain and great disrespect. Even when people compared her to Marianne and discussed all this, her sister still continued to support the girl. Her sister loved her with all her heart and soul, but that eventually turned out to be in the past. Everything changed when she was accused of poisoning. One beautiful sunny day, Marianne and her older sister came to have tea. Mariana said with a joyful smile that she was very happy that her sister invited her because the spring flowers are simply amazing, as she said at this time of year. She also said in a very sad voice that it would really be sad to admire them alone, so she was happy that her sister was nearby. Alice happily smiled and agreed with her and said that she had also received excellent tea as a gift, and that was why they had enjoyed each other much more. But at that moment, something very unexpected happened. Marianne began to choke from coughing, and blood even started pouring out of her mouth. The girl did not understand what was happening. Her sister was just as scared as Alice. The girls did not understand at all what to do in such a situation. Soon, Marianne even lost consciousness and simply fell to the ground. Alice was very scared, but she was able to find the courage to call for help so that someone would at least help her sister. After some time, various rumors began to circulate throughout the empire that they could not have expected that Alice could do something like this. People even began to assume that she was simply jealous of Princess Marianne. The atmosphere between them had always been gloomy, but this was already crossing all boundaries. The aristocrats believed that even though she was the half-sister of Moriata, envy simply blinded her. Ultimately, after this incident, Alice was locked in a simply horrible place. They tied her up, didn't feed her, and abused her. She was incredibly hungry, but she couldn't do anything about it. Alice found herself in a solitary confinement cell in a dungeon where not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. When after a very long time, Yuan the girl woke up, she saw a stale loaf of bread and incredibly cold dirty water, but she was even happy about it. In fact, this was all she got for the whole day, in pitch darkness and absolute loneliness. She had no choice but to drag out her meaningless existence on the cold floor of this cell, waiting. Alice didn't even have any hope left. She just existed. There was no news from her family at that moment. She thought that she could spend the rest of her life in that place. But she did not dwell on these thoughts for long, and consoled herself with the thought that the false accusation would have been dropped sooner or later, and she would have been released. However, months passed, and this never happened. Alice still continued to believe that she would soon be released. Since the moment she got to this place, she had already lost incredible weight, and her body was very sick. The girl also always hoped that everything was okay with Marie. And then one day, the door to her dungeon opened, and 2 knights entered. They turned to the girl and told her to come out, after which they took her by her tied hands and led her out into the street. It was the only time in a very long time that Alice finally got to be outdoors. Everything around was incredibly bright, but she tried to enjoy every second. When she saw the beautiful garden, which was just blooming with all the colors and the fountain, she was the happiest girl in the whole world. Alice couldn't even hold back her smile. The sunlight was so warm and beautiful that she wanted to stay there forever. But when one of the guards noticed that she was walking behind him, he grabbed her by the shoulders, and they finally came to the place where he was supposed to bring her. With a very rough movement, he pushed her straight into the room. Alice couldn't even stay on her feet and hit the ground very hard. When she raised her head up, she saw the royal family standing in front of her. It was her family. Alice was incredibly happy to finally see her sister and father again. They were all so beautiful that she simply could not hold back her smile. But when she didn't see dear Marianne, she immediately panicked. She wondered where she was and why she didn't come to this impromptu meeting. But at that moment, she looked more closely at the throne on which her father was sitting and saw that the girl was right there. It was immediately a huge relief to her. Her sister was incredibly happy that Marie was okay, and for that she was grateful. At that moment, her father turned to her, called Alice the fourth criminal princess, and said that it was he who had to pass sentence on her. He ultimately said that for attempting to assassinate Marianne, the fifth princess of the Enderbell Empire, she was sentenced to death. Alice, hearing this, was sincerely shocked. She could not believe that they actually ordered her to be killed. But what hurt her even more was the fact that Marianne, who continued to stand next to her father, began to giggle incredibly viciously and looked at Alice as if she wanted this more than anything in the world. Meanwhile, there was absolute silence in the hall. Next to his father stood the first Prince of Lucky. He looked at Alice and did not even take his eyes off her. Next to him stood the second prince. His name was Alice, and he was also very angry. He didn't even want to see his sister in this place. Next to him stood the third princess, Adriana, looking out from behind her fan and awaiting the spectacle. The little boy, who was the sixth prince, and his name was Regulus, he also frowned very much. The father, who was also an emperor, his name was Jules. He turned to Alice and asked if she admitted her crime. The girl could not understand whether he really wanted her to say that she had committed this atrocity herself. But Jules sighed heavily and said that it was quite obvious that she was pretending not to understand. But he felt disgusted by it. He said in a very angry voice that she tried to kill her little sister Marianne because she envied her, and now she didn't even want to accept her fate. Alice's whole body was shaking. She even started to cry, but remained silent because she didn't know how she could say anything at all in such a situation. At that moment, Adriana couldn't stand it any longer. She pointed her finger at her sister and said that the emperor was addressing her, so she had to answer. Alice was amazed. She looked at her sister and asked if she really believed in all this. The girl didn't answer this. Regulus spoke up. He looked at his sister with disgust and said that she knew what her fault was, so she just had to admit it. Then Alice finally got the strength and she started screaming loudly and saying that she didn't do it. But the boy continued to yell at her. He said that he didn't want to listen to her stupid excuses. She just had to admit that she wanted to kill her sister Mariana, and that would be the end of it. Alice continued to ask Regelius to believe her, but at that moment, the guy asked for a witness to be brought into the room. At that moment, a maid entered the room, who was herself frightened by this whole situation. When she came out to the middle of the hall and said that the despised servant greeted the royal family, her name was Rebecca. She served in the palace of the fourth princess. After this, she stated that she had seen everything with her own eyes, and then the emperor asked her to tell everything in detail. Rebecca said that she saw how, on the day of the incident, and when Princess Alice and Princess Marianne were drinking tea, Alice put some white powder into Princess Marianne's mug. Alice, hearing this, was sincerely shocked. She could not believe that she was now being openly slandered. But Rebecca kept talking. She said she only saw it out of the corner of her eye and decided it was just sugar, so she didn't pay much attention to it at first. But she couldn't even imagine that it could end up being poison, so she asked for forgiveness for not reacting to such a situation right away. Jules sighed heavily and turned to his daughter and said that she had heard everything herself, so he asked her to stop pretending. After that, he took out a small jar and said that, after searching her room, they found the remains of the poison hidden in the closet. It was exactly the same poison that was in Marianne's cup, after which he threw this bottle straight at Alice's feet. But the girl said that it could have been you today, because it was the first time she had ever seen this bottle, and certainly could not have used the contents. With a trembling voice and tears in her eyes, she said that she was ready to swear that she had never tried to kill Marianne and could not even harm her. Then she decided to go closer to the varnish. She took it by the form and told her brother that he himself knew that she did not do this. She was ready to beg him to believe her, but for a while the guy just stood there and looked at her with a very cold gaze. Then Lakey bent down and knelt down on one knee in order to be level with Alice. At that moment, the girl already hoped that he really believed her, and now everything would work out. However, all her hopes turned out to be meaningless because Like simply took and hit her with all his might on the cheek. At that moment, Alice had already run out of tears. She simply could not believe that her family had acted like that. Then the man took her face in his hand and said that she was a nasty girl and had gone mad with envy. He was disgusted even to look at her. His eyes were like those of a madman. Lucky continued to yell at his sister and told father that there was no need to listen to this brat any longer. He told the judge that this murderer refused to repent of her crime, so she fully deserved to be executed. Of course, Alice did not want such a sentence at all. She did not intend to die in such a way, especially for actions she did not commit. Then she had only one hope left. She looked at Marianne with a pitiful look and really hoped that she would finally tell everyone the truth that she didn't do it. But at that moment, Marianne suddenly began to play to the crowd. She burst into tears and said in a trembling voice that she was very scared. She also asked her father to end this whole situation. She could no longer look at this Alice. She was afraid. Then Jules calmed his daughter down and said that the execution was supposed to take place in a few days. He forbade Alice to be given anything other than stagnant water, so as not to waste supplies. Immediately after this, the guards took Alice back to the dungeon. She stayed there for the rest of her term, and finally, the most terrible day of her life arrived. It was precisely the day of her execution. The entire imperial family sat and was ready to watch it. They were even happy that it was spectacular. Alice was brought to a special stage, and at that moment she had no more strength left. She laughed loudly and thought that it was even better. She wanted it all to end. At that moment, one of the knights who had been stabbing the iron all this time approached the girl and touched Alice's eye with this red-hot arrow. Of course, she couldn't stand this pain and screamed loudly, despite even this terrible neck pain. She didn't close her eyes for a second. No one believed her. No one listened to her. Everything was in vain. Before her final death, Alice turned to the goddess of the village, the goddess of the Empire of the Moon and Revenge. She could not believe that she really would not give her a chance to avenge this terrible injustice. She told the goddess that if this was really so, then she wanted to die sooner, and so that the goddess would not allow her to be reborn as a human again. She did not want all this. Alice no longer wanted to love anyone, to be devoted to anyone. She believed that it was better to live her life as an unremarkable creature than to become a human again and experience all these emotions. However, the goddess had her own plans for this. She placed Alice in a new family, but the girl did not know about this yet, because she had not yet been born. Next to his mother, who was pregnant, sat a little boy, and he was very happy that very soon he would have a little sister. He stroked his mother's hand and said that it would be very wonderful if his sister were born earlier. This boy's name was Eris, and his mother, with a smile on her face, said that the child would definitely be born in a few months, and that they would definitely meet very soon. Of course, the son was impatient. He wanted to see this beautiful baby right now, but the only thing he could do was just stroke his mother's belly in the hope that his little sister would love him. He told her that everyone in that world would definitely love her, and for this reason, she had to come to them as soon as possible. Some time passed since then, and now Alice was finally born. Then the girl made a final decision for herself. She decided to refuse to believe in God, because she did not want to be reborn as a human again, but her prayers were not heard. And eventually, Alice was even born again as a princess. Now her name was Aisha. She was the first princess of the Elmer Empire. Their empire had been at odds with the Enderbell Empire for a long time, and it was quite fascinating for the girl to learn everything. Of course, Aisha was very unhappy that she was reborn at all, so she never smiled from the moment of her birth. Her parents, nannies, and servants did not understand why she was so gloomy. It was then that the crown prince of the Elmer Empire appeared. His name was Iris. He was incredibly happy to have such a little sister, and always looked for a meeting with her. When the boy came to the baby's room, he turned to the nanny and said that their Aisha was still just as beautiful that day, and asked what the woman was thinking. They had a nice conversation with each other, but Aisha was not happy about it at all. She didn't like to see Eris. The girl herself was even called the only star of Elmira. She had eyes like precious blue stones and soft silver hair like clouds. Of course, Aish did not understand why there was so much attention to her, because she was just a child who was 10 months old at the time. In part, she was even a little sad, because she could only dream of such love and care when she was Princess Alice, and of course, never received anything like that. When the brother finished talking with Nanny, He handed his sister the flower and said that he brought her this gift. It was the national symbol of their empire. Smiling and looking at the girl, he put this flower behind her ear and said that he chose the most beautiful ones that could only be found in the palace. Aisha did not understand why he was so clingy, so she immediately turned the other way and removed this flower. She really hoped that it would put her at peace sooner or later. The guy, as soon as he saw what she had done sighed, and said that apparently Aisha was very shy, and for this reason, she reacted that way when someone showed attention to her. However, the nanny who was standing nearby said that their princess was still too young, so she had many quirks. Then suddenly, Eris thought of one thing that could interest his little sister, so he immediately turned to her. With a smile on his face, he asked Aisha if she would like to hear a secret. Of course, he didn't wait for an answer from her, and immediately said that before his death, he had wanted to have a little sister for a long time, but his mother was often sick, so it was very dangerous. However, then a few years ago, she died. At first, of course, it was incredibly hard and painful for him. He could not imagine his life without his mother, and did not know what to do. However, then Empress Iris came, and eventually Aisha was born, so the two of them became his new family, which he was incredibly happy with. Eris smiled happily and told the girl that he was really very happy that she chose their family, so he thanked her for it with all his heart and said that he would wait until she grew up so that they could play together and learn about this world. Aisha was of course shocked. As soon as she heard all these words, she did not suspect that everything was so serious. But at that moment, the door to the room opened. A beautiful young lady entered there. It was Empress Iris. The woman saw the crown prince with a joyful smile and immediately said that she was very glad that he had come again to visit Aisha first. She also said that she was incredibly pleased to see how the crown prince takes care of his little sister. It is really very sweet. Then Iris looked at her husband, Emperor Tyrion, and asked if he thought the same. In fact, he was a tall, fair-haired, blue-eyed man. He was an incomparable war hero who conquered neighboring countries and laid the so-called Path of Glory. Ultimately, all roads now led to the empire. He was known throughout the world and became famous for his excellent rule, as well as diplomacy. Some said that he even scattered gold coins to the common people and made dedications to the gods. He also forgave prisoners and distributed bread to the poor. When Aisha was born, she became a ray of hope for the empire, and her father, being known on the continent as a cold-blooded emperor, eventually revealed a completely different side. However, only the residents of the imperial palace knew what a good-natured and affectionate person he became, especially when communicating with his children. When Tyrion came to visit his newborn daughter, he immediately smiled and asked how she was doing. He truly loved his family with all his heart. It was incredibly strange for the girl to feel her endlessly caring father next to her, her beautiful, loving mother, who sang her a lullaby every night, and also her brother, who whispered to her every day how precious she was. Aisha eventually found a new family that never let her doubt their love for her for a second. But because of those words, the memories of the past only haunted her more. She immediately remembered how everyone around her was always afraid of Alice, how they didn't even allow her to be alone with Marianne just because they thought she could do something bad to her. One day, when Alice was in the dungeon, the door suddenly opened for her. She was amazed, because no one usually visited her only when it was lunch, but the time had not yet come. And when the light appeared, Alice looked more closely and saw Marianne, who suddenly turned away at the sight of her sister. After that, she laughed loudly and said that it was the best thing she had ever seen in her life. She found it incredibly funny, and she was very happy that she had come to see Alice in a moment of grief. Wiping away tears of laughter, Marianne said that she came to see how pathetic Alice had become before her death. It was even more fun than she had ever expected. Then, when the girl had very little time left before her death, Marianne asked if her sister remembered her birthday, which had happened several years ago. It was the day when Marianne entered the imperial palace, the daughter of a simple maid who was picked up from the street. But in the end, the girl was recognized as the legitimate child of the imperial family, thanks to her golden eyes. And even when she entered the palace, she was a little pitiful. She was already 10 years old then. A lot of time had passed since then, and Marianne then thought about it and told Alice that she had always tried to be kind to her and had always tried to somehow establish contact between them. Mariana said that of course it was all very unfair, and then she asked her sister with a mocking voice if she wanted to leave this place. Alice thought that this was her last hope, so she said with a trembling voice that of course she wanted to. However, her sister just continued to smile and said that this definitely could not happen. She herself knew very well how much Marianne was loved by other family members. And at that moment, when Alice looked at her more closely, she suddenly noticed that one of her sister's heads had suddenly changed color. The girl continued to speak in the meantime. She said that in any case it was pleasant for her to look at her, and also added that the next time and the last time they would meet would be at the execution itself. Of course, Alice realized that her half-brother and the mother who gave birth to the girl and the other brothers and sisters with whom they grew up all this time simply took and abandoned her. They turned away from Alice with just one movement, and none of them believed her that she was completely innocent. And when the girl was still in her mother's womb, she often heard the words of her younger brother, who already called her by name and talked about how much he loved her. However, this only made it worse. She really wanted him to cover it up, because the more he called her that, the more she sank into the painful memories of her past. Even when Aisha was born, it was incredibly difficult for her. She immediately remembered how her own father ordered that her eyes be burned out. No matter what kind and gentle words her new family said, she would never be able to believe them, much less love them. Therefore, Aisha decided that she would not show joy for some time, but not grief, so that no one could become attached to her even more, so that everyone would quietly forget about her and disappear. But no matter how hard the girl tried, she couldn't do it. Every time her brother showed her love and care, she said that everyone in this world adored her, and she became calmer. Even though she promised herself never to believe in such words and not to trust these people, she was still happy to hear this, seeing the face of Eris, who happily came to her every day and wanted to see her sincerely. Some time has passed since then. Aisha has certainly grown up, and she could already wear pretty beautiful and cute dresses. So the first thing her mother did was hire a stylist, who made her a beautiful pink dress, in which she looked amazing. As soon as the women saw this, they immediately said that with this hairstyle, she was even more charming. They even thought that those who say that angels do not exist simply have not seen Aisha. At that time, the girl was already 1 year old, but everyone around her did not stop loving and adoring her, but only began to do so even more. But of course, her mother was upset from time to time, because they didn't know when the princess should have started talking. By that age, she should have been able to make at least the lightest sounds, but not a single one came from her. Aisha knew very well that everyone in the palaces blamed her for being kind and sweet, but that didn't stop them from talking about how there was still something wrong with her. The servants and nannies were very worried because she had never really started to talk. Aisha, unlike the other babies, not only did not express her emotions, but she had still not uttered a single sound. In fact, of course, she could have spoken at that moment if she had wanted to, but for some reason Aisha was afraid to do so, even though she knew how much this family loved her. Then she suddenly looked more closely and saw that small bright lights appeared next to her hands, and she immediately thought that they appeared to comfort her. Only she could see this color. These were the spirits that had been next to her since the day she was reborn into a new body. Aisha, as I learned a little later, was reborn with a rare gift of seeing the spirits of light. People like her were called sorcerers. It was an ability that allowed one to see spirits as material objects. And of course, it was a very useful gift, considering that the girl had no desire to live. But nevertheless, talking to these lights even consoled her a little. She felt that she was already less lonely. Then suddenly, one of the lights turned to Aisha and asked if she could really talk at all. Aisha, of course, said that she could talk whenever she wanted. However, of course, Aisha was afraid. She had those terrible memories from the past of her terrible family every time, watching how she was executed and tortured. For this reason, the girl simply could not do this. She thought that no one would believe her again if something happened, and then she would have to go through these painful events again. That very moment when Aisha thought about it again, her mother suddenly stretched out her hands and took her to her. The girl was a little surprised, but again did not make a single sound. Iris pulled her closer to her and said with a smile on her face that there was nothing to worry about, and that her beloved daughter would soon start talking too. She said that she wasn't worried about it at all, because she was ready to wait as long as it took for Aisha herself. After that, she sat the girl on her lap and looked at her with her beautiful purple eyes, and smiled a radiant smile. Aisha was thinking about something, but at that moment her mother said that, besides, her birthday was coming up soon. Therefore, Iris was sure that the girl was eagerly awaiting what gifts His Majesty and Highness would present to her this time. In fact, Aisha thought about the fact that last time Iris himself caught the bear and gave it to her, and he was only 12 years old at that time, which of course could not help but surprise the girl. Well, at that moment, the door to the room opened, and the emperor walked in. The woman immediately ran up to him to say hello, because he had been sitting at work almost all day, and they had not seen each other. Yes. She continued to hold Aisha in her arms. Then the man finally removed the stern expression from his face, and with a smile on his face, stroked his daughter's head. Keep smiling, he said that she had really grown up a lot during this time, and had only become even sweeter and more beautiful during this time. Iris immediately giggled upon hearing this. She always loved to watch how much her husband changed in the presence of his daughter. Then the woman asked if he would like to take her in his arms, but as soon as Tyrion heard this, he immediately froze in place. The man was silent for a while. In fact, he was very afraid to take the girl in his arms. He was always afraid that he could harm her or hurt her. At first, he extended his hands to take his daughter, but then he removed them and asked his wife if she thought this was a good idea. Tyrion even blushed a little. He said that this girl was so small that he could harm her if he just touched her. Aisha was shocked when she heard this. Of course, she had heard that she was smaller than other children, but that didn't mean that she was as fragile as glassware and that it was so easy to break. Then Iris spoke to him in a very gentle voice and told him to look at the girl because she was his child. She also said that their dear daughter was getting healthier every day and would soon be a year old, so everything was definitely fine, and he would not harm her in any way if he picked her up. For a while, Tyrion still doubted, but soon he smiled and said that she was right. He did not need to be afraid. Therefore, he extended his hands towards Aisha, and when he took her to himself, his face immediately sparkled with joy. He called her his beloved daughter and said that he was very happy that he had her. At that very moment, the girl was amazed. She even blushed all over. In fact, she had never experienced such feelings of love from her father. The man sat her on his arm. She fit there very easily. Then he turned to Zhenya and said that he had completely forgotten that he wanted to discuss something. Continuing to smile, Tyrion said that in honor of Aisha's birthday, they had to hold a banquet. The people would definitely be happy to know that the princess grew up healthy and beautiful. Iris, of course, immediately became worried, because their daughter was a little shy. She was afraid that Aisha could get overtired and even get sick due to the large number of people. But the girl herself was happy to hear about the questionnaire in honor of her birthday. For her, it was curious, and she believed that she could get something useful out of it. That when Iris asked how long he planned to introduce this banquet, the man said that 1 month, of course. This amazed absolutely everyone around. Even the maid, who was pouring them tea at that moment, poured it too much, because she certainly didn't expect to hear such a banquet term. Iris panicked at that moment. She asked, "Did he really joke like that?" After all, if this banquet was supposed to last a month, the costs would have to be exorbitant. But the man immediately said that he was not joking at all and was quite serious. Then he stroked his daughter's cheek and said that it was his beautiful daughter's birthday, so money didn't matter. Eris also supported this idea, so he had already decided on it finally. He also said that they would arrange the most luxurious banquet, and it would all be in honor of Aisha. Of course, the girl herself didn't like all this at all. She was categorically against this. It would be very tiring, and besides, the Empress didn't agree with it. However, as soon as Iris heard all those sweet words that her husband said, her facial expression immediately changed, and she lit up with pride and joy. At that moment, Aisha realized that she had no choice left. The decision had been made, and she simply had to accept it. In fact, not much time had passed since Empress Iris's appearance in the palace, and her position was rather precarious. The previous Empress Felix had an excellent bloodline, and her people were still within the imperial palace. Considering that the position of the member of the imperial family who was to inherit the throne was determined by foreign countries, Iris, of course, was very worried about her daughter. However, a very reliable way was found to strengthen Aisha's influence. The emperor announced a banquet for a whole month, especially for her. This was done so that everyone around knew about the strong love of the emperor for his daughter and the people in the palace. This also applied. But of course, the girl didn't like all this, because all this time there should have been a huge amount of attention to her, and she hadn't even started talking yet. The emperor also said that Iris's parents would also, of course, invite her to this celebration, so she didn't have to worry. Hearing this, the woman was very happy. She asked if this was true, and the man said that of course he would send someone to their estate to report this. In fact, Empress Iris was the daughter of Count Roel, whose family guarded the northern borders of the empire. Since Count and Countess Roel rarely visited the capital, the empress missed them very much, because she also often could not come to her home. Since Ayesha's banquet had been planned for a long time, it was a great opportunity for the empress to see her family. In general, all these people were completely different from Aisha's parents from her past life, so it was difficult for her to adapt. Her mother, who gave birth to the girl, was absolutely indifferent to her. The only thing that was important to Alice's father was his successor, Lucky. There was also another person whom he idolized, and of course, this person was Princess Marianne. As soon as Aisha remembered her past life and how she was treated, she immediately felt incredible pain. Therefore, the girl could not stand it and immediately burst into tears, of course. As soon as her new mother saw this, she immediately became worried. The first thing Iris did was run to her daughter. She picked her up and immediately began to calm her down. She even thought that something hurt, for example, her stomach, and because of this, the girl started crying. At that moment, Aisha looked at her mother with tear-stained eyes and suddenly felt some strange sensation inside herself. It was Iris's face that expressed concern for her, and of course, it was something new for the girl because she had never seen anything like it even in her past life. But when Iris finally calmed the girl down, she smiled and said that now everything was probably okay, and she felt better, which was immediately a great relief for her. Then the man also stood up and walked towards them. He said that her mom and dad were always with her, so she didn't need to worry. Her parents assured her that she shouldn't worry. They certainly weren't going to let anyone hurt her. Everyone would soon congratulate her on her birthday, and it would be the best holiday of her life. At that moment, I noticed that Aisha lay down closer to her arms and fell asleep. It was very cute and beautiful. The girl wished her beautiful and beloved child peaceful dreams, after which she began to sing in a quiet voice a lullaby that the girl loved so much. Several hours passed from that moment, and when Aisha finally woke up the next time, she noticed that it had already gotten dark outside by that time. She sat up in bed and thought about how, because of the lullaby her mother sang to her, she fell asleep quickly, which was a little strange because usually it took a lot of effort to put her to sleep. When Aisha looked around, she saw that she was in a very dark room, which of course upset her incredibly much because she hated the darkness with all her soul. After that, she closed her eyes and turned to those small rays of light that usually appeared near her in difficult moments. This happened this time too. She hugged one of these rays of light and said that if they were not there, she would definitely not be able to live a new life. But at that moment, these rays of light suddenly began to go somewhere towards the window, which was open. The girl immediately became wary. She did not understand what they were trying to show or tell her. Aisha was a little surprised. She was about to get out of bed when suddenly she saw in front of her the silhouette of a man who had long blonde hair and was dressed in dark clothes. This man did not say anything. He just stood near the veranda and looked at the girl, and also held one of these lights in his hands. The little girl was very shocked. She did not understand who he was, and how he got into her room, and what was happening. However, then she suddenly heard his voice. It was gentle and calm. The man said that it was true that the girl could see spirits. Aisha immediately panicked. She did not understand how this stranger could know that she could see spirits, and how he got in at all. She even thought about the fact that she should have burst into tears to attract attention, and someone would come to her. but she also thought that perhaps it would have been best for her to remain silent. Aisha was confused. She didn't know what she could do in the body of a baby. But then, suddenly, the man seemed to read her thoughts and immediately put his finger to his lips and whispered for her to be silent. The girl was even more surprised by this, while the stranger quickly walked closer to her and said that she was quite a funny child. And at that moment, these ordinary lights that Aisha had seen before turned into little fairies who began to greet the king. This sight surprised the girl very much. As soon as she heard something about the king, she began to think. Aisha realized that this man had only been talking to her mentally until now. He had not opened his mouth. She heard everything he said in his head. This made her a little wary and even scared, and that's why she kept her head down and did nothing else. The man, seeing her reaction, said that apparently he had come too early, after which he reached out and touched her head with his finger, telling her to sleep and forget everything that had happened. A small light suddenly flashed from the tip of his finger, and Aisha thought that she couldn't allow herself to fall asleep now. She wanted to ask this stranger so many things. However, as if by magic, she suddenly felt a strong desire to sleep, and she immediately closed her eyes and fell into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, the man left. When a few more hours had passed, Aisha was suddenly awakened by her nanny. She entered the room and began to open the curtains together with the maids. The woman smiled happily and wished the princess good morning and said that she was very glad that the girl had already woken up. After this, she also added that the girl had not woken up even once during the whole night, so she assumed that Aisha was very tired, and because of this, she slept soundly. Smiling, the nanny also asked if the little girl had dreamed of something good. Of course, she knew perfectly well that the girl would not be able to answer her, but out of politeness, she still asked such questions. Then Aisha thought about the fact that she really hadn't woken up and assumed that it was because she was so tired that she slept all night. Eventually, as Aisha grew and developed, she faced a new, rather difficult challenge in her life. And this test consisted of Aisha slowly learning to walk with the Empress. Previously, of course, the girl was not interested in any activities, but she practiced walking with particular persistence because she knew that this was a very good skill for her. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but with each day of training, Aisha felt that she became freer with each step. She was born small and weak, just like the Empress, and therefore it was difficult for the girl to walk, since her legs were still very fragile. However, when Aisha looked at her radiant mother, who supported her and applauded every step the girl took, she wanted to do more. She saw the Empress, who continued to stretch out her hands to her, and suddenly memories from the past surfaced in her mind, and they consisted in the fact that Aisha remembered her mother in her past life, Empress Enderella. The girl wondered whether she had ever hugged her sincerely out of love. Looking back, Aisha thought that this only happened a few times. It was just a political show to show how happy their family was. Before going out to the people, the Empress then looked at her daughter with a very stern look and said that she should behave quietly. And after that, she took poor little Alice in her arms and carried her to the place where the event was taking place. Well, even despite this pretense that her mother showed, her warm, gentle hands made Alice happy in those moments, and for this reason, she simply decided to enjoy what she had. So sometimes it was quite difficult for Aisha to get used to the way her mother showed her love. One new fine day, she was practicing walking again and took only 3 steps, but her legs were already shaking incredibly badly, and it seemed to her that she was about to fall. The maid, as soon as she saw the efforts Aisha was making, immediately asked if everything was okay with the princess, but the girl didn't pay any attention to them. She thought that this time she would be able to go further. She knew that she had to try to go a little further. And when she took another step, the servants who stood next to Iris immediately applauded, and the Empress herself lit up with happiness. She told her daughter that there was very little left. Her mother was already nearby. The little girl noticed this herself. She was glad that she had almost reached it. She liked that there was very little left. So that same day, she decided to try a little harder and reach her mother. Just when Aisha was about to take the next step, she accidentally tripped on the carpet and fell straight on her butt. The maid sat down next to her and said that it was all good. Of course, it was a pity that she fell because she only had a little time left, but they tried to console her by saying that next time she would definitely succeed. They continued to praise her, but Aisha was very upset. And at that moment, she lay down on the floor and just lay there for a while. The girls around immediately became scared. They thought that something was wrong. But at that moment, Aisha gathered all her strength and stood up on her feet. Seeing this, they were very surprised, but immediately began to praise the girl because she did not give up. Of course, Aisha had no intention of retreating and stayed there for only a short time until Iris, so she went forward without even the help of the maids. She even thought about the fact that perhaps, if Aisha could reach her mother, then she would hug her with all her heart and sincerely rejoice. Several days passed from that moment, and finally Iris's parents arrived at the estate and were incredibly happy to see their daughter. The girl, as soon as she saw them, immediately became happy. She ran up to her mother and father and began to hug and kiss them tightly. She said that she missed them incredibly. Her mother smiled happily and said that she was still as energetic as ever. And her father laughed and added that she still behaved like a child. After that, they asked how she was doing. The girl immediately said that everything was fine with her, and the emperor was also fine. Mama Ayers asked where Isha was, and I was eager to see their beautiful granddaughter. The nanny, who was holding the girl in her arms, immediately brought her to them and said that the princess was there. And at the same time, I did not take my eyes off these elderly people and immediately realized that they were the empress's parents. They were incredibly sweet and smiling people. Grandmother Aisha immediately asked if she could take her A and said that of course she could, and also remembered that her parents were seeing their granddaughter for the first time since her birth. She also added with a smile on her face that the girl was growing incredibly fast. As soon as her grandmother picked her up, she immediately said that she was simply amazing. Iris agreed with her and said that everyone loved Aisha because she was so sweet and charming, and it was a little awkward, but she completely agreed with them. At that moment, the woman immediately began to tell her parents absolutely the smallest details, and Aisha was surprised because it was the first time she had seen the empress talk so much. Iris was still an innocent child to her parents, so it was quite obvious. After some time, they went into the castle to discuss everything in a calm atmosphere, and the girl asked how her parents had been getting on lately and how things had been in the north. She was really interested in finding out all this, and then suddenly the man asked if she was asking about Enderbell, and the girl immediately said that it was so. Then he suddenly became a little worried and suggested that they just calmly drink tea for a while, since he felt uncomfortable with this conversation. Of course, Iris immediately became worried. She asked her father what happened and why he reacted so sharply to an ordinary question. The man had no choice but to tell her. He said that he simply did not want to talk about Enderbell because of extra ears, so when the maids left, he could tell everything. The man said that his daughter had nothing to worry about at all. Everything was fine after the peace agreement was signed. Everything was quiet and nothing happened, but they still remained on guard. After that, he added that he had heard some rather strange rumors. Iris, upon hearing about this, immediately became interested and asked what exactly. The man felt very uncomfortable talking about this, but he said that he had heard that an ambassador and gifts had been sent to Aisha's birthday banquet. Then he asked if it was true. The woman immediately said that it was true. They had to visit them this time. The man looked very wary and asked in a quiet voice if this meant that the imperial family would come to this event in person. And also, having heard about this, the man immediately became worried. At that moment, he raised his voice and said that it was certainly commendable that they would come so far to congratulate. And yet, however, he did not even want to see them. Aisha was very scared. Of course, she didn't want to see the royal family and hoped that they could somehow come to an agreement and that these people wouldn't come. Iris immediately said that they would be in this place, and this, unfortunately, was not discussed. However, she heard that the situation there was not very good. Then the man asked who exactly from the royal family was supposed to arrive. Aisha could not stand it any longer, so she decided to end their conversation and burst into loud tears. The woman immediately began to calm her down. The man was worried. His expression quickly changed to one of concern, and he asked if something was hurting her. His wife replied that it was all because they were talking very loudly. Children at that age were incredibly sensitive and always reacted in this way. The man was shocked because he did not see any fault in this, and Iris meanwhile said that Aisha was a sensitive child. So she added that she would calm her down now, and everything would be fine. She began to stroke the baby's back and spoke in a calm voice about how her mother was nearby, and that she did not need to worry. She also added that her grandfather had already gotten what he deserved from her grandmother for his tone. Aisha finally calmed down a little. Then the man turned to the little girl and asked for forgiveness. He also asked if it was true that she had such a reaction because of Enderbell. She didn't like all of this either. At that moment, the girl thought that of course this was true, because all the people from that side were terrible. She started whining again, and the man then added that apparently Aisha agreed with him, and she didn't like Enderman either. Iris, meanwhile, was very worried. She assumed that something was wrong, but soon she calmed the baby down again, and the girl simply fell asleep thinking about how much she hated that place. But after that, the girl moved her to another room, and as soon as she woke up, Iris asked if her beloved daughter was in a bad mood. In order to cheer her up a little, she sat down on a chair and lifted the girl up. She immediately asked what she needed to do to cheer the little girl up. She even suggested that perhaps she needed to be given some sweets so that she would finally calm down. But she also looked at her with a stern gaze. In fact, when they already remembered about the Enderball in the conversation, the girl felt so bitter. But in fact, she was now even ashamed because she should not have reacted like that. At that moment, the door to the room opened, and immediately the girl's brother ran in, as well as her father. As soon as Iris saw them, she was very surprised and asked why they came. Tyrion smiled happily and said that, of course, he came to see his beloved wife and daughter. And Eris proudly raised his head up and said that he came to see Mrs. Iris and Aisha, of course, because he missed them so much during all this time while he was in class. The girl was immediately glad that she smiled, because they said it at the same time and suggested that they at least sit down first. After that, they were brought some tea, and Tyrion said that everything was fine with him and Aisha, and he was glad about it, because by that time, the girl was already calm. Iris smiled happily and said that it was all thanks to His Majesty and Eris, including that she was grateful that the boy doted on her and was really very happy with his sister's company. Meanwhile, Eris took his little sister by the hands and began to lead her from one side of the room to the other. The guy heard their conversation and immediately said that of course it couldn't be otherwise. He was her brother and would always take care of Aisha. He gave her this promise, and of course he would keep it. Irisa, hearing this, immediately laughed and said that she believed him. But Aisha was not as cheerful as everyone else. The girl immediately thought about what her brother had said and became sad because all her brothers from her previous life had simply gone and betrayed her. Then Eris suddenly took the girl in his arms and said that he was preparing a gift for her birthday. When she heard about it, she immediately became interested. Of course, she couldn't wait to find out what exactly it was. But seeing her expression, he immediately said that it was a surprise, so he definitely wouldn't tell her what he had prepared ahead of time. Then he hugged his little sister and happily giggled that he was absolutely sure that she would like this gift, so it would be worth the wait. Aisha sighed heavily and thought that there was nothing she could do in this situation. She just needed to wait a little, and then she would know for sure what was there. Meanwhile, rumors were spreading around the town that it was rather suspicious that the banquet for the princess's birthday was to be held for a whole month. However, one of the aristocrats said that this was all because they loved the princess very much, and of course, wanted the best for her. Another noblewoman agreed with her and said that His Highness Eris also values his sister incredibly. Some time ago, he gave her the skin of a bear that he even caught himself. Her friend said it was amazing, and they were also curious about what the princess looked like. But very soon, they would find out exactly what she looked like at the banquet. But most of all, the ladies were interested in who exactly she resembled, the emperor or the empress. Several days passed since then, and finally, the first day of the festive banquet arrived. The empress and princess were of course dressed in incredibly beautiful dresses, and they looked very cute together. As soon as the nanny saw them, she couldn't even contain her delight. She said that they were incredibly beautiful. Iris and Aisha were in a soft pink dress that perfectly emphasized their silver hair. Of course, Aisha felt a little strange hearing such compliments in her direction, but she also liked the dress quite a lot. That day, Aisha decided to show herself in public among strangers for the first time, and so of course she was a little worried. The girl also had a tiara on her head, but she thought that it was enchanted because it was so light and did not put any pressure on her head at all. Iris then went to the window with her daughter and asked her to look out and see all the wonderful preparations for her birthday. As soon as Aisha saw how beautiful the city around her looked, she was amazed that various petals and fireworks were flying everywhere, and beautiful flags were also hung between the houses. Her mother said that everyone had such a great celebration in honor of her birthday because everyone loved her very much. By that time, guests had already begun to arrive at the estate. Iris then smiled joyfully, kissed her daughter on the top of her head, and congratulated her on her first birthday. At that moment, her brother ran into the room, who was also dressed up. He was in a very nice uniform, which made him look even more mature. The guy immediately ran up to his mother and his little sister and began to make many different compliments, of course, and he also idolized and said that she was incredibly beautiful and the best. Then the guy finally calmed down, stroked his sister's head, and congratulated her on her birthday, and also said that in the future she would be with him for a very long time because he liked her company so much. After this, Iris turned to Iris and asked if he could take his little sister to the banquet hall. The woman, of course, allowed it, but told him to be careful. Immediately after this, they all went down and stood in front of the doors in order to go inside. On the other side, there were already a lot of people who were just waiting for the birthday girl. I asked the children if they were ready to go in. The guy immediately said that he was ready. At that moment, Aisha was incredibly worried. She tried to calm herself down and said that everything would be fine and she didn't need to panic. But she felt so awkward. She suddenly grabbed her brother's shirt with her hand very tightly. Eris felt it and immediately understood that she was very worried, so he told her to calm down and just smile, because she had such a beautiful smile. So he said that he wished that Aisha would be the happiest on this day, and that this holiday would bring her a lot of pleasure and good memories. For this very reason, they arranged this whole banquet and generally organized this holiday. Laughter was supposed to dispel his sister's anxiety, so he immediately smiled and asked her to laugh with him. To the girl's surprise, these words even calmed her down. She realized that she could really do it and that she didn't need to be nervous, so Aisha even smiled. Then, when the doors began to open, the butler asked all the people present there to greet the Empress, the Crown Prince, and of course, Princess Aisha. All three of them went out onto a special small balcony that was located in that hall, and seeing this large number of guests, they began to smile. Then the emperor came up to them, and he hugged his beloved woman, and said that he was very glad that everyone was gathered and no one was late. He then turned to their guests and thanked them for coming to the banquet in honor of Princess Aisha's first birthday. He explained that they had decided to hold this banquet in her honor, and that this celebration was supposed to last for a whole month. So he really hoped that all the people would have a great time there, and of course he wanted to congratulate his daughter on her first birthday. Everyone around immediately started shouting congratulations. They applauded and shouted. Someone even whistled. Then the two aristocrats began to talk among themselves. They really hoped that when the imperial family came down, they would finally be able to see the baby up close and find out who she looked like more. The rest of the people around, of course, also couldn't wait for this. And then suddenly, one of the girls saw how they were already passing by the crowd. Then they took a closer look at little Aisha, who was sitting in her brother's arms, and called her a real angel in the flesh. The girl was still a little shy. She looked at all these people with her big blue eyes, but she kept pressing closer to Eris. As soon as the girls saw that the crown prince himself had taken down the princess, they began to be touched by this even more. They could not take their eyes off this scene and admired it every second. Aisha, meanwhile, sighed heavily and thought that there were a lot of people around, and, despite the fact that the holiday had just begun, she was already a little tired. At that moment, the emperor appeared right in front of Eris and stretched out his hands forward. Of course, the boy was a little upset, but immediately began to give his little sister to him, and she was also a little surprised. She did not understand why for some time Iris continued to hold her in his arms. He said that she was actually his little sister, But the emperor's argument turned out to be more serious, so he still took the girl into his arms. At that moment, Aisha immediately frowned, because she clearly remembered how just recently the emperor had said that he would not hug her or take her in his arms because he was afraid of hurting her, and now he was literally snatching her out of his hands. Thus, the ceremony went quite well. The girl's head was sprinkled with holy water from the Temple of Light. And since Aisha felt even better after all this, she assumed that the divine power of light and her soul got along well with each other, and this scene looked very beautiful and impressive. Soon, aristocrats of all classes lined up in a very long line to present the little girl with their precious gifts. Well, of course, in most cases, they simply admired the beautiful Aisha. They wanted to stay there as long as possible. Some even lost consciousness as soon as they saw this little girl in incredible closeness. However, there were too many representatives of the aristocracy from the capital, and Aisha still needed to watch the artists dance, and she was already falling asleep. However, as soon as the girl heard one of the knights announce the next guest who was supposed to present her with his gifts, she immediately began to wonder if it was the ambassador from the Enderbell Empire. Aisha immediately tensed up. She was wondering who had come on their behalf. Was it really someone she knew? And if so, would she be able to remain calm when she saw this person? And at that moment, a young guy with dark blue hair approached them. And looking at him, she was amazed. She couldn't believe that Lucky's older brother was actually standing in front of her. But it turned out to be true, because the wrong light made this hair look blue. But when the guy took off his hood, she realized that she was wrong. In front of her stood the same young guy, but it was already possible to see his gray eyes and black hair. He came closer to Aisha, and for some time they simply looked at each other. The girl, seeing him, could not believe her eyes, because it really was Arsène. And the guy immediately became worried, because she could not contain her emotions and even burst into tears. And I still couldn't believe that it was really him. The blue robe was certainly an element of clothing for the mages of the Enderbell Empire. In fact, the Elmir Empire was an empire of knights, and Enderbell was an empire of magicians. Arsène was the eldest son of the Duke, who received the title of the youngest sage in the Enderbell Tower of Mages at a very young age. And this man was Alice's only childhood friend. So when she saw a familiar face, she could not hold back her tears and burst into tears of joy. This was the only member of her family whom she was happy to see with all her soul. So the girl immediately smiled. She was 14 years old when she died, and Arsène was 17 at the time. 2 years had passed since Alice's death, so now he was already 19. Aisha's mom and dad immediately became worried when they saw her tears. They ran up to her and asked if everything was okay with her, and Iris even suggested that she was just very tired. The girl herself thought that Arsène was supposed to give her a gift, so she assumed that he occupied an important position at the Imperial Palace since they sent him. At that moment, Mom began to wipe away her tears, and the girl thought that she should never get upset and make her parents worry. She had to stop crying immediately. Meanwhile, Arsène got down on one knee and took out his gift. He turned to His Highness and asked her to allow him to congratulate her on her birthday. After that, he opened the box and said that in honor of her birthday, the best magic stone was made in the Ender Empire. This stone combined protective spells and the element of water so that its owner could be completely safe. As soon as the guy finished presenting his gift, he immediately looked nervously at the girl and smiled. He hoped that everything went smoothly. Aisha also smiled back at him. She was happy that everything was okay with him, because even as Alice, she was really worried about him. And so the next one who was supposed to give her a gift turned out to be Eris. The guy immediately approached the girl with a small pillow on which lay a huge golden blade. As soon as Aisha saw this, she was amazed. She was already in anticipation and could not believe that he was finally going to give her the very surprise he had talked about so much. Then the guy came closer to the girl, took her hand and kissed her palm, congratulating her on her first birthday. After that, he looked at her with a smile. Then the emperor suddenly sighed heavily and said that he had long ago understood what exactly the guy was going to do. And after that, she asked if it was true that Eris wanted to give a nightly dinner to Aisha. The guy immediately bowed to his father and said that it was indeed so. As soon as Aisha heard this, she was even a little scared. She didn't understand what kind of nightly dinner they were talking about, and most importantly, why. In fact, the nightly dinner in the Elmer Empire was an eternal oath, because the Elmer Empire was an empire of knights. Yes, in the oath, the knight was obliged to protect one single master, to protect not only the conviction and honor of the master, but also to devote his whole life to serving only this man. Aisha was shocked when she heard this. She did not understand why her brother decided to swear allegiance to her, and at such a young age. The girl was confused. She didn't know what to do, so she started to cry little by little. As soon as Arius saw this, he immediately became worried. He thought that he had done something wrong. Aisha, of course, couldn't predict when their hearts would change, and they would want to betray her, so she certainly didn't want to be associated with them. The girl hugged the emperor again and continued to cry. But then suddenly, Iris came up to her and stroked her palm, and also smiling, turned to his sister. He said that he had already told her that no matter what happened, he would always protect her. She was his miracle, his desire, and absolutely his whole life. For this reason, he wanted to try to become stronger in the future and become Aisha's support. So he really wanted the girl to believe him and accept him. For a while, Aisha just looked at him, but then she felt very pleased by these words, and smiling, she thought that he was still a fool. However, at that moment, the emperor stood up and put the guy's sword on his shoulder and said that they accepted his oath. After the ceremony and dedication were completed, the emperor asked if Eris was ready to dedicate his destiny and power to his sister Slava. The guy immediately swore and gasped and said that he would give her absolutely everything, and he was very serious in his words. The people who were standing around and saw all this immediately started applauding. It was really a great honor. They immediately began to congratulate the prince and princess, and the whole hall applauded, and even some whistled. The girl at that moment thought that perhaps her failure would end there, because she had the tenderness of an emperor, the love of a mother, and the smile of Eris. Aisha even thought that she could be happy having all this in her life. Meanwhile, the celebration continued, and the emperor, having taken his place, suggested that the girls should rest a little. Ari agreed with him with a smile on her face and said that the girl should have gone back to bed because she was very tired during this time. Then Erez suddenly approached his parents and asked if he could do it himself because he always wanted to put his little sister to bed, but they never let him. But then suddenly, Tyrion said that Aisha had not yet seen her fireworks, and it would be very annoying if she missed them. The girl, hearing about this, immediately thought about it. She realized that she had heard from her nanny that a lot of fireworks were planned, and she really wanted to see them. Tyrion turned to Jenya and said that the evening was not yet over, so he asked if they could give her some more time. Of course, Iris did not object to him, and asked what he thought about putting the baby to bed after the fireworks. Even Iris was very happy at that moment, and said that they needed to go and watch as soon as possible before everyone missed it. He was allowed to take his little sister in his arms, so they went out onto the veranda, and the guy asked Aisha if it was true that she would see fireworks for the first time. The girl, of course, could not answer him. Then he began to tell her in detail what was supposed to happen. He explained that there was supposed to be a big explosion, first on the ground and then in the sky. And after that, everything around would be covered in beautiful multicolored lights. Then he went to a small sofa and sat Aisha there and said that her ears should not be harmed. Mako had to try and make the fireworks much quieter so as not to scare her as well. Eris also informed the girl that these fireworks were really very beautiful, because he had seen something similar more than once and could say with certainty. But most of all, Aisha was interested in those words about magic, because she knew that it was not so easy to meet them in Elmira. You feel that the emperor paid a lot of attention to Aisha that evening. It became even more pleasant at that moment. Her brother sat down next to her on the sofa and finally launched the first fireworks. He immediately pointed upward and told her to look more closely. And then that wonderful boom happened and lights flew down. It was a truly unforgettable sight. For a while, the children sat and silently watched this. But then another firework was launched, and Eris immediately began to point it out to his sisters. This went on for a while as new fireworks continued to be launched, and the boy said that although the others were small, they were still very beautiful. Aisha continued to look at all these beautiful lights and even saw one firework that had an inscription, which surprised her even more. Meanwhile, Eris looked at his little sister and, smiling happily, said that she was incredibly charming. The way she looked at the lights with admiration made him love her even more. At that moment, for some reason, it began to seem to her that at that very moment she could speak, because of these fireworks, her voice could be pulled out by the noise. And this meant that Eris would definitely not be able to hear her clearly. And at that moment, when the next boom from the fireworks occurred, she said her brother's name. Immediately after this, the girl became worried. She wondered if he had heard, and also thought about the fact that she should have said it a little faster. And I still didn't understand why it became so quiet around at that moment. Eris turned to his sister, and tears appeared in his eyes. He looked at her without taking his eyes off her, because he simply couldn't believe that this really happened. Meanwhile, fireworks continued to explode in the sky, and the boy continued to sit and look at her. For some time there was truly dead silence between them. Then, with a trembling voice, Eris asked his sister if she had just called him by name. He immediately ran up to her even closer. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and at that moment she also thought that she had just tried to pronounce his name, and he was so happy that he couldn't even hold back these tears, so she didn't regret her actions at all. The boy, meanwhile, began to ask her to say his name again. He slowly began to repeat it over and over again to make it easier for her to do so. Iris and the Emperor also went out onto the veranda. They heard the boy's worried voice and immediately asked him what had happened. Aisha, meanwhile, could not understand why the boy loved her so much. Eris, meanwhile, tried to tell what happened. Iris did not understand anything at all, because he continued to cry and asked him to catch his breath and speak more slowly. Aisha at that moment also wondered why she was able to open her heart to these people so easily. But since she saw such a reaction from her brother, she realized that now she could definitely talk to these people. So when Iris continued to ask Alice what happened, the girl called her mom. Hearing this, the woman froze for a while, her face turned red, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She could not believe that this had really happened. When the Emperor immediately ran up to the girl and really wanted her to call him too, he really even began to worry that she would call everyone except him. Well, and then she immediately smiled and called him Dad, and the man sat in a stupor for a while. These words were incredibly important for him, and as soon as he heard them, he was the happiest person on earth. Then he took her in his arms and said that everything was true. He was her dad, and she was his beloved daughter. Meanwhile, Air continued to stand in the country with Iris, and they both cried. The girl was actually just as happy that she was finally able to talk to them. Tears came to her eyes, and she thought that this was now her family, and this immediately made her feel good. Meanwhile, Arsène stood not far from them in the bushes and watched everything that was happening. He also felt very warm from the scene he saw. The guy thought that now they were a real family, and immediately remembered his family when they were all together and happy, and especially Alice, with whom they always found a common language. This made him feel a little pain, and then suddenly a man came up to him, turned to the guy, and asked what he was looking at so intently. Arsène immediately turned around to see who it was, and saw his master. It was a tall, elderly man, Reborn. The man came closer to Arsène, and said that before there was chaos in the operator family, but now they were enjoying peaceful money. He said that it was a real disgrace. Arsène, hearing this, immediately panicked. He told the master that if anyone heard him, it would definitely not end well. Well, the man didn't care about this. He said that even if they didn't hear him, they wouldn't be able to do anything, because they were in the very heart of the empire, and he didn't say anything criminal. Moreover, he was already too old, and therefore was not afraid of death. Arsène sighed heavily and said that it would still be better for him to watch his words in order not to get into trouble. He explained that insulting the imperial family is indeed a serious crime, for which there can be quite severe punishment. They were silent for a while. Then Arsène suddenly clenched his fist and, turning to the master, said that he could not understand anything. But the man answered him that Arsène only knew the right words, so he had to explain what exactly was troubling him, so that the master could calm him down. Then, after some more silence, Arsène said that he absolutely did not understand why Alice died. If he had known in advance, he would have definitely done something to save her. He would not have allowed this. He would have definitely been able to help her somehow at that moment. Arsène remembered the most terrible moment when his classmate ran to him and told him this sad news. The master also told his master that as soon as he learned about this death, every time he woke up, he saw Alice in front of him, that cheerful girl whom he remembered and left forever in his memory. Her smile he could see so clearly that it made his soul hurt even more when he realized that this girl was no longer alive, and he could not help in any way. Arsène immediately burst into tears. It was unbearably painful for him to remember all these events. He immediately said in an angry voice that he would never be able to forgive them for what happened, but the master didn't even look at the guy. He told Arsène to just calm down and pull himself together, because he definitely didn't need to get so upset. The guy immediately wiped away his tears, and a cruel anger appeared on his face. He said that he would like to personally investigate Alice's death. He wanted to know the whole truth about that case. The master turned around and started to walk away in the other direction. He said that the guy could do whatever he wanted, and in the meantime, he would help him. Of course, Arsène was very happy to hear this. He thanked him for this, and the man, glancing at him for the last time, said that if he wanted to thank him, he should simply not forget about training and massage his shoulders every day. At that moment, Arsène immediately smiled. He understood perfectly well that the master would always be on his side, and this made his soul feel even warmer. Then he looked at the balcony where a cheerful family had recently stood and thought about the innocent child's name, Aisha, and because of this, he was determined to carry out his plans. Immediately after this, he threw a hood over his head and set off on a long journey with his master. And since that moment, 6 whole years have passed. Aisha, of course, has grown incredibly much. Since that moment, she was already a rather beautiful little girl and still wore luxurious dresses. Eris, of course, had also grown a lot during all this time. But as they had agreed, he continued to worry a lot about his little sister. One beautiful sunny day, they agreed to meet near their tree. Aisha had been sitting there for a long time and waiting for him, and finally, the guy also came up. Seeing her brother, she immediately smiled. The guy sat down next to her and asked what she was reading, because he saw a book in her hands. Aisha replied that it was the history of the formation of ancient languages and the abstract principles of their development. Eris, seeing and hearing this, was amazed. He said that she was only 7 years old and asked if it was too early to read something like that. But smiling happily, she immediately said that not at all. She was really very interested in learning this new information, so she also believed that books had no age, and that was wonderful. Her brother also started laughing. He said that her Aisha was so smart, and he was incredibly proud of her, and then patted her on the head. The seasons continued to change one another. It was already the 7th spring since Aisha's birthday, and she was living a really quite happy life. The girl decided to really open her heart to her new family, who loved her incredibly much, and from the age of 3, she began to demonstrate her greatest abilities. When she was still a very little girl, Aisha would approach her mother and say that she wanted to read a book. She asked her to do so, even though she could not even pronounce the words normally. But of course, Iris listened to her wishes, and so Aisha began to learn letters, and the reaction ended up being simply explosive. And all because soon she was even able to write something on a piece of paper, and Eris brought it to his mother with incredible pride for Aisha. He immediately said that she was definitely a genius, and asked her mother if she knew that the girl could already write his name on her own. Iris was incredibly surprised as soon as she saw this, and immediately asked if Aisha had really written this. The boy immediately nodded his head and said that she had written something else. After that, he held out a piece of paper forward and said that she also wrote Mom and Dad. And Iris, seeing this, could not even contain her emotions and burst into tears. After that, the girl gradually studied the Elmir language. She read fairy tales and recently began to study ancient languages in order not to stand still. Of course, and I was especially interested in books about spirits. It was difficult to find records even in the Imperial Library because spirits had long since disappeared. But in ancient times, There were many more diverse species, so I also thought that you can get information about spirits by studying ancient languages. Since she was the successor to the imperial throne, she was worried that she was showing too much ability. But Aisha had been lying in bed for so long, and now she could finally study something new. It was very exciting for her, so she didn't dwell too much on the fact that she could arouse suspicion towards herself. She thought that the heir to the throne should be wary of a member of the imperial family who was nicknamed a genius. Of course, Brother Eris was not such a person. He had a stable position in the palace. He was loved and respected, so he was not afraid that Aisha could take his place or something like that. The guy took the book from the girl and asked with a smile on his face if she really didn't want to read fairy tales instead of these complicated books, which even he sometimes found difficult to understand. But when he opened this book and began to carefully read the text, his face suddenly became very serious. Aisha thought that since her first birthday, Eris had really changed a lot. He had noticeably grown in height, and his voice had become much lower. Then suddenly, the guy turned to his little sister and, smiling happily, said that he could read her this book since she so wanted to know what happened there. In fact, the biggest change was in Eris's facial features. They became more defined, and this made him even more attractive. Aisha immediately smiled and said that she had already read all the fairy tales in the palace a long time ago, so she wouldn't be very interested in a second go. The guy continued to look for alternative options and asked what she thought about painting. He knew how to draw beautifully, quite cute rabbits. Aisha was not against this competition. She asked if she could draw a rabbit much better than her brother. The guy sighed heavily and said that he would definitely not give in to her. The girl immediately started giggling, and it was quite funny to tease him. But in reality, there was only one main reason why she wanted to study all these spirits so much, and why she read these heavy books. And this reason lay in the location of the Enderban Empire that caused her so much pain. Fortunately, even in the Empire, Elmir could easily find out news about her former family, and she also did this quite often. For many centuries, the empires were at odds, and only a few decades ago, they began to build friendly relations, still showing hostility and interest in each other. Some said it was Marianne, but she was still revered as a saint, and Brother Lucky was to perform the coronation ceremony of the crown prince. At that moment, Aisha remembers all this and became a little sad. She thought that after her death, everyone lived happily, and were even happy that this happened. However, when she twisted, lights began to appear. They immediately asked if she was okay, and also began to support her, telling her not to get upset. Aisha immediately smiled and thanked them for their support. Everything was right. She couldn't see spirits when she was Princess Enderbella, so when she wants to take revenge, the spirits will of course become her trump card. However, she immediately remembered the incident when she was already on the verge of death and was sitting in prison, that moment when Marianne came to her and her eye color suddenly changed a little. Aisha did not understand what it was then, and really wanted to find out in this life what it meant. For some time, the brother and sister sat in complete silence. The girl even became a little sad, remembering all the previous events. Then suddenly, Eris spoke to her first. He said in a quiet voice that sometimes he thinks that she is much older than him. Her behavior, habits, and even words were all so wise and adult. Aisha looked at him in surprise, but the guy smiled happily and said that most likely it was just his imagination, so he asked her not to dwell on it too much. The girl immediately asked if this was really true. Arius smiled happily and said that it was certainly true, because it was all because Aisha was a genius. Aisha smiled happily and said that her brother was also very smart. She heard that in their empire, no one could compare to his skills with a spear, and besides, he trains daily. In fact, the girl, hearing these words, was very surprised, so I felt a little awkward. She said that a strong wind had risen and asked if he would like to go home already, but Eris immediately smiled and said that everything was fine. If it was hard for her, then she alone could rely on him, and he asked if she agreed with this. Aisha, of course, agreed. They sat for a while under that beautiful tree and talked, and after that, they returned to the palace. The guy went about his business, and Aisha Napravyanesh in her room saw many maids who were decorating everything around and were really very busy. This surprised her a little. She did not understand what was happening. Then suddenly, the nanny saw Her Highness and immediately ran up to her. Meanwhile, Aisha turned to her and asked in a surprised voice what had happened. The nanny explained that Her Majesty the Empress had returned and was waiting for the princess. Aisha, hearing that her mother was waiting for her, immediately smiled because she loved meeting her so much, and the way Iris hugged her immediately warmed the girl's soul. In fact, in the Elmir Empire, every season there was a big event: the Spring Festival, the Summer Solstice, a hunting competition in the fall, and a New Year's festival in the winter. A week before and after this holiday, offerings were made to God, and active preparations were made for the celebration itself. Since they were the biggest events of the years, the imperial palace naturally prepared for such events extremely diligently. For this reason, Aisha's mother, being the empress, was inevitably busy preparing for them. The spring festival was about to arrive soon. However, the mother did not even warn the girl that she wanted to meet for this reason, and also assumed that perhaps she was going to tell her something important, so she immediately went to her room. As soon as Aisha opened the door, she immediately saw Iris, who was sitting at a small table and, seeing her daughter, smiled and greeted her. The girl immediately ran up to her grandmother, hugged her, said that she missed her so much, and was interested in how Iris had been chewing all this time. The woman hugged her back, and I said that it was very hard for her not to see her beloved daughter for 3 whole days because of these preparations. So she was very glad that as soon as she had a free minute, she immediately met with her. Then Iris poured some more tea and also asked how the preparations for the spring festival were going, because she was really interested. The girl smiled happily and said that, as always, the problem was that people got bored because they saw the same thing every time. The woman also said that she would like to add something new to this event, but nothing useful came to mind, and for this reason she was a little upset. But you suddenly became even more serious and said that something else was much more important. She asked her daughter if she remembered the summer of the scientist Almina, who came last time. Aisha was a little worried, but immediately said that of course it was a teacher from the Imperial Academy. She remembered him very well. At that moment, Aisha was even worried that he had problems determining the level of her knowledge, and she probably should have made a few more mistakes in order to arouse less suspicion. However, Iris said that the scientist repeatedly said that the girl had very, very good abilities. He even said that the girl was a genius, the kind that is born only a few times a decade. And also, hearing this nervously, she laughed and said that Evgeny, who was born once several decades, was very burdensome. But she herself thought that she needed to answer a little more softly, because now Mom might think that she was overexerting herself too much. For some time, the Empress sat and looked at her daughter smiling. And after that, she asked her what she planned to do in the future. Seeing the surprised expression on Aisha's face, she said that she had long ago realized how smart the girl was. She remembered the admiration of the woman who came to teach her in childhood and left rather quickly because she realized that she was powerless. Also, when Iris heard the scientist's opinion, she became a little worried about her daughter's future. She informed her daughter that it did not matter at all what Aisha wanted to do. She could choose absolutely anything she liked, and she and the emperor would definitely support her choice. The girl was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't even know what to say to this, so she just sat and looked at her mother. The empress then laughed nervously and said that she had been a little hasty in saying this now, but also asked that her daughter not rush too much with her answer, but think carefully about everything. After that, she stood up from her seat and asked what she thought, and also about making friends with other children at the spring festival and making new friends. She also said that new acquaintances could help Aisha decide on her future occupation. She would listen to what the girls wanted to do, and perhaps she could find something to do for her soul. Aisha immediately asked if her mother was sure that her father and brother would not be against this, since they were always careful about the girl leaving the palace. Iris immediately smiled and said that she would definitely try to convince them. They spent some more time together. Iris told about her new hobbies and achievements, and her mother shared her news as well. When the sun began to set behind the horizon, Aisha went to her room. The girl, sitting on the couch, seriously thought about the words she heard from her mother, and even her brother, who said that she was much smarter than him, worried her quite a lot. If she wanted to take revenge, then she needed to do it alone. She definitely shouldn't involve outsiders in this. Of course, she didn't want to burden her family with all these things, so Aisha had no choice but to hone her magical skills. The girl couldn't contain her emotions. She burst into tears, and then realized that she needed to focus on what she could do right at that moment. The very next day, Aisha went to the library again. She was looking for the book she needed and was very upset because even despite her diligent study of the language, she still couldn't even properly read the title. She had only recently mastered the basic level of ancient languages. It was difficult, but she had learned the basic vocabulary. And also, thanks to her understanding of the principles of formation, she could infer the meaning of letters simply by looking at their shape. And she was in such a hurry to go to the library to check the knowledge she had learned that all she had to do was find the right book, and then the job would be done. However, due to the fact that she only had a basic level of knowledge of the language, she did not know half of the letters, so even the name was very difficult for her to read. However, despite the fact that it was, and the Imperial Library, where all the books of the Empire were collected, there was still very little literature in ancient languages, so it was difficult for Aisha to master new aspects. And the books she was looking for were very old, but nothing could be done. She had to find them. Aisha was upset because she could not be sure whether the book that was right for her was there at all. When Aisha went down, she suddenly saw a rather interesting book, which interested her because it was called The History of Spirits. At that moment, her heart was ready to twist and jump from her chest with happiness, because this was exactly what she was looking for. If she studied this book, she would be able to learn as much as possible about perfume, and this was exactly what she needed. At that moment, bright yellow lights appeared next to her, and they told the girl that they were also very happy that she was able to find what she was looking for. Aisha smiled happily and was about to leave. She thought that she needed to read and get to work as soon as possible. But at that moment, the spirits turned to her again. The lights suddenly stuck out one of the books and asked Aisha to look at it too. The girl was a little surprised. She immediately took the book and thought that it was about magic, but it was strange because she wanted to know more about spirits. The bright lights of light told her that she had to read this because it was very important. They insisted on their own. Of course, the girl could not know whether this depended directly on her ability, but until now, she could only exchange a few words with the spirits and certainly not conduct a constructive dialogue. Well, since they insisted so much that she take this book, Aisha understood that there was some reason for this, so she could not ignore their request. So she smiled and agreed, and after that, she went back to her room in order to study these books as soon as possible. Eris appeared on the road behind her. He immediately called the girl. As soon as she turned around, seeing him, she smiled and said hello. The guy came closer to her and asked in surprise what she was doing in this part of the castle. Aisha realized that she was still holding her books in her hands. She quickly hid them behind her back and tried to say something in her defense, but because she was worried, she was unable to react quickly. Eris, meanwhile, noticed the very tip of a book in her hands. He was about to ask what it was, but the girl got ahead of him. She bowed and said that it was a book for studying ancient languages, and she thought it would be nice to learn them too. Aisha thought that this was a good excuse, and said that therefore she decided to try to get new books from the library in order to expand her range of knowledge. Iris, hearing this, looked at her in surprise for a while, after which he came closer to her, stroked her head, and said that he heard that the learned almond had come. He said that Aisha was very smart and smiling. He added that he was incredibly proud of his little sister. He also added that apparently the lady was seriously thinking about her future, but she did not need to worry so much about it. She had time to decide on everything. He told her to do what she wanted. They would of course definitely support her any choice and would not put pressure on the girl. Aisha, hearing this, was incredibly pleasantly surprised. She did not have time to answer him because the guy, turning around, said that he still had things to do, so he had to go. When Aisha began to follow him with her gaze, she immediately became interested in what her brother was thinking about. She had the feeling that he already guessed that there was some kind of secret in her, but the girl quickly pushed these thoughts away from herself and decided that this definitely couldn't be, so she didn't dwell on it. In fact, all this began to remind Aisha of some kind of fairy tale. the connection with spirits, or her rebirth after death. All this was so unreal for her. Of course, Aisha knew that under any circumstances, she could not tell her brother and her family about this, no matter how close their relationship was. So she decided to just go to her room and finally read that book that was so important to her. It was written there that the spirits began to fight with each other, and ultimately, because of the sorcerers, they suffered greatly. Aisha simply could not tear herself away from the pages of this book because she was incredibly interested. She could finally study what was really important to her. Therefore, the girl was very happy. She realized during this time that the sorcerer had disappeared due to participation in the battle between spirits. She did not have the skills to read it normally, but even with her primitive knowledge, she was able to find out this information. However, when she flipped through a few pages, she noticed that there was nothing said about people who could see these spirits from birth, and this upset her a little. Aisha seriously thought about who she was anyway, since she was not mentioned in such an important book. She sighed heavily and became sad again, because she didn't even have anyone to consult with, so she didn't know what to do with her ability and whether it was useful or, on the contrary, dangerous. Well, then suddenly she looked at a new sentence in the book, which was called the Summoning of Spirits, and this was exactly what she was looking for. Aisha immediately began to read. She was very glad that she finally found information about summoning spirits, which she needed to study very carefully. It was written there that in order to summon a spirit, first of all, you need mana and a soul. If both conditions are met, then the most important thing is a contract to summon a spirit. It was a magic contract that had existed since ancient times, and it was able to bind spirits to this world. Aisha understood everything. She guessed that with its help it was possible to summon spirits, and, if this is so, then summoning a spirit was not as difficult as she assumed. However, this book was not going to separately consider the invocation of spirits. It was written there that if someone wanted to perform this invocation, then they had a special offer. It was necessary to buy a special book about the invocation of spirits. As soon as Aisha read this, she was beside herself with rage. She threw the book aside and could not believe that this was really true. She thought that she was simply being mocked. She thought that now she would finally be able to learn more about spirits and their summoning, but it didn't work out. Looking at this last sentence, she concluded that this book was written by a merchant. He did it specifically to sell another one to earn more money. At that moment, the little lights sensed Aisha's anxiety, and they immediately appeared and began to calm her down, telling her not to worry so much. The girl actually breathed a sigh of relief when her loyal friends showed up. She said that they were right. She had been too worried. She just needed to rest a little. But at that moment, she turned her gaze to the table, on which she had just placed the second book that the spirits had told her to read. This book had neither a title nor an author, which greatly worried Aisha, but she still opened it and began to leaf through it. She thought that if in ancient times information about spirits was passed from mouth to mouth, then this could just be a book that had no external content. And so, after scrolling through several pages, Aisha finally saw this very contract for summoning a lower spirit. She quickly ran to her desk to concentrate more carefully. She was going to try a summoning method she had seen before in the history of spirits, so when she read the necessary components, she began to perform them. The very first thing that needed to be done was to prepare contracts for summoning the spirit, and I immediately took out a piece of paper and began to write everything down there. Secondly, if the summoner did not have enough magical powers, then it was necessary to also use a mana stone. And thirdly, if something was missing, then it was necessary to combine forces with a high-ranking sorcerer. Since Aisha did not know all the words, she did not know what exactly might be missing, but she began to draw a small circle, and the final words in that book were that when the contract was drawn up, it was necessary to put a hand on it and pronounce special words. The girl also immediately did these words. She pronounced them very clearly and distinctly. They said that the spirits that make up everything that exists had to come and give her strength. As soon as Aish did this, a bright light appeared around her. The magic circle that she drew on paper lit up at once, and everything around was truly magical. For some time, she could not see anything in front of her because of this bright light, but then a rather bright light appeared, which filled the entire room. After that, this fire finally began to take shape, It was a little fairy, and she said in a quiet voice that she had finally been summoned. Aisha was so amazed by this sight that she couldn't even take her eyes off it. She stood with her mouth open and couldn't believe that it was true. However, as soon as she heard the voice of this spirit, she immediately recognized it. It was the spirit that always spoke to her, comforted her louder than anyone else when Aisha was feeling bad, and it was he who advised her to take that book. She quickly came closer to him and asked if it was really one of her lights that she had seen until that moment. But it did not answer anything. She smiled and only asked if Aisha really had made a contract with her. The girl then smiled happily and said that it was true, and she signed a contract with her. At that moment, the little spirit of the girl and the fairy flew closer to Aisha and lightly kissed her on the forehead. After this, the spirit smiled and turned to Aisha. He greeted her, calling the girl mistress. Her name was Rue, and she was a lower-class light spirit. The girl was incredibly happy that she had actually been summoned, and for this reason, she was positively glowing with happiness. In fact, Aisha, having looked at the Rupa more closely, noticed that she had changed her original appearance and immediately asked the spirit how she did it. Rue flew closer to her and said that after the contract was concluded, the spirits received a shell suitable for this world, and that is how she began to have a completely different appearance. Aisha was amazed. She had never heard of anything like this before, but now she was finally able to find out what her dear friend, who had been with her since childhood, looked like. Her name was Rue, and the girls were finally very happy to meet her. However, she could not believe that she was really able to summon a spirit in such an easy way, and even make a contract with her. The little creature, having read her thoughts, immediately said that everything was correct. Making a contract with a spirit is not so easy. However, they have a very close connection, and therefore, Aisha was able to summon her right away. The girl couldn't believe it. She immediately looked at her dear spirit and asked if it was really true. Rue joyfully raised her hands up and said that everything was right. The girl had no idea how happy she was that Aisha was able to call her. She had been waiting for this for so long, and now they were finally together. In fact, Aisha could now finally hear with her own ears the voice that until that moment had only sounded in her head. And besides, from that moment on, they could talk as much as they wanted, and not only when Rue appeared. The last long silence, the girl asked if it was true that she had originally been able to speak like that, and asked why she hadn't done it before. The spirit explained that the spirits that were not called by the same lower spirits were in their natural state, so they could say little at all. However, after the mistress summoned her, their souls connected, and she was able to acquire her new appearance, so she could also talk for a very long time and construct complete sentences. Rue bowed and said that she would like to introduce herself again. She gave her name and again mentioned that she was a lower spirit of light. She also asked the hostess to simply call her by her name Aisha, smiling and doing so, after which she introduced herself and with a smile on her face asked if it was true that the girl had known it herself before. Rue immediately said that this was certainly the case. She had been looking after her since birth and always tried to protect her and be there. She said that, and she was always so sweet and kind, and therefore Rue was happy to be near her. And besides, the hostess was very popular, so even the king of the spirits of light himself came to her. But as soon as Rue said the last word, she immediately fell silent and turned away. And when she heard about the spirit of light, she immediately asked what she meant, and also asked what it meant that she was famous. The spirit quickly laughed. For a while, she couldn't even say anything, because Aisha was an excellent student and wanted to know absolutely everything. So she understood perfectly well that the girl would definitely not leave her alone so easily. Therefore, sighing heavily, Rue turned away from her and said that it was all because the owner was the only one in this world who could see spirits with whom she did not make a contract, and that was why she was so famous. The girl, hearing this, could not believe that it was really true. She immediately came closer to the group and asked if she was really serious. Her spirit of light said that it was true. And then she thought that at that time, when wizards were rare, she guessed that her talent was really special because she had not noticed anything like that in anyone else. However, now, she also learned that she was the only one in the whole world who could see spirits without contact, and at that moment she assumed that she was much more capable than she even thought. Aisha immediately began to ask Ru about the names of higher-class spirits, how they could be summoned. She was literally shaking her little fairy and squeezing her so hard that it even became a little difficult for her to breathe. After Aisha finally let the baby go, she immediately told her that all spirits can be summoned in the same way, which was a plus. It was possible to summon absolutely any spirit if there was a summoner whose magic was similar to the desired spirit, and the most important thing was to receive approval from this very spirit. If the soul was a vessel in which mana was collected, then mana was the water that filled this very vessel. Thus, the larger the vessel and the more water it contained, the more it was possible to summon spirits of a higher rank. However, Russ said that since the mistress was still too young, she had little magical power compared to her mental power. Therefore, at first, the spirit with the highest compatibility responded. The hostess had a close connection with the spirits of light, which is why Ru appeared. Smiling, the fairy said that she really hoped that the hostess understood everything because she didn't know how to tell it more clearly. Ru then suddenly turned her attention to the hostess's desk and saw cookies there. She immediately flew there and asked if she could take some, because she really wanted some. Aisha, of course, allowed her to do this, and also asked if she would like to drink some tea. And the girl herself thought about the intimacy and magic she had heard about. As soon as she heard those explanations from her spirit, she realized that the word that was written in the history of spirits was probably intimacy. While Ru took away the cookie for herself, Aisha came closer to her and asked how she could increase her magical power, because she really wanted to do this. Ru, who began to actively eat cookies, said that at this stage, if her spirit summoning is active for a long time, then her magic power, as well as the power of her soul, will gradually increase. She also decided to tell her a little more about the spirits of light. Ru said that the spirit of the middle-class Ermia, the spirit of the high-class Rodion, and the spirit of the legendary class Radian were exactly such divisions that existed. There was also a king of spirits. His name was Rumeneas. Aisha, hearing about this, was very surprised and asked if Rumeneas was not the name of the god of light. In fact, the first deity most revered in Elmira was indeed the god of light, and that was his name. He was also the god who brought victory and glory, but also the god who brought the first light, because no oblivious creature could survive without light. Even the entire festival was held in honor of the god of light in order to offer him prayers and ask for many better things. Ru, hearing about what the girl asked, she immediately asked, "Are they really the god of light now? That's what they call him," because she had never heard of such a thing. Aisha immediately said that it was exactly like that. She had only heard this version and asked if it was really different before. The girl replied that this was exactly how his body was, his spirit. He was their noble king. To explain briefly, she decided to tell the story she knew. Long ago, when the world was still in complete chaos, the Creator created day and night, and in it were born spiritual kings. Over time, the names of the kings changed, and among them, Rumenas was once the ruler of the day and the enemy of the night. And now, he was simply called the god of light. This did not mean that all the gods were spirits. They all looked after their world, so people were often confused. As soon as Aisha heard this story, she immediately said that now everything was clear to her. She understood that the Ruminas, whom she always considered God, was in fact just a spirit. At that moment, she poured some tea into the cup for Ru and gave her a spoon so that it would be much easier for the fairy to drink. The girl thought about something, and then suddenly she screamed loudly, saying that now she understood everything. After that, she thanked Ru and said that she had thought of something. Because Aisha screamed so loudly, the fairy even spilled tea on herself. But the girl thought that she had finally been able to find a way to help her mother. After some time, Aisha wrote down in detail everything that she was going to offer her mother and set off to meet her. She was a little worried, but really hoped that her mother would also be delighted with what she was able to come up with. As soon as the door opened, she immediately ran in to greet her mom and dad and smiled happily. After this, the girl suggested that they arrange a holiday for the spirits at the spring festival. Of course, the emperor and empress were amazed when they heard this, but they discussed this situation in detail with their daughter. The next day, it started to rain heavily, and it continued absolutely the entire time. Aisha was a little sad because it never ended. Rue, when she noticed this, immediately said that this rain had been going on since she appeared in the operator's palace in a new uniform. She now quite often ate various sweets and cookies that Aisha gave her. Ever since Aisha learned about the Spirit King on the day she summoned Rue, she had been visiting the palace every day and making various plans for the spring festival, something she really enjoyed doing. Luckily, her mother really liked the plan she came up with, and they praised the girl very much, saying that she was simply brilliant. Even her father praised her and patted her on the head, because she really had a very good idea. Therefore, Aisha's plan with the support of her parents should have been implemented absolutely without problems. She was not worried about this at all. Rue was also very happy about the opening of the festival. First of all, this is an event for spirits, so the King of Light Spirits should also appreciate the spring festival. The girl believed that people had to learn as much as possible about spirits, because they were an integral part of their lives. Then, Aisha remembered that she still wanted to know something from her spirit, and putting the tea aside, she turned to Rue. The girl asked her what the King of Spirits, Ruminus, was like, because she was very interested in hearing more about him. As soon as the fairy heard about this, she doubted for a while whether she could divulge this information. But quickly putting aside the treats, she flew up to her owner and said that he was very strong, handsome, and incredibly cool. He was known as the most beautiful of all the creatures created by the Creator. In appearance, he resembled a human male, but was incomparably beautiful. His face is unforgettable. He has bright golden hair and eyes of the same color, as if they were filled with light. Aisha, hearing about this, immediately thought about it. She tried to remember this description and even thought for a while that she had seen a similar person somewhere, but she quickly threw these thoughts aside because she definitely couldn't meet the Spirit King. But another thought came to her mind, so she decided to ask Rue about it. Aisha asked if she could also summon the Spirit King. As soon as the fairy heard about it, she froze in place. Her face became very serious. She thought about it. After a short silence, Rue replied that in this world, there was not yet a single person who could summon the King of Spirits. Hearing about this, Aisha was very surprised and immediately asked how this was possible. Was it really true that in all these centuries, not a single such person had been found? The fairy said that it was all because of magic. People could not have such magical power to summon the king himself. She already said that if the soul is a garden of judgment, then magic is the water contained in it, regardless of how large the vessel is. If there is not enough water, then it is impossible to summon spirits. This was the rule of their world then. Aisha asked if even if she added the power of the magic stone when summoning a spirit, the strength would still not be enough. Rue explained to the owner that the magic stone was secondary. It could compensate for the lack of magical power when summoning spirits of the middle or high class, but it was certainly not capable of more. Aisha and so on lay down on the table. She was very sad and said that now everything was clear to her. Such a powerful spirit could not be summoned so easily, and perhaps she would never even be able to do it on her own. But nevertheless, she liked light magic, so she felt such closeness to all of this. Aisha immediately remembered her past life, when she was Alice and was imprisoned in a dungeon. There, she definitely lacked sunlight, and in this life, her older brother Eros became that light. As soon as the girl remembered about him, she immediately became interested in what he was doing now. Then suddenly, the nanny came into her room and asked if the girl was really talking about Prince Eros. And also, seeing her, I was suddenly a little surprised, but I immediately said that and asked if I didn't know where he was. She knew perfectly well that he was busy, but it was the first time she hadn't seen him for so long, so she was even a little worried. The nanny came inside to her and said that Prince Eros had been very keen on fencing lately, and that he had been training in the rain, which was why he had caught a cold. Aisha, hearing about this, immediately became worried. She could not believe that he was sick and asked how serious it was. She was ready to drop everything she was doing and run to him. The nanny smiled and said that it was a secret, and she shouldn't have told it at all, but she realized that because Aisha was so worried, she had to do something. She approached the girl and hugged her and said that everything would be fine. Aisha herself asked if she really couldn't even find out about her beloved brother's illness. The woman explained that Eros himself simply ordered her not to talk about it if the princess visited the prince, and the cold would be very bad, so he forbade it. But Aisha, indignant, said that her brother always visited her when she was sick, and he was not at all worried about the fact that he could also get sick. But she understood perfectly well that she was still forbidden to come there, so it was hard. She sighed and said that since this was a secret, she would have to abstain. In fact, she was very upset as soon as she heard all this. Aisha hated with all her heart when her brother hid something from her. At that moment, she even wondered if Eris felt the same feelings. Her brother would also want her to give him advice, and he could rely on her, because no matter how difficult it was, she still wanted to stay strong and did not tell him absolutely everything. Then Aisha decided to come up with an alternative. She would write a letter to her beloved brother, since she couldn't come to him. At least she would cheer him up this way. The girl immediately took a piece of paper and a pen and began to write. She realized that in all this time she had never written him a real letter. Aisha decided to tell him about her feelings, no matter what her brother thought about her. She also wanted to be strong for him, and so she didn't have to worry too much. Soon the letter was completely written, and Aisha even sealed it in envelopes and put a stamp on it so that everything would be official and beautiful. The girl was pleased with her work. Meanwhile, Aries was actually in his room. He was very stricken with fever, so he did not even get out of bed. He also had an incredibly sore throat, and his assistant was sitting next to him and said that the doctors say his temperature is not going down at all, so they don't even know what to do. In order to drink some hot water, the guy sat down and said that apparently now he should stop waving his sword in the rain so that this would not happen again, because he didn't really like it. Then his assistant, who had been sitting next to him all this time, asked why the gentleman had done this at all, because he really didn't understand that he was already in good shape, why there was unnecessary training. Ayres explained that she would do this in order to be able to handle the ball at any time of year and in any weather, so that he would not have any problems on the battlefield in the future, due to the fact that he simply did not train. The man, hearing him, remained silent. In fact, he had a slightly different opinion on this matter, so he decided to translate the conversation to you and asked how badly he felt. The guy looked at him and with irritation in his voice, asked if it wasn't obvious how bad everything was. Then the assistant took the cup of water from him and asked him not to make him worry. The man sighed heavily and immediately asked Viola why. Out of all his knights, he was the one who came to visit him and monitor his condition, since the guy had always been so annoying. In fact, Vion was the son of a high-ranking nobleman, and the guy, as soon as he heard this remark in his direction, was very surprised. He immediately said that perhaps he was simply the only one who could tolerate the master, and that was precisely the reason why he was sent. He also said that he condemned heresy because it was not the act of a sane person. He did not understand how it was possible to train in the rain, since it was quite obvious that you would immediately get sick afterwards. The guy looked at him with irritation and said that even if he did, he had to do it. He had to be the strongest and definitely have the most difficult training. Vion sighed heavily and replied that one way or another, it would be better for him not to train in such weather anymore if he didn't want to end up in that situation again. Eris sighed heavily and said that anyone who saw them would think that he was older than him, although this was not true. But at that moment, there was a knock on their room, and they came to him. The guy was very surprised by this and said that he had forbidden any visits because of illness. The butler entered the room. He said that it was a maid from the palace of Princess Aisha. As soon as he heard this, he was very surprised and even asked again whether he had heard everything correctly. The butler bowed and immediately said that everything was correct and asked whether he should really tell the woman to come back another time. But Eris said that this was not necessary. He put on a robe in order to look decent in front of the maid and allowed her to come in anyway, because she thought that there could be something important there. When the maid entered the room, she immediately greeted the crown prince. Her name was Lena. She was a servant in the princess's palace. She said that nothing special had happened, but she also ordered that a letter be given to the guy. After that, she immediately handed over this letter to Arius. Of course, he was very surprised, because this had never happened before. He didn't even understand why it was. For some time, he stood completely motionless. after which he suddenly asked Lena if she really wanted to say that it was a letter that Aisha had written for him herself. The maid said that everything was correct. She wrote it especially for him, and even decorated the envelopes more beautifully so that he would like it. The guy, as soon as he heard all this and looked again at the letter, immediately began to smile. He was really very pleased that Aisha did this. He carefully began to open the envelope. He could not believe that she had actually written this little letter, especially for him. It was very polite of her. As soon as the guy read this greeting, he was ready to burst into tears and faint. But His Highness immediately told him not to strain himself too much, because the temperature could rise even more. But the guy told him to turn away. After that, he turned to Lena, thanked her for the letter, and said that she could be free. After the maid left, the boy started reading again, where Aisha greeted her brother and asked how he was feeling. The girl explained that she decided to write this letter when she heard that he was ill. She knew that he always worked hard, but asked that next time he not be so overzealous. She also wrote that he couldn't even imagine how upset she was when she heard the news of his illness from someone else. But in fact, Eris was a little upset. He didn't think that he could hurt her, because he just didn't want her to worry. The girl also wrote that he had no idea how dear he was to her, and how happy she was to be his younger sister. He was always there for her, so she never thought that she could be so lonely without him. Aisha also wanted to see her dear brother at the spring festival as soon as possible, and all this time she was sure to pray for his health. As soon as the brother finished reading this letter, he immediately put it back into the envelope. He thought that, having a stronger position than anyone else, he should do everything possible to wisely govern the aristocracy. He must become as strong as Aish is smart, and surprisingly even more powerful, so that he could definitely protect her, because he felt a duty to her. He knew perfectly well that his sister was hiding something from him, a secret that she could not tell him. Otherwise, he would have known long ago. Of course, Arisu was very sad when he saw her hiding the book from the library. But even so, Aisha must have had a good reason why she couldn't tell him about it. Therefore, the best thing he could do in that situation was to trust her and simply support her in the hope that, perhaps sooner or later, she would reveal her secret. After that, he reread the letter again and decided that he would erase all the powder of everyone who makes his beloved Aisha suffer. He is ready to take any action to protect her and never make her suffer. Vion, as soon as he saw his partner's evil intentions, immediately asked him to stop being. He would again become ill from overwork and would have to take even more medicine. But Eris ignored this. He turned to the butler and asked him to bring him paper and a pen. The man immediately said that he would bring everything now. As soon as the knight heard that he asked for paper and a pen, he was very surprised. He did not understand why he needed it, but the prince smiled and said that of course he had to answer if he received a letter. For this reason, he sat down at his desk and immediately began to write a letter for his sister. Vion, who had been sitting opposite him all this time and continued to observe the guy's condition, was very surprised and could not imagine that he could love his sister so much. He didn't have a brother, so he couldn't fully understand this feeling. Even in his circle of friends, he had never felt anything like this towards anyone. His family didn't really like to show their emotions. However, thanks to all this, Prince Eris became the kind of person who is goal-oriented, and in the future, it was really a very good quality to be able to show his love and care to others. After the death of Her Majesty Empress Fetis, he was like a wild beast because he saw it with his own eyes. And now that the guy had finally changed for him, it was the most pleasant thing to see. He understood that if it weren't for Empress Iris and Princess Aisha, then perhaps everything would have happened completely differently, and the outcome would have been very disastrous. In fact, he would like to talk to this little girl someday, because he is really interested in what kind of person one needs to be for Eris to love her so much. Several days passed since then, and finally, the very moment arrived when the first day of the spring festival began. As soon as the nanny and Aisha went out onto the balcony to look at the weather, the woman said that the beautiful rainbow on the day the festival began was a special joyful sign. The girl with a smile on her face agreed with her. In fact, at that moment, she was very happy. Her soul was very calm. Then, suddenly, the nanny turned to her and asked if she had received a letter from His Highness the Crown Prince. And immediately remembering about it, she became a little embarrassed. Her cheeks turned red, and she said that, of course, she received it. She also added that she was very happy to read it there. Eris wrote some pretty interesting facts. The guy wrote in a letter that the name of his father and mother meant Leo and the iris flower, and the name Aisha meant white bird. Her mother saw it in a dream when she was pregnant. Eris meant rainbow and Elmir. So in the next letter, Aisha asked if it really meant that when Mom was pregnant with her brother, she saw a rainbow. But the boy said that it was not so. His name was given to her by his mother and father, hoping that he would overcome any difficulties in the future. Just like the rainbow that appeared after the rain, Aisha was really very happy to receive this letter, and she kept it for a very, very long time. On the first day of the spring festival, the Zimmery was opened manic prayer to the god of light Ruminus. After this, a ceremony of divine healing was held. Incredibly sick people came to the temple. They prayed for mercy and forgiveness, as well as for healing, and they received it. Aisha, who was standing at the top, watching all this, was struck by the scar that was incredibly horrible on the face of one man just suddenly took and disappeared. The girl turned to Ru and asked if what she said was true, that Ruminus was not God, but the king of spirits. At the moment she asked this, she immediately looked at her fairy. Over time, she began to see unsummoned spirits much better. True, the amount of mana did not increase, and the ability to accumulate it did not improve. In any case, she could still communicate with Ru, even when she was not summoned, and this made her very happy. Answering Aisha's question, the fairy said that it was certainly so. Then the girl asked, if Ruminas was not God, then how could other gods and priests use holy power? The fairy immediately answered that to be precise, the power was used by the priests, not the saint. As soon as Aisha heard this, she was amazed. She asked how this was possible, since they are the ones who heal people. Ru replied that it was all thanks to healing, all because the spirits of light had the ability to heal people. The priests of Rumanus received a share of the power of spiritual light, thanks to special education and worship of Rumanus. Aisha then asked if this really meant that Ruminus could be counted among the gods in that case. Ru replied that despite the fact that he was a spirit in the world, many of his sanctuaries, priests, could use the power recognized by people as holy. The girl, hearing this, immediately thought about it. She turned to the fairy and asked if the matter was in the presence of the power of light, but could she herself use this healing? The fairy immediately laughed and said that of course the mistress could do it. She could use this power. Aisha was incredibly happy. She couldn't believe that it was true, but immediately asked how strong she was. What cases could she treat? She pointed to one of the priestesses who had healed a terrible scar on the face of one of the villagers. Ru replied that it was possible, and in any case, if she could summon a spirit older than her, she would become stronger. Well, the princess could not understand at all how this was possible, because they dedicate their lives to serving God. It is not easy to become a priest. She also asked if that really meant that she could obtain such strong light magic so easily. The fairy replied that this was certainly true, because she was the mistress of the spirit. The most important part before interacting with spirits is the ability to adapt to their magic. However, the priest had anything to gain from the Rumianas. The Rumianas gave only a small part of his abilities to those who believed in him, but Ruminus is a spirit, so only those who had power over these very spirits could know the full depth of healing. Aisha was incredibly amazed by the news that she was able to learn that day. She too could heal people, and this delighted her. But she understood that until the right time came, no one should know about this. Summoning a lower spirit is enough to heal even an old terrible wound, and if you summon a higher spirit, then the abilities will certainly become stronger. The girls could hardly even imagine what she could heal in that case, but those around her should not know that she had such a strong ability, because it could have a bad effect on her. Until Aisha learns to control her abilities, she will remain silent, because Princess Emira, who became the master of spirits, could become a threat to other countries. After some time had passed, Aisha was sent to have tea with other girls her age, because Iris insisted on it, but she felt completely uncomfortable at this event. She couldn't understand all this time what her mother meant by making friends, but now it became clear to her. She was, of course, grateful to her for such an opportunity, and was very glad to help her mother, and not worry her, but she still did not have time to talk to her brother. It was the first day he had left the room after his illness, and I also really hoped that I could intercept him for at least a few words, because I had missed him so much already. The early morning ceremony was too formal, so they couldn't talk because it would have been very unethical. But in this place where they found themselves together, Aishat also couldn't do this because he was too far away. So even pretending that she wanted to take a walk, she wouldn't be able to accidentally run into him and distract him. Aisha was very angry about this because she wanted to talk to him so much. But even despite all this, she was very happy that he finally recovered. Then she noticed that Eris was not standing alone. Next to him was the same young man with red hair. She knew who he was. He was the son of the Duke of Vion. She heard that he was not only good at all the Tavanias, but also had talent in magic. And he is also really very handsome. This guy is not only capable, but also knew how to find a common language with people, even despite the fact that he was still at a young age. And she also thought that he was like a handsome nobleman from a girl's dreams. At that moment, one of the girls suddenly turned to her and asked if the princess would like to attend their meeting of embroiderers. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised. She immediately asked if they were really doing embroidery, and she was quite bad at handling a needle. But the little brown-haired girl just beamed with joy. She said that everything was fine, because at first embroidery seemed difficult, but then you can get used to it and even start to enjoy it. The last time, a lady who also did not know how to embroider was able to learn with ease, and now it was the work of her whole life. Aisha said that she understood everything, but she herself had a headache from it. She did not understand why the girls would not shut up, since they had been talking non-stop for a long time. However, the focus of attention was of course on this lady with brown hair. The other girls were either from less noble families or simply frightened by her enthusiasm, so they could only look at her and sympathize. At that moment, Aisha really wanted someone to save her from this terrible torment. She really didn't like this event. She felt uncomfortable, and then a very noble gentleman appeared before her, just like before the heroine of some novel. This man turned out to be Vion. The guy came closer to the girl and, smiling, bowed and asked if he could talk to the princess personally. He explained that he wanted to convey that His Highness Prince Eris wanted to talk to her. Aisha, upon hearing this, was immediately very surprised and asked again if this was really so. She immediately stood up from her seat and said that since her brother had called her, she simply had to go and not keep him waiting. She turned to all the girls and asked them for forgiveness and told them to enjoy the holiday. When they had walked a little away from the gazebo, Aisha thanked him and said that another minute and she would have completely lost her strength. The guy who was walking next to her said that apparently she was completely bored, and Aisha agreed with him and said that it was the most boring evening of her life. In the last long silence, Vion added that in fact, His Highness had not asked to bring her to him. As soon as the girl heard this, she was very surprised. She immediately stopped in place and asked the guy why he called her then. Vion turned around and explained that it was all because even standing at a distance, he could see that the conversations had really tired her out. The boy thought for a moment and decided that it would be best to take her away from there. But His Highness Prince Eris really wanted to see her, just not at that moment. Aisha was genuinely amazed. She couldn't believe that this man could see the boredom on her face from a great distance. He was quite attentive. This man is generous and sincere. In any case, she was really grateful to him because she really wanted to leave the Marquis's gazebo, and Vion helped her with this. Then she suddenly noticed a brooch that was on the man's uniform. It was a small bouquet of flowers. Smiling, the girl turned to him and said that she was very glad that he joined the celebration, and she also added that the brooch he put on and the wreath she had on her head were part of her project. She also explained that she intended accessories with fresh flowers to be a thank you to the spirit for protecting her this spring. Hearing this, Vion was a little surprised. He said that he didn't know that she was the organizer of this celebration. The girl smiled and said that she had just made a few ideas and also added that she would like to hear his opinion about the celebration. Vion thought about something for a while and then said that he thought the holiday would strengthen the faith in the existence of spirits, which is an interesting and fascinating approach. because it's very easy to forget that there are spirits around us, especially when it's so rarely mentioned. Hearing these words, Aisha agreed with him because she saw spirits every day and did not need a reminder of their existence. Spirits were far from ordinary people, so they were considered mysterious creatures. But this did not exclude the fact that they were very important in part of their lives. After a short silence, Vian smiled and said that the rumors were true after all. The princess really did reason like an adult. He could not speak to her freely in the presence of His Highness Prince Eris, so it was a great honor for him that the girl had given him a little time during the holiday. He really enjoyed their conversation, and when she heard these words, she was a little surprised and immediately asked why they couldn't speak in front of her brothers. The guy, sighing heavily, already wanted to explain what the matter was. But at that moment, she heard the voice of her beloved brother. Eris came up behind them and immediately called out to his little sister. He was positively glowing with joy as soon as he saw her. He came closer to her and hugged her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and also began asking if everything was okay with her and if she was very sad without him. The girl immediately replied that everything was fine with her and that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Now it became clear to her why Viola couldn't talk to her in the presence of her brother, because he even pushed him away as soon as he saw Aisha. Aisha asked how her brother was doing. He smiled and said that he was doing fine. He was already healthy, so she didn't have to worry at all. The girl smiled and said that it was just wonderful. She sent him a letter. As soon as the guy heard about it, his cheeks immediately turned red, and he was very embarrassed. But Eris replied that he had read this letter. It was the first time she had written to him, and for this reason, he was incredibly happy. This letter meant a lot to him. At that moment, Aisha thought that he was really right. It was difficult for her to find the words to convey everything she felt, but she wrote sincerely, and now they were finally together again. They talked among themselves for a while longer, when suddenly they heard Iris's voice behind them, calling all three of them. They all immediately turned around, and then Eris and Aisha saw their beloved mother, grandmother, and grandfather. They immediately ran to them and hugged. After that, Iris asked the children to go for a walk with their grandparents, and she needed to sort out some problems. Of course, Aisha was not against it. She was always happy to talk to them. Although she had not seen her grandparents for a long time, she was happy to go there. But she could not even imagine that Mr. Vian would want to walk with them. Aisha thought that he wanted to become part of the night squad, grandfather's night squad. These are the guards of the Empire's border. They are very famous for their strong knights. So she assumed that, perhaps, that was why he was so interested in talking to her grandfather, because he loved fencing so much and could talk about it for hours. Then suddenly, they came to a small arch, and the grandfather asked Aisha to stand there. The girl immediately went there and asked if she had come to the right place. Grandfather immediately said that everything was correct, but Aisha herself did not understand why she had to stand there, and then suddenly the wind blew. Some rose petals immediately began to fly around, and looking at all this, it was really very beautiful. Then she reached up and caught one of the petals. The girl was very happy, but then she suddenly heard that her family had already come closer, and when Aisha turned around, she saw that her grandfather had some strange ball in his hands. She didn't understand what it was at all. She immediately approached her grandfather and asked what it was. The man explained that it was a photosphere, a new creation of the magicians. She could store moments of their lives and their voices until the magic stone inside broke. The moment remained as vivid as they remembered it. No artist could have brought it to life in such colors. And when she heard about this, she was very amazed. She could not believe that this small ball could really save voices and moments. Smiling, the grandfather immediately showed her that small photograph. For some time, Aisha simply stood among the flower arch. However, then, when the petals flew, it began to move, and Aisha could not believe that this ball was actually able to capture all of this. Well, she felt even more awkward when she looked at herself more closely and saw how terribly she moved and smiled stupidly. In fact, when she saw herself from the outside, she was a little shocked because the reflection in the mirror showed her in a completely different way. Then Eris suddenly turned to them and asked if it was possible to make a copy of this. He turned to his grandfather and asked him to give him one. He also wants to have a photo of which to move in his sister. But the grandfather immediately objected He said that the guy already sees Aisha, and every day he took the sphere only to show it to the girl and capture the moment for himself. They argued among themselves for some time. But then suddenly Aisha heard someone laugh. She looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong. The guy immediately asked her for forgiveness. After that, he said that he was thinking about how well her family got along, and he had no idea why he even started smiling. He explained that he had no sisters or brothers, so he was even a little jealous of the relationship between Aisha and Eris. The girl herself began to watch how Arius hugged his grandfather, and suddenly she also began to smile. She said that sometimes she herself couldn't believe that they had such a close relationship. Some time passed since then, and the day came when the biggest event of the festival was to take place. Brother Eris, as the heir to the throne, had to read a prayer before the altar. Everyone was dressed in white, so the palace looked like an endless snowfield. On this day, incense was also to be burned for the sake of peace. And in the evening, the largest banquet of the year would begin, and there would be something to see there. And all because something much more serious was planned than the party that took place yesterday. Aisha was only sorry that her grandparents had already left for the second day of the festival. The peace treaty was signed a year ago. They should have relaxed a little during the holidays and stayed with them a little longer. But of course, she could not influence all this in any way. Before everything started, Aisha decided to look in on her brother and saw that Mr. Vian was there next to him. She smiled and immediately came in and greeted them, and also asked what they were doing. Suddenly, she looked at the wall towards which Era's gaze was directed and saw a portrait of a woman there. Of course, the princess immediately realized that it was Empress Fadida. The guy followed his sister's gaze and, smiling, explained something to her. Iris said he couldn't help but wonder what Mom would say if she were alive now and could see what he had achieved and what he had to do that day. He understood perfectly well that he was tormenting himself with all this in vain, but he really liked thinking about such things. As soon as Aisha heard all this, she immediately felt very sad. She could not believe that it could be so hard for her brother, on this day, without his dear mother. She immediately came up and hugged him. Eris thanked her for it and said that she shouldn't worry. It was all just thoughts. Despite everything, he was happy that he was now in this moment, so she definitely shouldn't be sad. He stroked Aisha's head, and the girl smiled. Vian, who was watching all this from the side, also smiled. He was really incredibly pleased to see how their relationship with his brother and sister was so friendly. Then Eris asked if the girl would like to drink some tea and talk. She agreed. Then the three of them went to the gazebo, because the weather outside was wonderful. When the butler brought them tea and some refreshments before leaving, he told them to enjoy their tea well. Aisha immediately looked at her cup of tea and was delighted. That day, the tea was positively sparkling. She assumed that it was most likely because she drank it with her beloved brother. As soon as Aisha took a closer look at the butler, who brought them tea, she immediately wondered whether she had seen him in the Eris Palace before. She assumed that since he had been trusted to pour tea, he must have served him for a long time, but she had definitely never seen him before, because she would have remembered that face. But on the other hand, because of the preparations for the evening, someone from another palace was called in to help. Aisha simply assumed that she did not know all the servants by sight, and that was precisely why it seemed strange to her. Then she immediately smelled it and realized that the smell was wonderful. After that, she took one sip and felt something strange in her mouth. The tea was pale and bitter on her tongue. She assumed that it had simply been brewed incorrectly. And when Aisha was about to take the next, larger sip, Rue suddenly flew up to her and told her that the lady should under no circumstances drink it. The girl looked at her in surprise and immediately asked why she shouldn't have drunk it. The fairy replied that the tea was poisoned. Aisha, hearing about this, was shocked. She did not understand why Rosa was talking about poison. At that moment, she suddenly wanted to cough, and when she looked down and saw that now her whole dress was covered in blood. The girl began to lose consciousness, but before that, she looked at her brother, who had also already drunk a little, and noticed that he had turned pale. Aisha suggested that perhaps his tea was also poisoned. She said that if he drank any more, it would simply end terribly. At that moment, Vian, who had previously refused tea, loudly shouted for someone to call the imperial physician immediately. He screamed that they were poisoned. Aisha, meanwhile, felt her consciousness slipping away, and she couldn't keep her eyes open. The girl saw a lot of blood everywhere. She did not understand what was happening. She immediately became very scared for her brother, who was also covered in blood because he drank this terrible tea. After that, she finally lost consciousness along with Iris. The last thing the guy could do was hug his sister, because he was also incredibly worried about her. Some time had passed since then. A doctor had already been called, and the emperor was very angry and worried. Some aristocrats who had gathered in one place immediately began to spread rumors because no one understood what had happened. One of the girls said that some people said that, thanks to the attentiveness of the duke's son, they were able to quickly catch the servant who poisoned the tea. At the same time, Vian stood behind everyone and thought about his own. He was very sad because he was nearby, but he could not do anything. He could not help them in any way. The guy thought that he was completely useless. He always believed that the best defense is an attack, so he trained absolutely every day. However, during the incident, he could not do anything. He just stood and watched as they suffered in pain. Viola was just lucky that the Empress was in the prince's palace, and the prince and princess provided the help that was needed in time. Remembering all these events, it was very difficult for Vian. He thought that if the Empress had not been nearby, then all this could have ended too terribly. At that moment, the doctor finally came out of the room and approached the emperor, and the man asked what the results of the examination were. The doctor immediately said that there was not much poison in the princess's body, but she had exposed it too much, so the effect was too strong. And His Highness the Crown Prince took an incredibly large dose of poison, and his life was under great threat at that moment. The aristocrats who were around, upon hearing this information, were horrified. There was complete silence in the hall. No one knew what to do in such a situation. Tyrion, in a quiet voice, after a short silence, turned to the doctor and asked what they had to do. They had to save his children. The doctor then explained that, at that moment, they needed to determine the origin of the poison and how it affected the body. It would be much easier to use the divine power of the senior priest. However, because of the spring festival, the priest went on a journey. At that moment, the emperor was very confused. He did not understand what he should do. The criminal had prepared well and chosen the right time. The spring festival was celebrated. The annual journey of the priests had long since become an integral part of it. It took several days to find them and bring them to the palace, and the emperor very much doubted that Eris and Aisha would have been able to hold out all that time. Of course, he was going to do everything possible to save his children, so he was ready to do absolutely anything just to cure them. At that moment, the silence was broken. People again continued to discuss the whole situation among themselves. Someone said that on the day of the spring festival, a misfortune happened to the crown prince and princess, so it was a very bad sign. People immediately began to speculate what this could know. Some even thought that it was not the curse, but the heir to the throne. As soon as Tyrion heard this, he immediately approached those people who were talking about this whole topic and asked what exactly they wanted to say by this. He asked if they meant that his son was the source of all the troubles. The man who started this whole conversation immediately bowed before the emperor and said that this was not at all what he wanted to say. The man simply misunderstood him. For a while, Tyrion looked at him with a stern look. After that, he sighed heavily and said that perhaps they were scared to see the blood, as he said, and this day was sacred. But if he heard again how the imperial family was insulted, he would cut out his tongue and throw it to the crows. The man, hearing that it was very powder, immediately began to ask for forgiveness and said that he was simply not himself, and also informed the emperor that this would never happen again. After this, Tyrion simply turned around and left. At that moment, the people continued talking among themselves and said that if he decided to talk about the imperial family, then he should at least watch his language and do it clearly, not in front of the emperor. However, the man, as soon as the emperor left, was very pleased with their conversation and immediately smiled. He had something very evil on his mind. Some time passed since then. Iris was next to her daughter all this time. She held her hand and asked how much longer they had to wait. One of the doctor's assistants said that the princess's life was not in danger, but more divine power was needed to cleanse the poison. He explained that he had sent people to look for the high priest, but they could only wait since all the priests were away. Iris couldn't hold back her tears. She was incredibly worried about her dear daughter, and so she burst into tears. Meanwhile, Aisha, who was unconscious, found herself in some dark room. She walked and could not find any glimmer of light. Everything around was black. And then suddenly, when she was about to take the next step, she felt a strong heaviness in her leg. When she turned around, she saw a weight that was tied to her with a chain. At that moment, Aisha was very scared. As soon as she turned her head the next time, it turned out that she was in a completely different place. She was in the dungeon, exactly the one in which she was, being Alice. At that moment, the girl immediately began to cough. She felt a strong pain in her throat. As soon as she looked around, she saw rotten water that was in her cell. She also thought that it was at least some water, so without thinking twice, she immediately reached for it. But due to her clumsiness, she was unable to hold the toe in her hands and dropped it on the ground. At that moment, Aisha, being in Alice's body, was in real despair. All those terrible memories that she tried so hard to forget immediately began to appear in reality. The girl did not understand why no one believed her, why everyone believed only Marianne's words, because with this they only hurt her. At that moment, Aisha again thought that she just wanted to die, and then suddenly she heard a voice in front of her that asked if this was really so. Alice immediately looked up. She looked around, but did not see anyone. The girl immediately asked who it was there. Then the voice spoke again, asking if this was really what she wanted. The girl immediately said that it was true. Then the voice said that there was something else she wanted to do. At that moment, Alice thought that this was really so. In fact, she wanted to ask her family why they decided to kill her like that. She hadn't done anything wrong, but for some reason her family turned their backs on her so quickly and didn't believe her. But Alice did not understand what the point of all this information was to her now. They hated her no longer. No one even wanted to hear her voice. They all preferred her death. But then suddenly, this voice said that everything is okay. The people who believe in her, who love her, are in another place. These words became like a ray of hope for Alice. Everything around began to change from black to light, and this voice told her to look to the side. They were waiting for her, so she had to go to those who really loved her. Alice thought that it was all a lie. She didn't understand who these people were. Because of the bright light, she couldn't see anything at all, and besides, her tears were blocking her view. Well, after some time, she saw in front of her that same fireworks after this heiress, her mother, her father, her whole family, which seemed to tell her that she should come back. The girl sat on the other side of the darkness and watched all this, and suddenly realized that she was not Alice. She was now Aisha. She was the only princess of the Elmir Empire, and for this reason, she had to return to her home. At that moment, everything around began to change its colors. The chain that held the girl suddenly evaporated, and Alice's appearance was replaced by that of Aisha. The girl realized that she had to go. She shouldn't have been in that terrible place, and as soon as she took the next step, her feet touched the soft, green, fragrant grass. Now, when she looked around, she saw that she was in a beautiful place. There was a beautiful sky and a warm wind all around, and Aisha thought that she had to move forward. The girl immediately started running. She ran as long as she could, but soon she got tired and decided to stop for a while to catch her breath. And she still didn't understand how this was even possible. When she looked straight ahead, the landscape didn't change. No matter how much she ran, she still couldn't reach the light that showed her the way. She thought about what she should have already done, but because she had no strength left, Aisha decided to lie down on this soft and pleasant grass and think for a while. For a while, Aisha just lay there, but then she realized that she couldn't just give up. She had to think about this light. She decided to think about what light is, and realized that perhaps she could find a way out. Aisha continued to lie on the grass. She reached her hand to the sky and seriously thought about this light. The girl closed her eyes and clearly imagined the warm light around her. She felt like he was hugging her tenderly, just like her family. Then she already thought about something else. What this light was for her at all. Aisha assumed it was her family, but quickly dismissed the idea. It was certainly true that family was light, but that was not all. She felt that there was light inside her too, and it was no less important than the one that was connected with the family, the people who had taken care of her until now, and were that light inside her. It was the light of their love that shone brightly inside Aisha. And when Aisha finally realized this, she could even feel it. She finally got back on her feet and realized that thanks to all these people, she was able to learn to get up and move on again. And now she was an Aisha who was completely different. Alice definitely could not do what she did. And for this reason, the girl saw how the light began to approach her. Aisha immediately thought that it was Rue and wanted to join her as soon as possible. But then suddenly, she felt some strange energy behind her. When the girl turned around and looked back, she saw that it was darkness, but she did not worry too much. She calmed herself down and said that it was normal. She did not need to cry or worry anymore. That's why she was going to go to the place where she was truly loved, and she was even less afraid of this darkness, and that's why she really went towards the light. Some time passed from that moment, and finally Aisha began to regain consciousness. She called her mother, who had been sitting next to her the whole time. Iris, as soon as she saw that her daughter had woken up, could not believe her eyes. She immediately rushed to her and began to hug the girl, who, smiling, could not take her eyes off her mother. Aisha then said that it was a little hard for her to breathe because her mother was squeezing her body so tightly. Then the woman finally loosened her grip, but still continued to hug her for some time. The girl hugged her back and said in a quiet voice that she missed her incredibly. And it was really true. Only thanks to the thought that a loving family was waiting for her here, she was able to get out of the darkness that had practically swallowed her. At that moment, the doctor's assistant was immediately called, who examined her carefully, and after the examination, he immediately told her mother the results. The man said that fortunately, the energy flow was restored, and the princess opened her eyes, but she still needed a lot of rest, and of course, treatment. Of course, Iris didn't object to this. On the contrary, she was only glad that her daughter would have a good rest after what happened to her. So, smiling happily, she stroked her daughter's head and said that if Aisha takes her medicine and rests, she will recover very soon and everything will return to normal. Aisha had already started to object to her and asked how her brother Eris was. And as soon as Iris heard this, she froze. Of course, the woman did not want to upset her daughter at all, but she could not utter a single word without even crying, so she simply remained silent for a while. Then the doctor, who was still standing in the room, spoke up. He said that His Highness the Crown Prince had drunk more poison than the princess, so he was in critical condition. As soon as Aisha heard this, she was shocked, and the doctor meanwhile continued to speak. He said that Eris needed the help of the senior priest for healing, but quite recently he went on a journey around the country to treat the suffering. They contacted him and asked him to return as soon as possible, but he could only get to the palace the next day. Aisha couldn't believe that it was all true. She drank less tea, but still had difficulty waking up, and besides, the spirits of light helped her. She was afraid to even imagine what was happening to the Iris at that moment. She understood that she couldn't just lie there with her hands folded. She had to help him, so she immediately got out of her bed and started running away. Iris, seeing these intentions, immediately stopped her. She said that the girl should not get up under any circumstances. She had just woken up and was still very weak. The doctor also agreed with the Empress and said that the princess had to stay in bed. Otherwise, it would only get worse. After that, he handed the girl some pills and told her to take them because they could help her restore her energy. Aisha quickly took a glass of water and drank these medicines so that they would finally let her go to her brother. Wiping the remaining water from her mouth, Aisha turned to her mother and said that she needed to see the Irisa immediately. Meanwhile, the emperor was in his son's room, where there was also Vian and another doctor who was monitoring the boy's condition. At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on their door. The man immediately became wary, as he was surprised because he didn't know that someone else was supposed to come. Then, the door to the room opened, and Iris walked in, holding Aisha in her arms. The girl was very serious. She looked at her brother and understood that she had to do everything possible. As soon as the emperor saw the princess, he was very surprised. He immediately approached Zhenya and her daughter and asked what they were doing there, and also inquired how Aisha felt in general. The girl was put on the ground and immediately ran to her brother, while Iris explained that she simply couldn't stop her. The woman explained that she had wanted to see Eris so badly, ever since she heard he was in such a bad state that she had simply had to bring her there. As soon as Aisha approached Arius's bed, she saw that he was really in a terrible condition. The guy had a strong fever, he was lying unconscious, and it was clear that he was experiencing severe pain. Despite the fact that they didn't have much strength, they had exhausted themselves to the last drop, and the senior priest wasn't expected to return soon, so her brother definitely wouldn't be able to become one in the near future. She did not understand how this could have happened at all, why her dear brother did not open his eyes, but continued to succumb to this disease. But she couldn't believe that this was the end, because her brother promised to always protect her, no matter where the girl went and who he was always supposed to be with. He said that he had to become not for her sake and trained hard, not missing a single day in order to protect Aisha. So now it was her turn to protect her brother so that he could finally fulfill his promise. At that moment, Eru appeared next to her. She also burst into tears. The fairy immediately ran up to her owner and asked if everything was okay with her. The fairy also said that she was very worried because she could not heal her and had already thought about all the bad things. Well, Aisha smiled happily and told her not to worry. Everything was fine with her, so there was definitely no point in crying. Ru immediately hugged her and said that she was incredibly happy, and also added that she would protect her so that this would never happen again. She would become more attentive and responsible. The girl thanked her and then asked if she could now summon the spirit of the middle class. Ru, hearing this, immediately objected, and she said that of course her condition could not worsen again, and it was very serious. And Aisha didn't have enough mana, so such a call was very dangerous. The fairy even started crying again because she was afraid that the girl would do it, even despite her warning. Well, Aisha, having heard her, thought for a while, and after that, she asked if she would have gained strength if she had used the magic stone. Ru thought for a while, and then said that perhaps everything could work out with him. The hostess immediately smiled and said that in that case it would be wonderful. So she warned her spirit that she was going to make a contract with a middle-class spirit. Aisha understood that since there was even the slightest chance, she had to try. For this reason, she should not refuse simply because she might feel bad. She remembered that the healing abilities of lower-class spirits were the same as those of a normal priest. This meant that if she made a contract with a higher-class spirit, she would be able to heal her brother. Of course, she thought about hiding her powers for a while longer, but she understood how dangerous the situation with Eris could be, that she simply couldn't wait any longer. Aisha turned to Keiru and asked if one magic stone would be enough for her for the ritual. In fact, she had one, and she took it out and showed it to her holy fairy. Arson gave her this magic stone for her birthday. Since then, she always carried it with her, in case it might be useful to her. Ru moved closer to this stone and began to examine it carefully, after which she sighed heavily and said that the magic of the stone had just run out. Aisha, hearing this, was very surprised and asked how this was possible. Then the fairy explained that the eighth one had regained consciousness so early because the protective magic hidden in the stone had worked. Unfortunately, the magic stone, having lost mana, was no longer useful, so it definitely could not help her in the ritual. The princess was furious. She couldn't believe that now she couldn't use the stone again. She didn't know what to do, and besides, Iris had already turned to her, seeing that the girl had started talking to someone. She quickly approached her daughter and hugged her, asking if she was feeling unwell, and also asking if she had thought about going back to the room. Aisha didn't answer her. She was immersed in her thoughts about where to get the magic stone right at that moment, and then a brilliant idea came to her mind. She quickly ran up to Mr. Vion and asked if she could borrow his magic stone. Of course, the guy allowed her to do this then, and then she proceeded to prepare for the ritual. She drew special signs on the ground with chalk and followed the instructions from the book. Her parents and doctors just stood and watched everything that was happening. They decided not to interfere because they were already on the verge of hopelessness. Vion, who was watching the princess, immediately wondered what she was going to do and why she suddenly needed a stone and a book in an ancient language. He was so surprised when she asked him. She knew that he was passionate not only about fencing, but also about t-shirts. And besides, she had just woken up after also being seriously poisoned, and he was amazed at the energy with which she could do all this. He also suggested that if she continued in the same spirit, it might only get worse for her. Therefore, Vian was very worried about the girl. After some time, Aisha finally finished what she was doing, and a huge magic circle was drawn on the ground. After that, she placed the same red magic stone that Vian had given her in the middle and came closer. The girl placed her hand on the ground and immediately began to pronounce the necessary spell. Namely, she addressed the spirits that represented everything that exists. She wanted them to appear and become her power. At that moment, the magic really worked. The magic circle lit up very brightly, and a very strong wind appeared around. Aisha felt a very strong pain. A red light was spreading around, and almost nothing was visible. The girl felt that the energy was spent much more than when she called Ru, but this was obvious. After all, it was the spirit of the middle class. But she needed to endure a little more, just a little bit, and then she would be able to save her brother. Aisha endured the incredible pain that she felt at that moment, and after some time, it finally worked, and she looked up and saw that a silhouette was starting to approach her from afar. It was Rimi, a beautiful lady who was quite larger in size than Ru. She approached the girl and said that she was a middle-class spirit of light. She immediately stood up and said that she was pleased to meet her and introduced herself. Despite the fact that the girl was exhausted, she was very happy that she still succeeded. Then she extended her hand forward and asked Rima to sign a contract with her. For some time, the spirit of light thought about this, but after that she agreed. She said her name and said that she was making a contract with Lady Aisha, becoming her spirit, after which she kissed the girl on the hand, and the light that was around suddenly died down, and Rimi changed her appearance. After that, she stood with her feet on the ground and bowed to Aisha again. For a while, the girls just looked at each other. However, they were then interrupted by Iris's voice. The woman was amazed. She looked at the stranger and asked if she was really a fairy. Her daughter smiled happily and said that she was a spirit, although she looked incredibly similar to a fairy. Iris, hearing this, immediately became a little scared. Just like the emperor, they both unanimously asked if this was really a spirit. The girl did not understand such a sharp reaction at all, so she said in a calm voice that it was just like that in the spirit that had the ability to heal. And it is for this reason that Rimi will be able to replace the priest that her brother needed so much. So Aisha assured them that she could save Eris. Immediately after this, they moved to the guy's bed in order not to waste unnecessary time. The princess turned to Rome and asked her to tell her how she could use the power of spirits to heal this man. The spirit was silent for a while, after which she said that the spirit master was connected from the moment the contract was signed. Therefore, the owner can use the power of the spirit even if he is far away, but the closer the spirit is to the owner, the stronger the abilities become. However, Rimi also said that since Aisha has not yet fully recovered, she may not be able to perform the required ritual. Well, at that moment, Aisha looked at her new spirit with a very surprised look and did not take her eyes off her, and because of this, Rima even felt a little awkward. In fact, the princess was so surprised only because she now knew what her spirit knew at that moment. The girl's body suddenly began to be enveloped in yellow light, and her thoughts were interrupted by the priest. He turned to Aisha asking for forgiveness and said that her eyes had now changed color. They were not blue, but bright yellow. Well, Aisha was glad to hear this, because she now understood that she could do everything after this. She directed her hands towards Eris and began healing. A bright fire immediately appeared above the guy's case, and the girl realized that this was the very same strength of spirit. Healing required more energy than she thought, but she could not stop. And as soon as Aisha heard that Eris began to make some sounds, she immediately became happy. She thought that she was helping him, and perhaps he would wake up soon. However, soon this fire began to become dimmer, and Aisha realized that she had almost no strength left. She could not believe that calling Rimi was not enough to heal him completely. At that moment, Aisha looked at her brother, and suddenly a memory came to her mind. When they were still very young children, the boy came to her, and Aisha asked if he was busy. Iris was then genuinely surprised that she asked this question and asked why she asked such a thing. The girl then shyly said that she was sure he was busy, but he continued to play with her and assumed that it was only out of politeness. But Eris, seeing how shy she was, immediately smiled and said that he was in this place not only because he had nothing to do. He really loved to play with her, and that was why he came. As soon as this memory came to the girl, she immediately became sad. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she thought that her brother could not just die like that. She really wanted him to open his eyes. She wants to see him smile again, to see his smile. But at that moment, the light that Aisha was emitting completely died out, and the girl began to lose consciousness. She fell to the ground because she had absolutely no strength left. Everyone around was very scared because of her. Iris immediately ran forward with the Emperor, but they would not have had time to run because they were standing too far away. But fortunately, Aisha was not hurt, and all because Vian managed to save her. He took the girl in his arms and asked if everything was okay with her. Then the girl's father turned to her, his voice trembling like she had never seen her father before. He asked her to stop. She did everything she could. There was nowhere else to go. Iris also asked the girl not to do it again. She turned so pale that the woman was already afraid that something could happen to her, and therefore tears appeared in her eyes again. At that moment, Aisha felt like her heart was about to break into tiny pieces. She really didn't have any more strength for anything. She couldn't believe that her ability was not enough. She wanted to help her brother until the senior priest arrived. She wanted to save him, but she failed. Because of this, Aisha immediately burst into tears. But at that moment, in the room that was filled with silence, a weak voice of Eris was heard, asking if he was already in heaven. As soon as Tyrion heard this voice, he immediately looked at his son and saw that he was lying with his eyes open and fully conscious. Iris even found the strength to smile. He looked at his parents and said that if he died, he would hardly be able to see his entire family at once. After that, he turned his gaze to his little sister, who was next to his bed, and asked if everything was okay with Aisha. Then the girl burst into tears from happiness. She found the strength in herself and rushed straight to his bed. She immediately hugged him and felt incredible relief inside herself. The guy hugged her back and said that he was fine. Then Iris also ran up to them and started hugging them all. Aisha kept saying in her head that her dear brother had survived. She was able to see the smile on his face again, and so she was incredibly happy. Everyone around started talking about how much they love Eris and Aisha, and even crying and laughing. Some time passed since then. Eris felt much better, and Aisha finally told him everything in detail. She told how he was poisoned and explained that this is why she used the power of spirits on him. The guy, hearing all this exciting story, said that it was unusual. He also said that now the secret of the ancient book was revealed. He understood the reason why she behaved so secretively. As soon as Aisha heard this, she immediately remembered that she had been hiding this information from him all this time and laughed. But at that moment, a priest entered their room. He asked for forgiveness for distracting them, but explained that even their priests, who possessed the power of light and united, were not enough to wake up the crown prince. He couldn't believe that such a huge power could be hidden in just one person, and even in one as small as Aisha. After this, he asked the princess whether she was by chance a saint, because then that would have explained a lot to him. But Aisha, hearing this, immediately replied that it was not at all like what she had just told Erisu, and she could repeat it to him. She was a summoner. After that, she turned to Rue in order to prove all this, and at that moment, a rather bright yellow light began to appear next to her. After some time, a little fairy appeared in the place of this light. She greeted the parents and also said that she was a lower-class spirit of light and gave her name. Iris, as soon as she saw all this, was sincerely amazed. She could not believe that this was really real perfume. Tyrion, meanwhile, became very angry. He looked sternly at Aisha and said that he did not know that she had the power to summon spirits. Aisha thought that he would start scolding her now, but her father came up, hugged the girl, and said that he was ready to promise to help in every way, so that in the future she would become a great summoner, and so that the world would hear about her. The girl, hearing this, was immediately happy. She smiled, thanked her father for this, and said that it was really very important for her. Then we breathed a sigh of relief and thought that she was really lucky. She thought that her power would be able to shock them so much that they would even scold her, but they did not react much better than she expected. Then the priest turned to them again and began to protest, and said that Aisha's power was so similar to the holy power that their priestesses used. The girl understood his misunderstanding perfectly well, So she explained that it was all because God Ruminus is the king of the spirits of light. As soon as he heard this, he was very shocked and asked how this was possible. Aisha explained that she learned about the Ruminas from the summoned spirit. Since Ruminus was the god of light, he was responsible for all the light in the world, so he had a connection with spirits, and the priests who revered him could use a piece of his power. At the moment she finished her story, the girl seriously thought about whether she needed to reveal this truth. She noticed that everyone doubted that the god Ruminas was also the king of spirits, because in their opinion, such thoughts could be blasphemous. However, after a short silence, the priest said that everything was clear to him. Then it turned out that both the princess and they, the priests, used the same power. After this, he bowed and said that they had no choice but to canonize the Aishuk as a saint or to give her another equivalent title, because that was the right thing to do. As soon as the girl heard this, she was not surprised at all, because she expected something like this, so she said that they could do as they were doing. However, she had one condition. Even if she began to bear the title of saint because of her holy power or the power of the spirits, she did not want to leave the world and visit herself to serve God. As soon as her father heard this, he was a little shocked because the girl really clearly knew what she wanted from this life. Meanwhile, the princess explained that her place was in the imperial palace next to her dear family, whom she loved incredibly. When they discussed all the details, Vian suddenly approached the emperor and wanted to talk to him. Bowing, the guy said that since everything was in order and the trouble had passed, the crown prince and princess had regained consciousness, he would like to receive permission to leave the palace. Tyrion said that there was no problem with that, but he asked the boy to keep what he saw that day a secret. Vayan bowed again and said that of course he wouldn't tell anyone anything. That was quite obvious. However, before the boy left, Eris addressed them all and told father that this was not the end. He asked the emperor to catch the criminals who dared to harm him and Aisha, and to make sure that he gave them what they deserved. As soon as Aisha heard and saw her brother in such a state, she was amazed. She had never seen him be so determined in anything. Tyrion immediately said that, of course, in order to catch and punish those guilty of this crime, he was ready to use all his power, because he himself was going to do it. He explained that he had to do this so that at least no one else would dare to do something like this. He was even ready to cut off the criminals' tongues, arms, and legs, and find and kill everyone who was dear to them. He was ready to put even severed heads on the gates for the gates to eat, so he smiled and told his son that he didn't have to worry, and could only focus on his recovery. He had everything under control. Eris was of course a little surprised by his father's radical methods. However, he said that in that case he really wouldn't worry. He was satisfied with the result. But he also asked his father to force their loved ones to drink poison, so that the criminals would see everything with their own eyes and experience the same pain that they all did. He smiled and said that it would be much fairer that way. But in reality, Aisha was a little surprised by how calmly and even cheerfully they discussed attempted murder and revenge. But Tyrion, of course, agreed with his son and said that he would definitely do as he wished. 3 whole weeks had already passed since all this happened, and they still continued to feed me in bed and with a spoon. Once she already turned to the nanny and asked if she really still needed to do this because she began to feel much better. Since then, she also added that it was strange at her age for her to be fed. But they didn't smile and said that nothing like that. The princess needed peace and quiet, so it didn't matter at all what other children her age were doing. So she added that even the empress ordered to eat only in bed. She looked at Aisha with a very pitiful look and said that the girl was so bad that she even vomited blood. So she asked her to let the nanny take care of her. Of course, Aisha had no choice but to accept it, because arguing there was absolutely no point. In fact, throughout all these weeks, she underwent strict treatment according to the orders of her mother and father, during which time she was not even allowed to lift a spoon even once. As soon as he returned to the high priest, he poured a lot of divine power into them. After each meal, they came to Aisha to measure her pulse. And of course, she was already very tired of all this. After one pulse after another, she was given medicines from rare herbs prescribed by the doctor to drink. This medicine stank terribly, and its taste was disgusting. With each dose of medicine, A hated the poisoners more and more, But in the end, the criminal was soon caught by the father, who, as he had promised, did everything to find the instigator. The criminal turned out to be one famous fanatic. He was the Count of the Northern region. And after much torture, it turned out that he hated the Crown Prince of Eris, and that is why he planned this whole murder. The man, during the torture, even stated that God did not recognize him as the Crown Prince. This man was truly crazy since he decided to take the life of a real child. Aisha wasn't the least bit funny in the end, and all of his close friends were caught and killed on the spot. Aisha's father said that even such a cruel execution was not enough to pay for the attempt to harm the imperial family. True, Aisha thought that not everything was so simple. She was wondering if the Count really planned the poisoning only because of his hatred for his brother Eris. After all, it seemed to her that this was a really weak motivation. The risk of failure was too great to dare to poison members of the imperial family just because of blind faith in the Crown Prince's curse. Then there would not even be a reason to pour poison on Aisha. It would have been much wiser to simply get rid of the emperor. And besides, that poison was the only one she knew about. And all because that day, Marianne drank the same poison and was seriously poisoned by it. As soon as Aisha thought about all this, she immediately became very sad because she still had not found an answer to why this particular poison was chosen, and for what reason all the circumstances developed in this particular way. At that moment, the nanny suddenly dropped the spoon that she was carrying to the princess. The girl immediately looked at her in surprise and asked what was wrong. Then the nanny turned to Her Highness and asked why the girl suddenly clutched her heart. Was she really feeling ill? She also added that she heard how hard it was, and she sighed and therefore asked if she was really in pain again. She did not know what to do and was ready to call a doctor right away, so as not to delay. However, the princess asked the nanny to wait, because everything was fine with her and there was no need to call any doctor. And so the next day, Aisha was finally allowed to go outside and get some fresh air. And she wanted it so much because she had been in her room all this time. The birds chirping calmed her down so much. White birds were singing everywhere, and white butterflies were circling. There was also a cool breeze blowing, and she felt just great. She really loved such spring days. The permitted time for a walk was half an hour after lunch, which was quite a short time, but compared to the last few weeks, it was more like a sonnet for Aisha. And even this time was heaven for her. She managed to get out into the street and somehow managed to convince her mother and nanny that walks could only do her good, and for this reason, she was going to enjoy every minute of her walk. Aisha was ready to die of boredom at home, but on this wonderful day, she was very glad that she was able to get outside to at least diversify her everyday life a little. But at that moment, the girl suddenly heard the voice of her brother Eris just approached her, and seeing her very quickly, went to his sister to say hello. However, he was still just as excited as her parents, and the first thing he did, as soon as he hugged his sister, was ask her if she was in pain, and also if she was feeling better already. Aisha, of course, was also worried about her brother, so she asked him in unison how he felt. After that, they went to a tree and sat down under it. The guy said that he needed time to recover. That's why he couldn't go out. Eris even said that he was forbidden to walk during training, and he didn't have the strength to do so. The girl smiled and said that the same thing happened to her. The nanny even fed her with a spoon. As soon as he heard this, they both immediately laughed, because they could never even imagine that they could be so helpless. Also, at that moment, the guy thought and realized that the nanny took pretty good care of Aisha, so he didn't even need to worry. For some time, they continued to sit together and talk about everything in the world, mostly about what had happened recently. The guy was very pleased. He really missed talking with his sister, and then suddenly, after a short silence, he looked her straight in the eyes and said that he wanted to tell her something, and that's why he came to her. Aisha, hearing this, immediately became wary. She was really interested in what he was going to tell her, so she asked what happened. The guy thought for a while about how to tell her all this, but then he sighed heavily and said that it was about the schedule that was found guilty. There was definitely someone else behind him, and Arius was absolutely sure of it, so he decided to tell the girl about it. However, when he looked at her, he saw a calm expression on the girl's face. In fact, he expected that she would not be surprised at all. At that moment, Aisha simply asked why he decided to suddenly tell her about the Count right now. Eris explained that she seemed mature, calm, and quite intelligent, but she was only 7 years old. He wanted to protect her from everything in the world and understood perfectly well his father's desire not to tell her anything because he simply did not want to upset her. Well, Aisha suddenly looked at her brother in surprise and said that he had come, although in fact he had only said that he agreed with his father's decision. She was surprised by the fact that he just told her that the Count was just a pawn and that somewhere at large there was another criminal who wanted them dead. Eris then replied that he and his father had different views on this situation, and he himself believed that Aisha had the right to know the truth. After that, he stood up and began to leave, saying that the nobility that was behind everything and who their real enemy was, she should have had an idea about all of this. This way, she can prepare herself for possible dangers or troubles, and it is for this reason that Eris told her everything. He glanced at her and thanked her for listening to him, and added that if she wanted, she could just pretend she hadn't heard anything. She could easily close her eyes to what happened and never remember it again, because she was only 7 years old. She was a child, so he would completely understand this desire. He came closer to her and patted her on the head and told his sister that he would definitely become stronger so that she could live peacefully, regardless of which option she chose. He and their entire family want to protect her with all their hearts, and for this reason they will stick to this until the end, smiling. Eris also said that Aisha was still just Yuna, and he was very sorry that she had to endure this already. The girl then put her hand on his and also stood up on her feet. She looked at him with a stern look and said that she wanted to know the whole truth and details, and she also wants to protect her beloved brother. But she doesn't just want to, she was sure that she could do it, so she had to find out the details. Aisha agreed that she was still a child, but asked if he remembered that it was she who was able to heal him when no one was around. She had strength, and if she found out the truth, she would try even harder to become much stronger. She was ready for such tests, and she herself agreed to them. Of course, at that moment, Aisha was incredibly proud that she was able to say these words. She had never been happier that she possessed the power of spirits. And besides, her brother was right, even though she was the emperor's daughter, and she retained memories of her past life. She was only 7 after all, but even despite this, Aisha was sure that she would be able to cope with this completely. Her brother smiled and asked if she would regret it in the future, because if she agreed now, there would be no turning back. Then the guy sat down opposite her and said that initially, the Count did not tell them the whole truth. He insisted that he simply wanted to kill Irais because he did not like that he should be the heir. However, the father noticed that the Count was clearly not telling him something, so he began to put pressure on him in order to get more information for himself. And eventually they found out that the Enderbell imperial family was behind all of this. Aisha, hearing this, was sincerely amazed. She didn't even suspect anything like this. She asked again if this was really true. The guy said that yes, they didn't know who directly organized the assassination attempt, but they also had a prime suspect who most likely did all of this. Eris replied that there was probably real chaos going on inside the empire. He had heard that the nobility was divided, and this happened because they were unhappy with Lucky, who recently received the title of Crown Prince. Aisha, hearing this, was shocked. She definitely did not expect such a development of events, but Eris continued to speak. He said that his younger sister Alice was executed for attempting to assassinate a member of the imperial family. As soon as the girl heard this, she immediately lost her balance and began to fall, but her brother managed to catch her in time so that she would not hit anything. He tried to call her, but the girl did not respond. She kept thinking about what she had heard and trying to analyze the situation. Then Arius suddenly shouted, turning to anyone who might be nearby, and asked that a doctor be called immediately. However, the princess turned to her brother with a trembling voice and asked how all this could be connected with the attempted poisoning. She really did not understand. Eris did not understand why she suddenly started to bring up the topic of this conversation again. He immediately said that her health had suddenly worsened and she urgently needed to return to the palace. But Aisha didn't want to listen to all this. She had to know the answer immediately, so she screamed at him and asked him to tell her why they were trying to kill them. Eris was silent for a while, But after that, he decided that it would be better to say. So he replied that he had not yet figured out the main reason, but he had several guesses. He said that the likes probably just wanted to make some noise in their empire to calm the unrest within their own. The guy had no doubt that the Count was a spy for the Enderbell Empire, and, on the orders of the imperial family, he tried to kill them. Or rather, Eris. Smiling, he told his little sister that she had become a victim by pure chance, so she didn't have to worry about it happening to her again. Aisha, meanwhile, just sat and looked at him. Then he suddenly asked her for forgiveness and said that she was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. The girl was about to answer something when suddenly she felt severe nausea. She covered her mouth with her hand so as not to vomit and did not know what was happening. She thought about the fact that her brother killed her in a past life and tried to kill her in this one, just like her entire family. And besides, he made an attempt not only on Aisha, but also on her new parents and brother. This made her incredibly angry. She sat and clenched her teeth, simply groaning. She still felt very nauseous, but her anger was still higher. At that moment, a maid was standing next to them. She was very worried that something was wrong. Eris replied that he had said a little too much to her, so he told his sister that it was time for them to return. He turned to the maid and said that he was taking her there to make sure that everything went well and that Aisha had not gotten worse. However, the girl suddenly turned to Lena and asked if she could tell her uncle at the palace that she would return a little later. The maid was very surprised to hear this, but Aisha explained that she still had something to discuss with her brother, so she would simply have to be late. This was something very important that could not wait, so Aisha, even despite her poor health, was ready to sacrifice this time. The maid was indeed a little surprised to hear this, but she bowed and said that she would immediately pass everything on to the nanny so that she would not worry. Then Eris was about to turn to her, but the girl interrupted her and said that she also had something to tell him. With a heavy sigh, she said that she wanted to tell him about herself. And when Aisha raised her head the next time, tears were rolling down her cheeks. Eris looked at her in surprise. He was very worried about his little sister and immediately asked what she was talking about because he didn't understand. But the girl explained that she remembered absolutely everything from the moment of birth, and she had memories of the time when she was not yet born, of her past life. Aisha told her brother that she was once the 4th princess of the Enderbell Empire, and her name was Alice. She was just a 14-year-old girl convicted of attempting to murder a member of the imperial family. As soon as Arius heard this, he was incredibly shocked while the girl was telling her story. He didn't even say a single word because it was hard for him to even believe the truth of this. Well, Aisha continued to explain. She said that she was falsely accused of poisoning Marianne. They said that she was guilty because I was found in her room. She was not even allowed to say a single word in her defense. Absolutely everyone from the aristocracy to her family believed that she was the one to blame. And that is how poor Alice was sentenced to death. After these words, there was a short silence between them. Eris was about to say something, but the girl suddenly screamed. Continuing to cry, she screamed loudly and said that she had never tried to kill Marianne, that such a thing had never even crossed her mind. She could never harm anyone in her life, let alone poison them like that. Moreover, at that moment, Aisha continued to cry hard. Her strength was leaving her body because of the emotions she continued to experience. Then, Sev, and leaning against a tree, she looked her brother straight in the eyes and said that that was exactly why she was innocent. Aisha asked him to believe her, to believe this story, that it was all true, and she did not lie to him. Because the guy was incredibly shocked by the information he heard, he just sat and looked at her, while Aisha, meanwhile, lowered her head and continued to cry. She thought about what he would say. She told him absolutely the whole truth, without hiding a single moment. But she didn't know if he would be able to believe her. Would he believe such a strange story that could not even be proven in any way? And that is why Aisha was very scared. At that moment, she immediately remembered the moment when she, as Alice, stood in front of her older brother, who brazenly betrayed her. And she understood that if the heiress did not believe her, then everything would happen the same way as in her past life. But at that moment, she heard her brother's voice, who said that he believed her. Aisha immediately looked up at him, and looked at him with a glimmer of hope. She even thought that she imagined it. But Eris, seeing her distrustful look, immediately said that he believed that she was once the Princess of Enderbell and that she did not try to kill her sister. He believed in every word she said. Aisha then burst into tears with renewed vigor, and, wiping away her tears, she asked if the story of the reincarnation of a madwoman had not seemed to him. And besides, Princess Arunderbella, it was all such nonsense that she herself would not have believed it all. But Eris said again that he believed her words, so she didn't need to doubt. When he saw her gaze on him, he immediately smiled. The guy said that he also knew for sure that his sweet little sister was such a kind child that she would not even allow the thought of killing another living being, let alone her own person. And even if the whole world doesn't believe her, he will believe her to the end. Absolutely every word of his Aisha. At that moment, he hugged his sister incredibly tightly and continued to talk about how he believed her so that she would believe these words. The girl burst into tears again, but these were tears of happiness. She was very glad that in this life she had such a brother, and she felt such relief in her soul that she could share this secret that she kept with someone. In fact, before she was finally reborn, her work froze in her 14th year, and thanks to Eris, she has finally begun to live again. Aisha continued to cry and thanked him for believing her, and the guy, laughing at such a violent reaction, said that he was grateful to her for trusting him and telling him all this. Aisha was incredibly happy that finally her innocence, hidden behind a veil of lies, could be proven to the whole world. They sat like that in silence for a while, and the girl continued to cry. She herself wanted to calm down, but the tears just wouldn't stop. Eris then suddenly extended his hand forward and said that he wanted to promise her something. He felt the need for it. Then he took her hand and in a very gentle voice said that he would never leave her and would not forget the promise he made in childhood. He said in a very serious voice that her enemy was automatically his enemy, and if someone tried to harm her, he was ready to give his life just to save her. Aisha was genuinely shocked to hear this. Her tears finally subsided, and she just sat and looked at him with red eyes. The guy, meanwhile, took a handkerchief from his pocket, and wiping away her tears, he said that he would like to know what she wanted to do. The girl then looked down and thought. She really did not know what she wanted to do at that very moment. But then she finally collected her thoughts, and looking at the iris, she said with clear confidence in her voice that she wanted revenge, and it was true. Aisha had been thinking about this for a long time. She said that she wants to reveal the whole truth, prove her innocence, and does not want to renounce the past in which she was Alice, and after all, this is an integral part of her soul. Eris, of course, listened to her attentively, smiled, and said that he would do everything as she wished and would definitely help to carry out the plan. After that, he kissed her hand and said that his little sister definitely deserved to have her grievances finally resolved, and he would definitely help with that. He was ready to put all of Ender on his knees before her. They would seek her forgiveness and beg for mercy. At that moment, tears began to well up in Aisha's eyes again. This was really exactly what she wanted. So the girl burst into tears again and thanked her brother for being ready to do all this for her. After that, she finally calmed down. The girl lay down on his lap, and after a short silence, she finally turned to Eris. Aisha said that she suddenly had a feeling, as if this was all a dream. But this dream was so beautiful that even if it was, she definitely would not want to wake up. She incredibly wanted this dream to last as long as possible. Then suddenly, Eris took her hand and told her sister that this was not a dream at all. It was reality. Smiling, he also added that he and she really existed, and for this reason, she should never forget that they had each other. Hearing this, Aisha immediately smiled. She said that she was incredibly happy, but at the same time, she was also scared. She was afraid that in one moment, all this could disappear, evaporate from her life. Eris then moved closer to her, and looking straight into her eyes, said that in that case everything was fine, even if it was a dream. He was ready to give her time so that she could still dream. Then Aisha closed her eyes, and she heard the quiet, distant voice of her brother, who told her to sleep a little and rest, because the last few hours had been very emotional. At that very time, Lucky was near the Temple of Selena. Rumors were circulating that if you wait there for a long time, you could even see the corpse of your enemy. In other words, if people act unfairly, they will not be able to avoid Selena's revenge. However, the guy didn't care at all about this. He failed to poison the heir to the throne of the Elmer Empire, and because of this, he was sad. You also lost the Count, who was sent as a spy. This also upset him a little since he was a valuable worker. Lucky understood perfectly well that if it turned out that the Enderbell Empire was behind the poisoning, then a war could even break out. Although this was quite expected, they still needed time to prepare. Otherwise, they would lose it quite quickly. Lucky thought about the fact that if he had managed to poison the heir, the entire Elmir Empire would have been stirred up. But since he hadn't succeeded, the most important thing for him at that moment was to gain strength. Then, all his shortcomings will be hidden, and he will be able to achieve the place of emperor even faster. Of course, it would have been much easier to take over the Elmir Empire if they had been in disarray from the loss of their successor. But unfortunately for Lucky, he was unable to implement this plan. He did not know if they even had any evidence of involvement in the poisoning. Nevertheless, he had to move on anyway, because there was not much time. He had to prepare with all his might for the war, which was truly inevitable. So soon he entered the temple and suddenly saw that he was not alone there. Lucky quickly approached one of the benches that was occupied by a girl. He, seeing her, immediately recognized her and asked if she had decided to pray in this place again. This girl was his sister Marianne. As soon as the girl turned in his direction, she immediately smiled and said that everything was correct. She also asked why he came. Lucky smiled and replied that there was a prayer room in the imperial palace where she could pray in peace. So he did not understand why she came to this very place. Marianne turned forward and said that when she was in this place, she felt the presence of the goddess Selena more strongly, and that is why she preferred this temple more. After that, she asked if he had come to this place specifically for her. The guy, standing next to his sister, said that this is exactly how it was. The girl then laughed a clear, bright laugh and thanked him for such concern. She was very pleased. The moment Lucky heard this laugh, he immediately remembered his younger sister Alice, who had a similar laugh, and he immediately felt sick from these memories. Something like this hadn't happened to him for a long time. He didn't understand why he suddenly remembered how Alice smiled when she saw her brother Lucky and how much she loved him. At the moment when the memories disappeared, he had a very bad headache. The man found all this strange. His head hurt when he thought about this child, and he did not understand how this was even possible. Then suddenly, Marianne noticed that he was holding the back of his head and asked if everything was okay with him, since she was a little worried. As soon as Lucky looked at his little sister, even Alice's silhouette appeared next to her, and the girl in the meantime asked if something really hurt him. The guy just looked at her for a while. Now he was very worried, because this was definitely not normal. He stood up and said that everything was fine, although it was not. After that, he changed the conversation to another topic and said that the most important thing for them to talk about was the empire and peace. The man explained the whole situation to Marianne and told her everything in detail. The girl listened to him attentively, sighed heavily, and said that now she understood everything. She was sad that the assassination had failed after all. As soon as Lucky heard this, he was surprised, because she was the one who was called the saint, and now she regretted that someone did not die. It was really absurd. Then the man said that apparently a strong priest came to their aid. It was he who was able to cure the heir, and therefore everyone remained alive. In addition, they captured and killed their spy, who had taken a very long time to prepare, and the loss was too great for them, which made it even sadder. When Lucky thought about it and realized that their plan was indeed imperfect, even though he knew it was the wrong time, he still had no choice but to just take a risk and try. In the end, it only gave him a headache, and looking back, he realized that it was not worth doing anymore. Then he thought again about that child, namely Alice, and a shiver ran through his body. The story of how she tried to poison Marianne and was executed for it was still on everyone's lips after so many years. At that time, the mother, the empress, who personally sent her daughter to the chopping block and insisted on her innocence, survived. And Lucky, in turn, who was her half-brother, could not completely get rid of the accusations that he had harmed Marianne. Of course, an emperor shouldn't have any shortcomings, but fortunately, all the Lucky brothers and sisters supported him in becoming an emperor, and this could help him. For the aristocrats, this story became an excellent reason to find another candidate, and this, of course, was a great danger for Lucky, who was going to become the heir. The weaker the emperor, the more power the aristocracy had. Naturally, their eyes were directed at the Varnishes, and he was not at all surprised by this. If he could conquer the Elmir Empire, then he would be able to become more powerful than ever before in his life. Then, for sure, no one would even dare to think about sending his precious little sister to Marion or causing any trouble to his family. As soon as Lucky thought about this, he became even more angry because, in fact, he was already incredibly tired of all this. He would have preferred to simply give up, but of course he couldn't do that. Then another memory of Alice suddenly came to his mind. He knew that in childhood they had had a pretty good relationship with each other, and this made him feel even worse. Every time the man had a memory of Alice in his head, he felt a strong pain and he couldn't stand it. Sometimes it was simply unbearable. Therefore, as soon as he thought about what kind of good relationship they had, he immediately drove these thoughts away from himself. He considered it completely pointless, so he preferred not to think about it anymore. When Lucky stood up from his seat, he turned to Marianne and said that when she finished her prayer, she should return with him to the imperial palace. The girl, of course, did not object. Then he extended his hand to her to help her stand up, because she had just finished her prayer. However, as soon as she put her hand in his, the man simply froze. He looked at her without taking his eyes off Lucky, found himself in a stupor. Mariana smiled and immediately asked her brother what had happened, because he had said that they needed to return to the palace as soon as possible. But he himself stood there. In fact, when Lucky looked at his sister, her eye color changed. Some strange glow appeared around the girl. She looked completely different. However, he came back to his senses quite quickly, smiling. The guy said that there was nothing like that and suggested that they go quickly. In fact, what surprised him most was the fact that Marianne's hands were incredibly cold. Every time he took her hand, he immediately remembered that Alice's palms were always very warm. However, every time he began to miss his sister, he quickly drove away these thoughts and realized that she had acted terribly and therefore paid for this act with her life. And besides, her sentence was passed in a fair court, so he shouldn't have any regrets or grief. He remembered well the words that if people commit injustice, then they certainly cannot escape the justice of the universe. And therefore, he believed that Alice was just one of those people. In fact, Eris had said goodbye to his mother a long time ago. He buried her when he was young, and his father even said that he would be the next to take the throne. The guy really believed that it was his fault. In fact, he had heard that his mother had very poor health since childhood. However, after she gave birth to Eris, her condition began to worsen every day, and soon it was even difficult for her to get out of bed. Everyone was saying that of course it wasn't the boy's fault. He didn't have any attitude towards this situation at all. But in the end, Eris grew up and realized that he was the main reason. When a year had passed since his mother died, immediately after the funeral, his grandfather acted as if it was his destiny to make his words come true. After grandfather said that he had to take the throne, endless restrictions and power struggles began. Many arrows were aimed at Eris at that time, even though he was just a little boy who had lost his mother. In order to survive as the crown prince, you had to close your heart and not show your emotions and feelings to anyone. Then the fixation of us mother's relatives on the throne caused doubt in the guy. However, he thought logically and realized that the behavior of his grandfather could also be accepted and understood. Being the only child of the emperor after the death of his mother, Eris's position in the palace was of course precarious. Fortunately, his father declared that he would have no other heirs except Eris, but it was unknown what would happen to him if something suddenly happened to his grandfather's family. And if the next empress gave birth to another crown prince, then Eris could definitely be in danger, and that is why the guy understood from childhood that he should not trust anyone and constantly improve himself. This was the path that the prince was supposed to take, and Eris certainly followed it. But recently, when Iris appeared, everything became even worse. Grandfather always told the boy that he had to be on his guard with Empress Iris, because you could never know for sure what people really had in mind. However, Eris, when he talked a little with his new stepmother, realized that she really was a good person, and he did not want to treat her badly at all. She had a very soft voice and also a kind face. Her Majesty the Empress even sent the guy an invitation letter. Being involved in the adult struggle for power, Iris did not want to die in vain, so he always avoided this woman and was cold towards her. But despite this, it was quite obvious that Iris had always been honest with him and tried to establish contact with him, because she sincerely believed that they could find a common language. Even when they talked, Iris always answered briefly and ignored all her letters. But one day he realized that this could not continue any longer. He did not like it at all. The throne and the crown prince. He was tired of all this. It was not his dream. He did not want this, but simply followed the order of his grandfather in order to justify his expectations. And if there was someone who saw in him an heiress and not a prince or a crown prince, then he would be ready to give even a mountain of gold to that person. What about gold? Arius understood that he could even give his own life, because it would be worth it. When Iris tried to establish contact with him, and while walking in the garden, she saw a boy and spoke to him, but Iris turned away from her very abruptly. Despite all his dreams and desires, the guy forbade himself to establish contact with her and get closer, so he quickly ran back to the palace. Since childhood, he was always taught that you can't trust anyone, and for this reason, he followed this rule for quite a long time. And so, when a little more than a year had passed since Eris's appearance in the palace, what Eris had been so afraid of finally happened. The boy was heading to meet his father and heard that Iris was pregnant. It was a significant event, but certainly not for the boy. In fact, in order to inform the servants, Iris and the emperor gathered them in the living room and told them the news. I Have a Palace, having heard about this, said that in this case, from that same day they will begin to decorate the empty palace so that everything is ready. And the butler smiled and said that he was really impatient to know whether it was a boy or a girl. At that moment, Tyrion hugged his wife and said that whoever it was, it would definitely be a charming child, because they were his parents. Eris, who stood behind the door and heard all this, was horrified. He liked to walk alone in the garden near the empty palace, but now that a child was born, he would definitely not have this anymore. He assumed that before all the preparations began, he would have to go there the next day, at least for the last time. After that, the boy turned around and began to walk back to his room, without stopping by his father. And so, indeed, when the next day came, Eris went to the place where he usually walked alone. The guy, walking through the beautiful autumn siege, thought about the fact that it was even sadder for him to think that this was the last time he could be in that place. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that addressed Prince Eris and came closer to him. As soon as he looked back, he saw Her Highness Iris, who had come to him. He was very surprised. The guy came closer to her and asked what brought her to this place. But he, without even waiting for an answer, immediately began to turn around and leave. He said that since Iris had come to this place, he would return back. But she turned to him and asked him to wait. The guy did not listen to her. He just walked forward and knew that he was not allowed to turn around. If he looked back, he would definitely not be able to stop, so Eris quickened his pace. But he did not see that a stone had appeared in the ground. Because of this, he tripped and fell. Iris immediately ran to him. She asked if everything was okay with him. The boy, meanwhile, stood up on his feet and wondered how long he had been rolling when he tripped. His hands were all covered in abrasions and cuts, just like his hands. Iris was silent towards him. The boy was very scared because of this. He understood that if she came closer, it would be too risky. He already wanted to get back on his feet and run away, but he felt severe pain. He didn't even have time to move from the spot before Iris was already next to him. She took his face in her hands and began to examine it from all sides. The girl asked if he was okay and where exactly he was hurt, but when she looked down and saw cuts on his knees and hands, she immediately became upset. She couldn't understand how this could have happened, because he was so badly hurt. Even Iris had tears in her eyes. But Eris tried to move away from her, and even at that moment, he said that he was okay, so she didn't have to worry about him. The woman suddenly raised her voice again and asked how she could not be worried at all, since he was so badly bruised and injured. The guy looked at himself more closely and said that he was more worried about his clothes because they were quite expensive and beautiful. Iris already wanted to say something again, But she didn't have time because the guy, closing his eyes, sighed heavily and said that he just scratched his knees, and it was nothing special. It was a trifle. It didn't matter whether he was hurt or not. He just wanted her to leave him alone. He was just a burden to her that she was worried about for some reason. And besides, he knew perfectly well that she shouldn't be worried and anxious in such a situation. So he asked why she did it, knowing that it could be very dangerous for her health. Iris didn't respond to this. She just sat and looked at the boy. He didn't even look up at her, and he thought that she was probably angry about this. He really thought that she was angry because he had deliberately said such nasty things to her, and then he felt very ashamed. He didn't understand why he hadn't thought about it, and why he would do it at all. Instead of pushing her away or turning away, he hurt her by trying to run away like a coward, so he decided to just stand up and leave, saying it was time for him to go. He also asked that Her Highness Iris not worry about him and take better care of herself. Eris thought that this was the end, but then suddenly he heard Iris's voice, which turned to him and called him Prince. He assumed that she must have gotten tired of his cold and indifferent behavior, and he thought that she would no longer send him letters because he really treated her terribly. He assumed that she would not stop him anymore. He would not smile his charming smile, and as soon as Eris thought about all this, he felt incredibly hurt. But then suddenly, Iris screamed even louder. She came up to him and took the boy in her arms, which surprised him incredibly. The woman told him in a very stern voice not to move and to sit still. The guy was genuinely very shocked, but she sat him down on the nearest stone and wanted to take a closer look at his wound in order to understand whether there was really something serious there. As soon as she looked at everything, she immediately took and tore off a small piece from her expensive dress. The guy, seeing this, was very amazed. He thought that Iris must have had quite a lot of strength since she was able to lift him with ease, and now the fabric was quite easy to tear off. After a short silence, she turned to the prince and asked why he was so merciless towards himself. She explained that she was upset to see the blood dripping from his knee and did not understand how he could even get up and try to walk further after that. As soon as Eris heard about this, he was amazed and could not imagine that such a stern and worried expression could be on the woman's face because of him. He realized that she was genuinely worried about him, and this struck him even more. As she finished bandaging his knee, Iris said that the boy had no idea how dear he was to her and how much she valued him. She looked him straight in the eyes and asked why he told her not to care and not to worry about him. She sincerely did not understand whether it was only because she was not his mother. The guy, hearing this, suddenly began to get a little upset. He quickly turned away from Iris and said nothing. He was not going to reveal the whole truth. After that, the guy tried to get up and said that it was time for him to really go. The girl, of course, let him do this, because she had already stopped the bulk of the blood. And from that day on, for some time, there was no news from Iris. The guy lived a quiet life. He didn't even have to avoid her, since she herself no longer sought to meet him. The crown prince's coronation ceremony was about to take place, and Eris assumed that it was so that he could consolidate his position before Empress Iris's child was born. He understood that his grandfather would definitely not like all this, and because of this, he was even more upset because he did not want to let him down. But nevertheless, he actually did not understand the meaning of the crown prince's coronation ceremony, which only his grandfather liked. Eris didn't know if he should continue to be a puppet in his hands all this time. Of course, this made it even harder for him because he had to make some final choice. He had no reason to stay in this place, but he also had nowhere to go. At that moment, he looked out the window and saw a bird flying past and realized that he really wanted to be able to fly. At that moment, he suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out a handkerchief that belonged to Eris. In fact, he was so stunned that he completely forgot that she had given it to him. Iris, on the day the boy fell, decided to accompany him to the estate, and, stopping him, she wiped away the blood that still remained on his face. The Empress also asked him to promise her that he would no longer be frivolous about his health and would definitely take care of himself. She looked at him with a gentle gaze and really asked him to do it, at least for her sake. Iris asked the boy not to be indifferent to himself. If he was in pain, then he could not be afraid and shout about it, because it was really important. As soon as Iris remembered all this and looked at the handkerchief, who realized that he had not seen the Empress after that day and even missed her a little. Then suddenly, the guy heard a voice under his breath that was incredibly familiar. He immediately turned around, and as soon as he saw who this voice belonged to, he was very surprised. And all because Mrs. Iris was standing right in front of him, he immediately greeted him, and the woman, whose belly was already visible, smiled happily and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. She also giggled and asked if she would now have to call him the Crown Prince, since he was already gaining status. The boy didn't react to this at all, so Iris changed the subject and congratulated him. She said that she had heard from the Emperor that he was now to become the Crown Prince. Eris thanked her modestly. He didn't even look at his stepmother. The woman, meanwhile, continued to try to establish contact with him and asked with a smile on her face whether he was busy at that moment. Eris was very surprised when he heard this. Of course he was not busy, but he continued to avoid his stepmother because he knew that people cannot be trusted. Well, Iris was glad that, smiling, she asked if Eris was free. Then would he like to drop by her palace for a cup of tea and dessert? Arius did not refuse this. So soon they came to the palace and went directly to the ladies' room. The boy had never been there before in his life, so as soon as he went inside, he immediately began to examine the interior. For him, it was something new and interesting. Iriske, as soon as she saw that he was looking around without taking his eyes off, immediately smiled. She thought that it was cute. Then Iris took her place and immediately turned to the prince. She said that, in fact, she had one request, and that was the reason she had brought him. Eris, hearing this, even became a little wary. He was interested in what kind of request it was, so he immediately asked her. The girl, meanwhile, began to pour tea, and Eris immediately remembered the words of his grandfather, who warned him to always be on guard with Empress Iris. He immediately thought about the fact that the woman would now finally truly reveal her essence, and because of this, he became wary. The guy also thought that maybe his grandfather was right after all. Now that Eris had become the crown prince, Iris immediately needed something from him. After a long silence, Iris said something she wanted to ask the boy. It was a little unusual, but she hoped he would agree. Then the woman smiled happily and said that she wanted her child to be a good older brother when he was born. The guy, hearing this, was sincerely amazed. He already thought that she would start asking him for some unthinkable things, but this was not at all the case. Eris couldn't even believe his ears. He asked again if she really wanted him to be some kind of cool older brother. The woman smiled happily and immediately said that this was exactly what she wanted, and they said that soon she would most likely have a girl. And smiling, she added that her opinion would be simply delightful if they could become friends with each other. Continuing to smile, Iker said that, in her opinion, then he wouldn't be so lonely either. They would have each other and thus would be able to support and help in any situation. As soon as Eris heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. His cheeks even turned a little red. In fact, it all struck him so much only because it was the first time he was asked to play a role other than that of the crown prince. So of course it was incredibly important for him. Iris, seeing his serious expression, suddenly became worried. She wondered if that would be too much of a request for him, since she really didn't want to push him too hard. Eris didn't respond to this. He was still surprised by the fact that she actually asked for this, so after a short silence, he only said in a quiet voice that it wasn't a burden for him. After that, he also added that he would definitely think about this proposal. As soon as Iris heard this, she was sincerely happy. The woman immediately thanked him for this, and said that she would eagerly await his response. Since then, Eris began to visit the Empress's palace quite often. He had nowhere to go, so he enjoyed Iris's company. The Empress's palace became an incredibly cozy place for him, and he even enjoyed the role of an older brother that he had acquired for the first time. Everything was really wonderful, and the boy liked it. He was very happy and was looking forward to his little sister to prove that he could be a good brother. And after some time, the father announced that the coronation ceremony of the crown prince was about to begin, and even arranged a banquet that lasted for a month. And of course, the person who Eris feared most of all showed up at this banquet. His grandfather. The boy came closer to him and immediately greeted him. He bowed, thus showing his loyalty to him. The man, meanwhile, immediately noticed that his grandson was wearing a formal suit for the ceremony, and also added that it suited him very well. Eris smiled happily and thanked him. He actually thought that his grandfather was in a good mood, since he usually didn't pay attention to his appearance in suits. He was also pleased by the thought that he would now be called His Highness the Crown Prince. He believed that nothing could be better than this, because his lifelong dream was finally coming true. And this phrase sounded really good, but then he suddenly remembered that he had to tell his grandfather something. This news certainly might not make him happy. So, becoming incredibly serious, the boy told his grandfather that he needed to tell him something. His grandfather bowed and immediately asked what exactly it was. Eris didn't even look at him. He said that the man could certainly think that it was unacceptable, but he never wanted to become the crown prince. As soon as his grandfather heard this, he was genuinely surprised. In fact, he certainly did not expect to hear something like this from his grandson. But then Eris continued to speak. He said that he never dreamed that he wanted to live like the crown prince. Not even once did such a thought or desire cross his mind. But nevertheless, his grandfather always forced him to fulfill this role, and it was really too hard for him. In fact, Eris was ready to even cry at that moment. But most of all, he was worried that his grandfather might not understand him and even scold him for it. The boy really felt like he was about to pay the price, so he clenched his fist trying to contain his emotions, because he shouldn't show weakness in front of his grandfather. But even though he felt uncomfortable at that moment, the guy didn't regret speaking out at all. He needed to do it. He was not born to be someone's pawn. Even if his grandfather cannot understand and accept this, he will still never regret the words he said. But then, suddenly, Arius heard the voice of his grandfather, who asked him for forgiveness. He came closer to the guy, and squatting down to be on the same level, said that, in fact, he knew about this from the very beginning. Grandfather admitted that he really knew that Eris was very burdened by all this. As soon as the boy heard this, he immediately became indignant and asked why he then continued to pressure him with all this. The man stood with his head down and said that his words might seem like just an excuse to him, but in fact he, too, was in despair at that moment. But Eris was still a child because Fedya left this world so early, and all that was left for this child was his title of crown prince. So he took the boy by the shoulders and looked him in the eyes and said that he only wanted to do everything possible to protect his title. However, now he realized that it was not defense at all, but the greed of a stupid old man. So he actually asked him for forgiveness for bothering him so much. When Eris looked at his grandfather with his big green eyes, the man said that he had the same look as Fetus. He explained that he didn't want to lose him, just like he didn't want to lose his daughter. So he tried with all his might to keep him, but he overdid it. At that moment, Eris immediately remembered his mother. He felt sad. His grandfather then explained that he was really wrong in many ways. He said that he would always be surrounded only by enemies. However, he was wrong because Mrs. Irish was definitely a good person, and he had no right to say that absolutely all the people around him could be bad and that he should not trust them. As soon as Eris heard this, he immediately felt pleased. He said that Iris really was like that, and he was a little surprised that for the first time, he called her not Empress, but simply by her name. Since they both agreed with this conclusion, the grandfather said that the boy was probably heading to the palace since the preparations for the ceremony had not yet been completed, so he had some time. However, he asked if the boy would like to take a walk with him, and Iris was immediately delighted to hear this. His eyes lit up with happiness, and he said that, of course, he agreed to it. But before taking a walk with his grandfather, Eris went to the Empress. He wanted to talk to her. However, before he went inside, he heard his father's voice, who just approached him and asked if it was true that the boy was going to the Empress. Iris immediately said that this was exactly the case, and Tyrion noticed that the boy looked quite happy and told him about it. Because of this, the boy was a little embarrassed. In fact, he was not used to his father noticing something like this. After a short silence, Tyrion decided to move on to a more important topic. He said that after the death of Phaedus, he regretted that he was not able to take proper care of him due to the tension in the country. He also added that he thought that Iris's appearance was necessary not only for the country, but for Eris as well. As soon as Eris heard this, he was truly amazed. However, he thought that his father was indeed right. She was quite useful in his life. After he finished talking to his father, he went into the Empress's room. The woman was sitting by the window and watching all the preparations. As soon as he entered, he immediately bowed as a sign of respect. Iris stood up and was a little surprised when she saw the crown prince, because she didn't think that he would come to see her. She was about to ask what he was doing in her chambers so unexpectedly, but the guy quickly handed over the handkerchief that Iris had given him on the day he fell. The woman, seeing him, was a little surprised, but she was pleased that he had not forgotten about this thing and asked if he had really come to return it. Eris lowered his head and simply waved. He was too embarrassed to say anything, but she began to turn towards the window and said that he was just in time. She had just had a dream that she wanted to tell him about. The boy, hearing about this, was very surprised and asked what kind of dream it was. Iris, looking out the window, said that it was the flight of a white bird across the blue sky, and above the bird, there was an incredibly bright and beautiful rainbow. It was a truly wonderful dream, and she felt wonderful after she saw it. She also told the boy that she wanted to tell the emperor that he should name his daughter Aisha, which translated means white bird. She also said that it would be truly wonderful if Aisha and Prince Eris became friends. Then it would be exactly like in her dream, because they looked so beautiful together. There was silence between them for a while, and then suddenly, Iris looked at the boy and saw tears in his eyes, and she immediately asked why he was crying. The guy then suddenly said that he was completely satisfied with everything. He wanted to be a good older brother and crown prince. He agreed to become these people. However, he also had one condition. Eris happily smiled and said that he agreed to this if Iris could become his new one. There was silence between them again for some time. Arius had already thought that she would not agree to this, so he was very upset. But to the boy's relief, Iris smiled happily and said that she would of course be happy to be his mother, and at that moment the woman also burst into tears, because it was a truly significant moment. She hugged Eris and said that she promised to be a good mother to him. Then Eris said in turn that he would love her with all his heart and Aisha. For some time, they hugged each other tightly like this, and it made Eris feel even more comfortable. No one had hugged him for a long time, and so he was ready to stand like that for an eternity. And it was at that very moment that Eris turned to his little sister. He wanted her to be born sooner, because the whole world was ready to love her. She was his salvation and angel, and it was Aisha that he swore that he would protect all his life, because he had hope and strength. He was even ready to swear that he would give everything to protect her, and of course, Eris never broke his promise, and always followed this rule. Several more years passed from that moment, and finally a very important day arrived in Aisha's life. The nanny, as always, came early in the morning and began to wake up the princess. She shook her hand and said good morning, and that it was time for her to get up. However, as soon as the nanny said that it was a very important day, Aisha immediately got out of bed, and the nanny, seeing her, began to smile. She was really glad that the girl's birthday had finally arrived. She hugged Aisha and congratulated her on her birthday, and also said that even as she grew older, she still continued to behave like a child. But there was nothing wrong with that in her opinion. In fact, Aisha had her 14th birthday that day, and of course, the girl was very happy to have this holiday. She had already grown tall enough that her head was at shoulder level, even for adults, and her hair began to look like a skein of silver. They grew so much that they even began to touch her waist, and Aisha really liked it. But what made her most happy was that she really was getting older every year. In the empire, people were considered adults at the age of 18, and she had only 4 years left before she became an adult. She was sure that this time would fly by very quickly. The first thing Aisha did after getting ready and changing her clothes on her birthday was go to her mom and dad to wish them good morning. Iris immediately smiled and congratulated Aisha on her birthday, along with the emperor, and they were very happy that she was in a good mood. However, Iris also noticed that Aisha was very tired, and they did not understand why she was like this, because they thought that she had slept well. But the girl did not tell them all the details, because she was tired of the gifts that suddenly appeared in her room, so she just came up and sat down on the sofa and asked where they all came from, because she was so surprised when she woke up. The emperor, smiling happily, explained that these were gifts from people from all over the world who wanted to please her a little. Then Iris suddenly smiled and said that she was very happy about this. She meant that so many people celebrated her birthday and were sincerely happy for her. And when Aisha turned her attention to her mother, she really noticed that she was really happy because her mother had been worried about the girl's position in society since her childhood. She was afraid that she might not be accepted. At the age of 7, Aisha used her spirit to save her brother, and thus received the title of saint, which she secured. Therefore, it was no surprise to her now that people became interested in the saint who appeared in the temple several decades later. Moreover, what also attracted people's attention was the fact that she was the only princess of the empire, so it was obvious that Aisha was receiving a lot of attention. Of course, she felt very unaccustomed to this, but she believed that thanks to this prestige, the empire became much higher. But despite this, she still thought that such a number of gifts on her birthday was too much. But then suddenly, Tyrion turned to his daughter and said that it was his turn to give her a gift. Smiling, he handed her a small scroll of paper and asked if she had accidentally thought about this thing. The girl immediately took a closer look and saw that it was a map. But as soon as she said her guess, Tyrion immediately laughed. At that moment, Aisha seriously thought about what exactly it could be, because she didn't even have any assumptions. However, as soon as the girl saw how much her father smiled and was pleased, she realized that there was something unclean there. It was definitely not just a map. The man immediately opened the map completely, pointed to a small island that was nearby, and said that it now belonged to her. Aisha was not at all surprised by this. She certainly expected something like this from her father, because he always loved to give her something big and significant. The girl was very surprised that this island now belonged to her, because it belonged to the Principality of Reborn. The man immediately agreed with her and said that it was the Diamond Island of the Principality a few days ago, but now it was not so. Aisha was incredibly amazed. She did not understand how this was possible, because the entire economy of the Principality was built on the diamond mines of this island. The man, meanwhile, smiling, said that she could say thank you to Eris for this, because it was all thanks to the fact that he was with the diplomatic ambassadors there, and now she had such a gift. At that moment, someone quickly knocked on their door, and then the door opened and Eris came in, who had also grown incredibly strong. He asked for forgiveness for being late. The guy explained that his morning training had dragged on a bit, but when he saw his mother and father, he immediately greeted them and, smiling at Aisha, congratulated her on her birthday. At that moment, Aisha was a little surprised, because after the coming-of-age ceremony, her brother began to call her mother his mother as well, and it was a little unusual for her to hear this. But as soon as Eris approached Aisha, he immediately smiled, congratulated her on her birthday, and also asked if she liked the gift. He was positively sparkling with joy, and besides, he was incredibly handsome even when he grew up. Aisha thought that being so dazzling was a sin. He had a unique strength and severity. They were also clothed in a gentle character, and in addition, his excellent military abilities and flawless appearance made Eris even more attractive. He became like a fairy tale prince in reality, and Aisha realized that he was the most eligible bachelor in the empire, who was constantly bombarded with marriage proposals, and it was not without reason. Answer his question, Aisha thanked him, and also said that she really liked everything. The girl also felt a little sorry that such an ideal man rejected absolutely every marriage proposal that came his way, but she also found positive aspects in this, because while he didn't have a bride, he could spend more time with her. Then, Aisha asked him how he was able to get the island of the Principality of Reborn. The guy smiled and answered that nothing was impossible for him. That is why everything worked out for him. Meanwhile, Ares suddenly put a cup of tea on the table and said that everyone had already bragged about their gifts, but Aisha had not received it from her, so she would like to begin her part. Then smiling, Mom replied that her gift was a trip. And hearing this, she simply beamed with joy. She really didn't expect that Mom could offer her such a thing. Well, Iris replied that it was exactly like that. She built a villa in the southern part of the empire. It was a peaceful place with a warm climate and beautiful scenery. She also said that it was definitely supposed to be fun there, and she really hoped that Aisha would like it. The girl then immediately ran to her mother, She hugged her and said that she actually already liked the thought of the upcoming trip, so she thanked her. Aisha was really very happy. Her face even turned a little red. But she told her mother that she was the best and that she was incredibly grateful to her for such a gift. Meanwhile, the emperor and Aisha's elder brother watched her rejoice. They were truly always happy to see a smile on her face. At that moment, Eris was even a little offended. He told the girl to say that his gift was the best because he gave her an entire island. Well, Iris interrupted him and told her daughter that she never thought she could like it so much. Next time, she realized that maybe she would need to be given an entire country named after her so that she could travel comfortably. Aisha laughed loudly and immediately refused this and said that she definitely didn't need this, after which they finished their tea as a family. And when the evening came, of course, the imperial family held a banquet in honor of Aisha's birthday. Many aristocrats gathered in that hall to congratulate the girl. Before Aisha showed up at the event, she stood on her balcony, dressed in a beautiful blue party dress, and addressed Ru. She was really worried, so she asked her fairy how she thought Aisha would be able to cope with all this. Ru immediately replied that of course she would succeed, because every year the princess did an excellent job of it. The girl did not deny it, but she was still alarmed by those gifts that morning. The attention of people from all over the continent was riveted at that moment on her person. But Aisha understood perfectly well that this was the price in exchange for the title of saint, although she did not even ask for it. But that is how the circumstances turned out. Ru, meanwhile, tried very hard to cheer up her mistress. She said that everything would definitely be fine, and that she would cope completely. She definitely shouldn't worry. The temple, of course, allowed her to stay, but demanded that on each of her birthdays, Aisha heal the sick of the empire. In reality, she didn't need such a big name or such a large amount of attention to her person, but since she borrowed the strength of spirit, she received favor from the king of Ruminos. She had to prove his strength and abilities, and also share his grace with other people. This was her duty in that world. After all, Aisha was a princess who was reborn. But even having such a title and knowing that everyone loved her was really very burdensome for her. But at that moment, the door to the veranda suddenly opened, and she immediately turned around to understand who had disturbed her, because she did not want to see anyone for some time, and especially not talk to anyone. As soon as she turned around, she saw that this person was Vian. In fact, during this time, the guy had also really grown and matured quite a lot. As soon as Vian saw Aisha, he was a little surprised. He immediately greeted her and asked for forgiveness for disturbing her. But after that, he bowed and asked if he could keep her company. Of course, Aisha did not refuse him and told him to pass through. Vian immediately thanked her, then smiled and congratulated her on her birthday, and said that he was very glad to be present at the celebration. Aisha smiled and immediately thanked him for his congratulations. But in fact, even after all these years, he remained a close friend, brother, and also deputy of the Imperial Guard. The red magic stone that Aisha asked Vian for on the day her brother died was still in her box, hidden from everyone. It's not like she hasn't tried to get the stone back over the years, but Vian simply gave it up and said that he really hoped it could bring good luck to the princess, so he allowed her to keep it. Thus, Aisha was left with 2 whole magic stones. One stone was from the Duke, and the other was the magic stone that she received from Arsène, her childhood friend from a past life. This thought really warmed her soul, and she knew that in any situation she would be able to use them and would definitely not get into danger. Vian, meanwhile, came closer to the girl and said that the ceremonia was already beginning, and everyone was waiting only for her. Aisha realized that she no longer had time to hide, so she suggested that they go already. But before she walked out the door, the guy said that she could talk to him absolutely any time if she needed to, and all because he heard how upset she was about her position and her importance now in the world. Vian, of course, knew perfectly well that there were people with her who could definitely lend her a helping hand in difficult times and support her. However, he also wanted her to know that he was also nearby, and that if anything happened, she could turn to him with absolutely any question or request. For a while, Aisha was truly amazed. She didn't understand why he decided to tell her this, but she smiled, thanked him, and said that she would definitely take note. Smiling happily, Aisha thanked the Duke of Vian for his attention, and after that, she finally went inside the banquet hall where the ceremony was taking place. The girls also needed to change their clothes, because the moment had finally arrived when Aisha Elmir was to conduct the sacred healing ceremony. Before starting the ceremony itself, Aisha called Rima to her and told her to appear and help her heal people. People, of course, saw this spectacle and were sincerely amazed. It was incredibly beautiful. They could not take their eyes off the appearance of Rimi. A real spirit appeared before them, and as soon as they saw her in person, they were amazed. But of course, they also continued to admire the power and strength of Aisha. And when one of the sick people approached her, Aisha turned to Rome and asked if she was ready to cure her. Of course, the spirit immediately activated all of its abilities and began to heal her. Aisha also put a lot of effort into this. At that moment, Aisha felt that she had enough mana to transfer it. Now she could heal even without using her life force, like that time when she tried to heal her brother and almost lost her own life. Now that her mana had increased, her healing power had also increased, making it much easier for her to do so. At that moment, the girl who was suffering from the disease was suddenly finally cured. She had never seen anything before, but now she finally felt her sight and was able to see everything around her. This was the first time in her entire life. As soon as people heard that her methods really worked, they immediately began to applaud and congratulate the princess, saying that she was amazing and that her power was wonderful. In the meantime, she was really happy. She enjoyed the fact that she was helping people, and of course she was pleased, and also that everyone was applauding and rejoicing at her achievements. This continued throughout the entire evening, and when the next day came, Aisha was exhausted and her entire body ached. The girl used too much strength and spirit and mana during healing yesterday, and for this reason, she was in a lot of pain. But she wasn't too upset, because she knew that in any case, she would feel better after a few days. But she missed the banquet and just lay in bed all day because she had no strength left after the ceremony. Because of this, Aisha was very bored and not at all cheerful. But then suddenly, an idea came to her mind about how she could cheer herself up, even considering that it was difficult for her to move. So she sat up in bed and turned sharply to the nanny and asked if she could bring her one thing. The nanny was a little surprised by such a sudden desire, but she immediately listened to what the princess wanted. And soon Aisha was already sitting at her desk and looking at the cards. She looked at the diamond island that her father and brother had given her, as well as the mansion in the southern part of the empire that she had received from her mother for her birthday. Aisha really found it very difficult to believe that these things now belonged to her. She had the feeling that the scale of her birthday was growing more and more every year. She was even afraid to imagine what could happen when she came of age. Then she took one of the cards in her hand and thought that this diamond island that she had received was offered by the Principality of Reuten in exchange for a military alliance with them. The Principality had always been independent from the Elmir Empire, but they had problems with support from other empires and their own military power, so they were under quite a strong threat. Aisha suggested that perhaps, since the Principality came from the Elmir Empire, they decided to develop through them. Moreover, since Elmir's eternal rival was the Enderbell Empire, which was limited to the northern border, the military union was very useful. In fact, after the poisoning incident, Ender had not accepted anything else for the past 7 years, and it was as if they had forgotten about them. Aisha's brother trained much harder than before in order to take revenge on them, and if necessary, to definitely defend himself. Oh, and at that time I also devoted myself to studying spirits in order to skillfully use magic and react before something bad happened. These efforts that the boy and the girl made were in order to no longer be defenseless and under threat of death. Then Aisha sighed heavily, thinking that every time she heard news about Enderbeld, she became more sensitive. Her mother, of course, was also very worried about this, and she was very sorry that the woman had to go through this. Then Aisha suggested that this was most likely why Iris wanted the girl to come over and get some fresh air and a change of scenery so she wouldn't get caught up in all the negative thoughts. The place that Mama gave her was less than Cher's. It was located among beautiful landscapes and in a very warm area. Quite often, high society would gather there, passing through on vacation in the summer, and Aisha was already impatient to visit there. She had imagined many times how everything would be arranged there and what beautiful views would open up from her room. So after some time, when Aisha had rested and recovered from her birthday, she still decided to go there and see, and also have a good rest. Of course, the emperor and empress came out to accompany her, and her brother Eris shouted loudly and said that he would look forward to her return, and also wished her a good journey. Aisha also waved to them all and said that she would definitely bring them gifts and that she would miss them. The girl was simply beaming with joy and could not wait for them to arrive, because this was her very first trip, which she had dreamed about for a very long time. When Aisha was riding in the carriage, she turned to Rue, who was also next to her, and asked if all this wasn't excellent. The fairy also lit up with happiness and said that, of course, it was all simply amazing, and she was incredibly happy for the lady. She also said that she really liked the area they were going to, because it was probably very warm there, and there was a lot of sunlight, which filled her with additional energy. Aisha then smiled happily and said that Rue was right. She also liked all of this, and she was already looking forward to the area where they would go. It was the southern country road to the mansion that Papa Aishi realized the importance of transportation due to the absence of the high priest during the poisoning incident. And it was for this reason that after that, he made huge investments in magical transport in order to make it much faster and more convenient to move around. And thanks to the recently created transfer gate, Aisha was able to get to the south in a matter of minutes, which was not bad, because the girls were not very comfortable being in the carriage all the time. However, it was still several hours' drive to the mansion, since no portals had been created there. She still had to endure this road. But she did not become sad and decided to find positive aspects in this trip, because such uneven terrain could add liveliness to her, because this was her very first trip in both her lives, so it was exciting for her. Then Aisha suddenly closed her eyes and, feeling the sun on her face, thought that Rue was indeed right. This area was warm and sunny, but the girl didn't even notice how she fell asleep, so she woke up when they arrived at the mansion. But as soon as she looked out the window, she was sincerely amazed, because she certainly did not expect such a scale of her summer villa. And besides, the area around the mansion was spacious and all planted with various grasses, plants, and beautiful, fragrant flowers that had already blossomed. At that moment, the maid who accompanied Aisha approached her and asked if she liked this place. The girl immediately headed towards the mansion and happily said that, of course, she thought that she would definitely have a great time in this place and would not want to go back. Some time had passed since then, and Aisha had already realized the fact that this mansion was truly the best in the whole world. The villa, which was surrounded by a small forest, was built in a style different from the imperial palace and therefore attracted her attention, and the white roses that had already blossomed in the garden tickled the tip of her nose with their wonderful aroma, which Aisha wanted to smell constantly. Also, all the servants who worked at this villa were very friendly, and the dinner she received upon arrival was incredibly delicious. Aisha was happy to see that this refined and beautiful mansion belonged entirely to her, and she could come to this place whenever she wanted. Also, her room, like the whole house, was protected by magic. Aisha was told that her mother and her parents were involved in its construction and preparation themselves, so she was confident in its safety. Also, even while inside the mansion, Aisha felt all their love towards her, so even the thought that her mother could design the rooms warmed the girl's soul. After she finished her dinner, a maid came to her and asked if the girl liked the food. Aisha immediately said that everything was very delicious, but the maid also added that invitations had arrived in the name of Her Highness, so she should look at them. Hearing this, the princess was very surprised, because she had only arrived that day and did not expect that she would immediately receive any invitations. The maid replied that it was quite normal, because it was Her Highness who visited them, and not someone else, after which she showed a whole stack of letters and invitations, saying that it was for this reason that many wanted to see Aisha. In particular, she pointed to a separate envelope and said that an invitation had come from the Blime Marcus family, one of the most influential families in the south. And the most important thing is that the young lady was the same age as the princess. As soon as Aisha heard this, she immediately understood that the young Marchioness Blime was a Rose. Despite the fact that she was 13 years old, she had not yet debuted in high society, since her family's reputation was quite impressive. This girl was known to everyone. Aisha also remembered that she had heard about her several times. Some said that she had a pleasant character and that she was also her age. Therefore, she immediately made a decision and told the maid that she would go to see Rose. The maid immediately left and said that they would definitely prepare everything so that Aisha would not have to bother. The maid also added that often people who meet during a trip become best friends, so she was already looking forward to this meeting for Aisha. As soon as the girl heard this, she became a little embarrassed, after which she did some more things that needed to be done, and sitting in the evening on her veranda, she thought about what the maid had said. Asha hasn't had the opportunity to make friends yet because she spent most of her time just in the palace because she was busy with her duties as a princess, and her family loves her very much, so she didn't see the need for it. Of course, her mother had tried to organize similar meetings before so that Aisha could make new friends. But then she was still much more interested in her family than in her friends, so nothing worked out. But still, now Aisha has grown up, and she thought that it would be really nice if she could make friends with someone. After all, without friends, it was a little sad and even lonely at some moments. But then suddenly, Aisha noticed that Rue was sitting next to her and realized that she was also her friend. So the girl turned to her and asked if it was true that she would always remain her best and closest friend. Aisha Rada smiled again, and Rue also smiled back at her. She flew closer and said that of course it was so. The fairy explained that she lived in the spirit world and had never been summoned before, so she was truly happy when she first heard the voice of her new owner. She also said that she had been looking for someone who needed her for so long that she had already despaired and thought that this would never happen. But then she heard the voice of Aisha and became her assistant. Rue flew even closer to her. She hugged the girl and said that she was very glad that she was her owner. For her, it was truly incredibly valuable. Aisha, smiling happily, also said that she was incredibly happy to meet Rue, and it was an honor for her to have her as a friend. After Aisha went to bed, she suddenly woke up in some strange place. She did not understand where she was. The girl was under a tree and saw a silhouette of a person not far from her. Aisha was a little scared. She did not understand where she was and what was happening. However, as soon as she was about to turn to this person, she saw that it was a man, and a huge hawk suddenly flew onto his hand. They had some kind of special connection between them, which surprised the girl a little. She was able to clearly see the man's face, but she still couldn't understand where she had seen him before. And at that moment, Aisha opened her eyes and found that she was in her bed in the room. She took a moment to catch her breath and soon calmed down as she realized that everything was fine, and she didn't need to worry. She was in a familiar place, and there was a Rue lying next to her. Aisha immediately grabbed her head. She could not understand what kind of strange dream she had, because she had never had anything like it before. After that, Aisha got ready and decided not to pay attention to this strange dream. She and her maid went for a short walk along the equation, which was called Antle, in order to see the canyon. The maid also said that after dinner they would return back to the mansion. She also said that by that time A would certainly not get bored of their journey, but it was necessary to do so that she could prepare for the evening ball. Aisha was wearing a beautiful summer dress at the time and even had a straw hat on her head. She said that she was already looking forward to seeing the canyon and, in principle, learning something new. The maid was happy, but smiling. She said that the canyon they were going to visit that day was very beautiful, especially because of its steep cliffs. She also said that he was famous on the continent for the fact that there were many cliffs there, and at that time, practically no human foot stepped on it. Aisha, hearing this, immediately became wary because she saw exactly this steep cliff in her dream. She became a little sad, and as soon as the maid noticed this, she immediately asked if something had happened. But the girl replied that she was fine. She was just thinking. They rode the rest of the way in silence, and after some time, they finally reached a canyon called Casco. As soon as Aisha got out of the carriage and saw the huge rock, she was amazed. Of course, she could imagine the scale, but certainly not to such an extent. The maid who followed the girl out said that it was one of the peaks that stretched across the highest mountain range of the continent. It was a very famous and colorful place. And then suddenly, she noticed that almost at the top of the cliff, she saw a rather beautiful blue flower and immediately realized that he was in the dream too. Now she was overcome with horror because she had seen this place in her dream completely before she went to the canyon. Then suddenly, the maid said that there was one legend about this place, since it is the most untouched place on the continent. Some said that mystical creatures lived there, although no one knew the truth, of course. And the princess, having heard about the mystical creatures, immediately asked if it was true. The maid agreed and added that this was precisely why people rarely entered those lands, because they really believed in these rumors. For some time, she just stood and looked at this high rock. She did not understand how all this could be connected. She knew for sure that something was wrong there. The maid, meanwhile, walked forward and said that since the girl had already looked at everything, they could already return, because the road still had to take a lot of time. However, as soon as Aisha heard this whole exciting story, she realized that she wanted to go up there now and examine everything in more detail. She knew one thing for sure, that if she got there, then yes, she would be able to meet that person from the dream again. And she didn't even have time to talk to him, so she needed it. So she assumed that she could ask Rue about it later and investigate everything there more closely. So she didn't contact the maid, and they went back home. And so, several hours passed from that moment. Aisha was already dressed in new clothes and went to meet the Rose. The carriage stopped, but the girl should not get out. She had to wait a little longer for the young marquise to get out and meet her personally. She was wearing a beautiful purple dress, and the maid asked if it was true that the girl was at a local social event for the first time. The princess immediately said that it was true, but when the maid asked if she was worried, Aisha replied that in fact she had not communicated with her peers for a long time, so some worries were present. But the maid said that she didn't need to worry, because anyone who met Her Highness the Princess would definitely like her, so they would be able to quickly find a common language. Besides, Aisha had wonderful unique abilities, so she certainly didn't have to worry about anything. The girl agreed with her maid and thought to herself that she was happy that Rue had gone with her. Initially, she had not wanted to take her with her because she was afraid that it could attract too much unnecessary attention. But because she was very worried, she simply had no choice. She decided to do it and did not regret it one bit. But then suddenly, Aisha noticed that something was wrong with Rue. She immediately turned to her and asked what happened. Rue then started coughing. She told the owner that she felt that something bad was about to happen, and that is why even her condition worsened a little. Aisha, seeing Rue in such a state, was sincerely amazed. This had never happened before. She already wanted to ask the fairy what she was talking about when she meant that something bad was about to happen. But the girl did not have time, because the maid came to her, who in the meantime was going out to find out some information. She also looked very excited. The maid explained and pointed to the side, a new woman who was also nearby, and said that it was the maid who arrived in the hall first, but she also needed to tell Aisha something. When the maid explained that the whole thing was that at that moment a spirit with white hair appeared in the hall, so she should have simply warned the girl about this. And also, having heard about this, she immediately thought that it was the spirit caster. Her hands suddenly began to rise in price, and she first thought that it was Marianne, because she also had special abilities and white hair. The girl's mere thought about this already made her very worried. She quickly got out of the carriage and began to run somewhere to the side. They tried to stop her, but it was all useless. She ran wherever her eyes looked. Aisha could not believe that it was really Marianne. She also wondered why her eyes were glowing so much when she came to her in the dungeon, and assumed that the girl was simply using the power of spirits. She, like Aisha, was a sorceress, and that explained everything then. However, what surprised and alarmed her most was the fact that she had appeared in this place so unexpectedly. She certainly did not want to meet Marianne. At that moment, Rue flew up to the owner and already began to ask her about something, but Aisha ignored her. She did not understand how this could happen, but most of all, she was frightened by the thought that Marianne could really be a sorceress. However, at that moment, Rose had already approached Aisha. There was another girl with blue hair standing next to her. Rose immediately asked for forgiveness for being late from Her Highness and said that she was very sorry that she had made her wait. Then Rose suddenly asked if it was true that Aisha was the princess of her Elmir. The moment the girl finally got hungry with her emotions, She turned to the ladies and said that everything was correct. She was Princess Aisha de Elmir. Rosie immediately curtsied. She greeted her, and in a trembling voice greeted Her Highness, the Unity and the Unique Star Elmir. After that, she said her name, and then pointed her hand towards the girl who was next to her, and said that it was Princess Chloe Dumont. Chloe also curtsied and greeted Aisha as was proper. The girl then replied that she was glad to meet Lady Blyme and the princess. But before they went back to the palace, the girl said that she wanted to ask them something. She asked if it was true that a spirit caster had appeared in the Blyme family ballroom. Rosie didn't answer this. She just hung her head down and didn't even know what to say. She was very ashamed and scared in such a situation. Therefore, instead of her, Chloe spoke up and said that everything was correct. At that moment, the spiritualist was in the ballroom. At this point, Rosie finally intervened in the conversation, and she shouted, interrupting her friend, that everything was okay now because the real princess had arrived, and they didn't have to worry about anything else. Aisha said that she didn't have time for all this, so she suggested just going inside and finding out everything for herself and taking action if necessary. Therefore, without waiting for the girls to enter the ballroom again, Aisha looked around and realized that the banquet was quite luxurious, and there were many invited people around. This did not surprise her much, because she knew that the Marquis family owned the southern part of the kingdom. Also, Aisha, passing by other aristocratic girls, thought about what exactly Rosie meant when she said that she was real, no matter how much the princess thought about it. Now the only thing that came to her mind was that Marianne had decided to pretend to be her, taking advantage of the fact that Aisha was the only one so famous in the kingdom of Elmir. Although Elmir and Ender were not on the best of terms, and only a few capital aristocrats knew Aisha in the forest, but if you pull this off, then the deceiver can of course be easily caught in quick lines. At that moment, when Aisha was passing by some girls, one of them laughed loudly and asked if it was true that the princess was already in the hall. Her friend also laughed loudly and said that it was so. She also said that she had just seen how the blue light was summoned and came from her hands. And everyone knows her fact that you from their empire, only the princess was a spirit caster. As soon as Rosie heard this, she immediately wanted to turn to Aisha and warn her about this. However, the girls suddenly ran past them and even pushed her in the shoulder. Rosie was of course angry. She said that these were very impudent ladies, but at the same time she turned to them and said that everything was fine. They didn't have to worry about anything at all. She herself assumed that if her judgment was correct, then now if Aisha came in and announced to everyone that she was a true princess, then the situation in the hall would certainly become very tense. And besides, it would definitely ruin the reputation of the Blyme family, who organized this ball directly, and she would not want to let down little Rosie. Therefore, Aisha understood that all this would only be futile hype in that case. She decided to first make friends with these girls who already knew who she was. So Aisha turned to Rose and Chloe and asked them to call her by another name from now on, rather than Her Highness Princess. She asked them to simply call her Aisha, but the girls immediately began to protest. They did not understand how they could allow themselves such inappropriate behavior. Well, Aisha said that there was nothing wrong with it, and they could do it because she allowed them and even asked about it. As she smiled, she said that, for their peace of mind, she would also call them by name, and she also added that she would like to enter the main hall without revealing the fact that she was a princess. The girl also communicated this information to the maid who stood at the entrance so that she would not be introduced so formally. As soon as this maid heard this, she immediately smiled and said that she understood everything. After that, Aisha also decided to take advantage of the fact that people did not know what she looked like, and then she believed that this could even play into her hands. In fact, Aisha decided at that moment to check whether it really was Marianne, as she assumed. Therefore, having collected her thoughts and clarified all the points, Aisha said that they could already go inside. She was ahead of everyone and was already opening the doors. As soon as Aisha entered, she thought that behind this door there really was Marianne, which still made her feel uncomfortable, but she was definitely not afraid. She was not going to give in to these strange emotions that arose inside her. As soon as she entered inside, she immediately felt a very loud calling sound, and as soon as she looked forward, she saw a completely different girl and realized that it was really not Marianne. At that moment, she felt a little better at the thought that she would not meet her former sister, but she also became interested in who this girl could be. Then, Aisha heard that her name was Ashley Rowland, and that she was the daughter of the Marquis Rowland. Rosie, who was standing next to her, said that ever since the news of Her Highness the Princess Spiritualist spread throughout the empire, it had become fashionable for noble girls to test whether they had the strength of spirit at magical gatherings. Rosie also said that she was their Chloe. Until recently, together with Ashley, they went to the meeting at that time, invited as a teacher. The wizard told the girl that she had a talent for magic. However, before these guys, no one had ever managed to make a call, and suddenly this spirit appeared, and she succeeded. Aisha was truly amazed at that moment. She watched this girl and could not believe that it was really true. After it became known that she was the only spellcaster in the empire to receive her rank as a saint, it was quite obvious why the interesting genus had grown in relation to the spirits. However, Aisha could not believe that they really were organizing some strange magical gatherings with invited wizards. She considered it all to be something incredible. And besides, she realized that she should have guessed that the white-haired enchantress was definitely not Marianne, because she was the one who pretended to be a good sister for years, but in the end simply took absolutely everything from Aisha, including even her life. And she certainly would never have been able to do something as noticeable as Ashley did. The people who had gathered around and were watching everything that was happening were amazed. The blue light meant that a lower water spirit had been summoned and his name was Gius. Although it was not Marianne, Aisha realized that this girl was a real spirit caster, but she did not understand why she needed to pretend to be a princess. The words that Rose said meant that she had increased her magical spiritual power in a short period of time, but Aisha also didn't understand how that was even possible. And in general, this girl was, in her opinion, a little strange. She decided that she needed to be wary of her. After that, she turned to Rose and Chloe and asked if they had noticed anything strange about Ashley lately. The girls, hearing this, immediately began to think. Chloe replied that everything was completely as usual. A few days ago, they even had a tea party together. Rosie agreed and said that she and Ashley were best friends, so if there was something unusual, they would definitely be able to notice and understand it. And now it finally became clear to her why Rosie had not dared to talk about this before. Because they were friends. Rosie was worried that her friend might be punished for posing as a member of the imperial family, and for this very reason, she did not say anything. However, Aisha did not understand why. In that case, it seemed to her that something was still wrong with this mysterious Ashley, as if something was missing, but she understood that she had no other choice, and so she turned to Rue in a calm voice and asked if she could go out and show other people for a while. The fairy was very excited. She turned to the owner and asked if it was really so necessary, and she also asked her for forgiveness. She said that she probably felt awkward that she called her like that, but she really needed her to show up. Smiling, she said that everything was fine while her owner was next to her, so she didn't mind. After that, the fairy looked around and suddenly became very wary. Then she immediately pointed to the side where Ashley stood, looked at this girl, and said that she was the spirit caster that everyone talks about, and she summoned Neas. But she also replied that something was wrong. She was definitely uneasy, and for this reason, she was a little worried. At that moment, Rue immediately rose to the very top. She looked attentively at this girl, and then suddenly, after a short silence, she said that this was all an artifact. And also, having heard about this, I couldn't believe that it was really an artifact, because it was a magic item that could temporarily increase strength. Rue then flew up to her and said that everything was correct. With a good spiritual connection, artifacts could make up for the lack of magical power. Then the princess finally realized what was wrong. She didn't feel the power of the spirits in Ashley, and that was what was causing her strange feelings. This all began to explain Aisha's strange feelings. Her power was simply not real, but then she thought about the artifacts. The girl knew perfectly well that these were forbidden items on the continent. They were subject to the influence of the owner's negative emotions, and the guarantee of their use was even therefore, if used incorrectly, one can very easily die. Moreover, Due to the influence of these two shortcomings on each other, the owners could even go into a rage, so even among wizards, such things were not in great demand. And besides, Aisha knew that in Elmira, where there weren't many wizards, this was definitely not an item that could be obtained so easily, so she immediately thanked Rui and said that she could rest. Meanwhile, Aisha herself seriously thought about where the girl could have gotten this artifact, and after that, she suddenly saw a rather familiar figure of a person. When she looked more closely, she saw a golden-haired man who was quite tall. He was dressed in a beautiful uniform and also had golden eyes. She realized that this man looked like the guy she saw in her dream, and, thinking about it, she did not understand why he stood so apart from everyone and did not even approach anyone. But at that moment, one of the aristocrats said that in fact they had seen a spirit in person for the first time. Ashley, meanwhile, smiling happily, replied that she was also sorry that this could happen very rarely, but she could not do anything about it. I think the spirit, of course, needs rest, so she needed to say goodbye to hers. Aisha at that moment decided that she needed to go after her and still find out how everything turned out exactly this way. But as soon as she took a closer look at the small bracelet, which was in fact an artifact, she saw that small black clouds of smoke were emanating from it. It was because of this that she had a rather bad feeling, and she understood that she needed to hurry in order to prevent terrible consequences. However, soon Aisha lost sight of Ashley and her spirit. She did not understand where they went, so she began to look from side to side in order to find them. Meanwhile, Rosie and Chloe also followed her out of the hall, and they immediately asked what had happened to the princess and why she had left so suddenly without even saying anything. Rose immediately thought that she felt ill, so she became worried and asked how the princess was feeling. But in the meantime, she heard someone calling her. When Rosie turned back, she saw her mom and dad. They were very confused and worried. The man asked how this could happen, why Lady Roland was called a princess. Rose immediately approached her parents and began to explain everything to them. But in the meantime, Aisha decided to greet the Marquise and Marchioness properly. She greeted them. Rosie's parents did not immediately understand who she was, so Chloe decided to save the situation and immediately introduced Aisha. Therefore, as soon as the man and the woman heard this, they bowed and introduced themselves to the girl. The princess thanked them for the wonderful invitation to the ball, and also added that she would like to ask them something that was very important. The Marquise immediately replied that she could ask anything, but he himself panicked a little since he didn't even have an idea what it could be. And in the meantime, she came a little closer and asked where the closest restroom was. Meanwhile, Ashley felt just awful. She even walked, leaning against the wall, because she felt incredibly bad. She almost threw up. But in fact, she saw the princess clearly and understood how dangerous a situation she was in. Ashley didn't know when exactly Aisha arrived, because it was so noisy that she didn't even notice how the girl entered the hall, and she was too carried away by her demonstration of abilities. Ashley also understood that if the girl did not feel the strength of spirit, then it would be the real end for her. And besides, this similar energy as when calling on the nice turned out to be much more powerful than she thought. She felt this strong energy as soon as Aisha entered the hall, and that is why she was worried about what could happen next. Of course, Ashley had an excuse, but she wondered what might happen if the princess was in a bad mood and punished her for doing what she did. The girl also understood that if her mother found out about this, everything would be just terrible. Meanwhile, Nice flew up to his mistress and asked if everything was okay with her, because he felt a strange energy around her. He also advised the owner to stop using the artifact, as it could be very dangerous for her. If, smiling, she tried to make a calm expression on her face and said in a calm voice that she was completely fine. She just needed a little rest, and then she would regain her energy. And besides, if she stops using the artifact, then the spirit itself knew perfectly well that she simply wouldn't have enough mana. Ashley thanked Nace for worrying about her, but she simply asked that they stay together a little longer, and then she would definitely feel better. She was just overtired. In fact, it was much more important for her at that moment to decide what to do. She accidentally passed herself off as a princess of the empire, and now understood what serious consequences awaited her. She had not represented Soviet society before. She had only 2 friends with whom she was close, so no one in the banquet hall knew her by sight. But Ashley never said that she was a princess. People just misunderstood her, and she gave them to me to correct because she wanted to show Nyx. But one way or another, at that moment, she felt for the first time an incredible delight that engulfed her entire body, because before that, she had only been scolded. And for the first time in a long time, she heard a compliment. If it was so nice to look at, then how people admired her. And besides, the person who came to her and offered her to become a spirit caster was very polite. After hearing Lady Ashley's story, the teacher wanted to help her become a spirit caster, and that is why the person who came to the girl asked if she agreed to meet with this teacher so that they could continue to cooperate. Of course, Ashley couldn't see his face because of his dark robe, but he said he was a teacher, so she thought he was a high-ranking person. But of course, in the end, it turned out that was not the case. And besides, she was then given an unknown bracelet, and she didn't even know what to do with it, since she understood perfectly well that it was an artifact. The girl, like no one else, knew that they were forbidden. He disappeared before she could refuse this gift, and for this reason, she simply had to bring it home then. Ashley at that moment was perfectly aware that she would definitely need to return this thing to him later, because it was scary even to just have this artifact in her hands, not to mention using it. And besides, with a little more effort, Ashley knew that she would be able to summon the spirit on her own, because she had recently been praised, which meant that she was on her way to success. She even thought that her mother would be very surprised, because she would finally be able to be useful to her family. And besides, she really wanted to try so that she would finally be recognized and praised. Ashley had a very cruel childhood. Before the girl could even think that her mother would be proud, a woman suddenly came into her room and screamed at her very loudly. But Ashley wasn't even surprised by this. She was used to this tone, so when she approached her mother, she said that she thought that she wasn't home, so she didn't come to her to say hello, and Ashley then asked her for forgiveness for not sitting there. After that, the girl said that this morning at the spiritual art lesson, the teacher praised her. She really has a strong spirit, and she will try a little harder, and then she will definitely be able to make great progress. However, her mother suddenly interrupted and asked what was so special about it. She wanted to know if her daughter had finally been able to summon the spirit. Ashley sighed heavily and said that unfortunately, she hadn't succeeded this time, but she was about to tell her mother that she would practice a little more and learn. But the woman interrupted her again. Her mother was a very cruel woman, and she said that if she had not yet summoned her spirit, then she did not need to brag. She should just study more and not waste time on some meaningless things and entertainment. So her mother also told her that she had to meet the princess the next day, so she had to prepare well for all this because it was incredibly important. Before leaving, her mother also said that the girl, as always, had not done anything that she could be proud of, so she did not even want to see her. When her mother left, Ashley seriously thought that as soon as she could summon a spirit, she would definitely be praised, finally noticed, and her mother would be pleased with her. Meanwhile, the girl went outside and decided to hide there, but soon she heard that someone was heading towards her, so she needed to go to a less crowded place. Meanwhile, Aisha, along with her assistants and new friends, began searching the palace, but went into various restrooms in search of Ashley directly. But as soon as they all looked around the nearest rooms, which were located next to the banquet hall, they still couldn't find her. Rosie sighed heavily and said that in this situation, a large mansion was a real problem, so they wouldn't be able to find her anytime soon. Aisha understood that they certainly couldn't have gone far, but since they had already searched most of the estate, the girl had absolutely no idea where they had gone. She had run out of ideas. But then suddenly, Chloe turned to her. She thought about this whole situation for a while and said that there was one place where Ashley could go, but she was not completely sure. Of course, Aisha was ready to use any help, so she immediately asked the girl what kind of place this was. Chloe replied that only she, Rose, and Ashley used this secret place. There were definitely few people nearby, so the girl probably hid there. Aisha was immediately happy about this. She asked the girls to tell her where it was. Because they did not have time to just discuss it for too long, they needed to find it as soon as possible. Well, then suddenly, she looked back and saw again this strange blonde man who was looking straight at them. Aisha was about to ask something, But this unknown guy spoke first and asked if she was looking for the lady with white hair. Aisha immediately became wary. She was really serious about resolving this situation as quickly as possible, and therefore asked the man if he had seen her. She immediately asked where that girl went. Their friend might be in danger. She used all her power to summon spirits, and therefore they had to find her as soon as possible before something terrible happened. The man, meanwhile, responded that perhaps he knew exactly where she was going. Hearing this, Aisha was very indignant. She could not believe that he knew, but did nothing until this moment, and did not even help them by telling them this information. Then she suddenly began to doubt and decided to ask this stranger where he accidentally gave that terrible thing to Ashley. The guy suddenly asked if Aisha really thought he could have something forbidden like an artifact. Rosie immediately panicked when she heard about this. She immediately asked Aisha why this person was talking about the artifact, and she was really afraid that it could be related to her friend. Yes, the girl ignored her. She only asked the fair-haired stranger who he was anyway, because she really wanted to know. She also added that she did not mention anything about the artifact. It was the same earlier in the banquet hall, while everyone was watching Nice in surprise. Only he remained completely indifferent and was aloof from everyone. That's why Aisha said that he looked very much like a man who had already seen spirits calmly several times, and that's why she needed to know who he was. After a long silence, this man finally spoke. He said that he knew a lot about spirits, and that is why he was not surprised by anything. Until after that, he said nothing. Aisha understood perfectly well that this man was definitely an unusual young man. His mystery that emanated from all of him was the same as that of the man from her strange dream. Therefore, at that moment, her patience had already run out. She raised her voice and asked why he didn't stop Ashley when she used the artifact, because he knew very well how dangerous it was. And besides, he knew about the artifacts and spirits, so why did he just decide to take a neutral position when he could help with this problem before it could get worse? Aisha understood that if Ashley's level of magic was so low that she could only summon a lower spirit with the help of an artifact, then her condition was quite obvious, even if it was not noticeable at first glance. And besides, the spirit and the caster were connected from the moment the contract was signed, and the situation was not at all pleasing when a spirit was summoned that was sensitive and concerned about the state of the owner. His life was in danger. Aisha understood that this man probably knew all these factors very well, but he did nothing, and it was for this reason that she wanted to know who he was and why he did not take any action. Just when the girl was about to ask her question, the man asked why he had to do all this, everything starting with the use of artifacts and ending with the summoning of spirits was her personal choice. So he certainly could not influence this. Aisha was very indignant. Hearing this, she already wanted to do something when suddenly she felt something strange. It was coming from outside the window. The girl didn't know what exactly it was, but it was some kind of unusual energy, so she quickly ran outside to double-check everything. Meanwhile, Ashley was already feeling disgusting. She began to have terrible thoughts about how everyone humiliated and underestimated her, and also how her mother called her a useless child. On the largest body, when Ashley first used her artifact, the first thing she did was show her mother's spirit. The girl called him by his name, but her mother then slapped her very hard on the cheek and asked why on earth people would recognize her as a princess or even think that she could be one. Mom talked about how Ashley should get closer to the princess without using the fact that she was also a spirit caster if she summoned a nice or whatever. Ashley then asked the butter to say goodbye, but the woman simply turned around and said that she shouldn't have stood there. She should have gone back into the room. The girl immediately began to protest. She said that calling the spirit took too much strength from her, and she could not even stand on her feet normally. Her mother, upon hearing this, immediately looked down on her and said that she was worthless and completely incapable of anything. Meanwhile, Ashley still had a red spot on her cheek from her blow. Ashley didn't know at all what to do. She understood that she couldn't go back in this state. She felt that her artifact was out of control, and besides, she would soon have to part with Nyx, so she was going to leave as soon as possible. And then suddenly, in front of her, appeared the very same man in the dark hood, whom she had met earlier and who had given her this artifact. As soon as she saw him, she immediately became happy. She wanted to meet this stranger who gave her this damned thing. Meanwhile, That person in the dark hood said that she made good use of the artifact that was given to her and was able to summon such a cute little spirit. She was satisfied with her work. Ashley thanked her for this, but then suddenly this man asked how the girls were when people mistook her for a princess, what feelings she had at that moment, and also whether she liked it. The girl suddenly thought about it, but then she immediately screamed and said that the stranger had misunderstood her, and she wanted to clear up the whole misunderstanding now in order to correct this situation. She should have done it earlier, but she didn't do it because it was the first time she was greeted so nicely and politely in such a way. So she was simply confused and couldn't say anything or even give this artifact, although she didn't even need it. However, now everything was pointless. When she returned to the ballroom where the princess was, she of course had to tell everyone the truth. Otherwise, she would only disgrace herself even more. After all, Ashley wasn't a real spirit caster or even a princess, so she couldn't continue to deceive everyone around her and make herself out to be someone she wasn't. As soon as this stranger heard this, he was shocked and couldn't even answer her. The girl, meanwhile, was so upset that she even burst into tears. Wiping away tears, she said that she was definitely not herself at that moment. But one way or another, she did not even receive the recognition from her mother that she so badly craved, and that is why this artifact turned out to be useless for her. She didn't know what to do now and how to fix this whole situation. But at that moment, the stranger told her that she could become real, and for this reason, no longer be afraid that she could be exposed and punished for lying. Ashley immediately asked in surprise what this man meant. Did he really want her to pretend to be a real spirit enchanter and princess? But the girl quickly gave up on this idea. She said that it definitely wouldn't change anything, so she wasn't even going to start. However, it was the mysterious man who told Ashley that becoming real was not just a pretense, but that she could actually become that person. Since the artifact had an evil effect on Ashley, she already wanted to say something in her defense. But the man who stood in front of her suddenly shouted loudly at the girl and told her to shut up. Ashley, hearing this voice, was shocked. She did not understand what to do next. She even now began to be afraid of this unknown person. Meanwhile, the stranger said something. He thought that this time everything would be fine. But in the end, everything turned out differently than he expected. He explained that it was all his fault because he expected too much. So it was hard, sighing. She said that if the girl really wanted it that way, then he would take the artifact back, and then they would simply forget about everything that happened. But Ashley, upon hearing about this, immediately panicked. She did not want to part with this artifact only because then her spirit, which had already become her friend, would disappear. As soon as this unknown man noticed this, he was very surprised and could not imagine that in such a short time she would be able to become so close to the spirit that she would not even want to part with him. But having said these words, he suddenly laughed very loudly and could not even calm down. Ashley, meanwhile, just stood and held the artifact with her hand. She was not ready to let go, but she also did not understand why this man's mind had such a strange reaction. After he calmed down a bit, he said that it was incredible. He couldn't even imagine that they could have such a sad relationship, because in the end they now had to part. But at that moment, this man took out some kind of staff, in which there was a stone glowing with a purple light. He turned to the lady and asked if she really didn't know that greed for things that did not belong to her could lead to serious consequences. And at that moment, he pointed this staff straight towards Ashley. Then some evil energy began to fly straight towards the girl. She understood that she was powerless in that situation, so she didn't even run away anywhere. She just closed her eyes and was ready to accept her fate. However, at that moment, to her surprise, nothing bad happened to her. Ashley opened her eyes and saw some bright light coming from in front of her. After that, she saw the girl who had activated this sparkle. When Ashley realized that she was safe, she saw that this person was Her Highness Princess Aisha, who was the one who activated her spirit and was able to protect this unfortunate girl. And in the meantime, she turned to her with a joyful smile and said that she was pleased to meet Ashley. The girl did not understand at all how the princess could have ended up in this place and managed to protect her in such time. Well, I also calmly continued to protect them from evil energy, explaining that she had detected a strange energy that was coming from this very place, and had come to check. Meanwhile, these evil people continued to point their staffs towards the girls, from which purple lights emanated, which were supposed to harm them. And in the meantime, she turned to Rome and told her to protect them. The spirit of light immediately began to repel all their blows, and thus she really managed not to harm the girls. Meanwhile, Aisha suddenly heard the voice of Rosie Chloe and the very guy who came with them. She immediately turned to them and told them not to come closer. It could be too dangerous. But in the meantime, one of the powerful magicians laughed joyfully and said that it was too late. He was already pointing his staff straight at the defenseless children who were standing nearby. But to their luck, this guy who was next to Rosie also activated his light abilities and made a small shield. As soon as the bully saw this, he immediately got angry because he expected a completely different effect. He realized that it was quite a powerful mage, so he told his partner that they needed to retreat. There was no point in her continuing to fight. They, having heard this information, immediately evaporated into thin air. As soon as everything ended, Rosie immediately ran towards Ashley because she was very worried about what would happen to her. Something terrible had happened during this time. She immediately took the girl by the hands and asked if everything was okay with her, and also if she had been accidentally injured anywhere. If, seeing the Rose and Chloe, she was incredibly happy. She said that everything was fine with her and that nothing hurt anywhere. But in the meantime, she noticed her strange bracelet and became very angry and immediately started yelling at the girl, asking what she was doing and how she could do that. She told Ashley that the artifacts were so dangerous that she shouldn't even get close to them. And even though she was dealing with extremely suspicious people, she still took this strange thing from them and ended up even using it. Chloe, meanwhile, tried to calm Rosie down, but she didn't want to listen to her. She said that everything could have ended very badly, and Ashley would have been seriously hurt. She didn't understand how Ashley could do this just for some spirit. But then suddenly, the girl herself got angry. She started yelling at Rose and told her not to speak if she didn't know the whole truth. She said that she certainly couldn't know that she didn't have to earn love from her parents. She always got it all for free. At that moment, Ashley could no longer bear it. She burst into tears and said through her tears that she certainly could not understand Ashley's desire, no matter what, would of course be to be loved and recognized. And for this she was ready to do anything. As soon as Aisha, who was standing to the side, heard all this, she felt incredibly sorry for the girl. She understood perfectly well that she clearly lived an unhappy life. Then she also remembered the times when she desperately tried to earn her mother's love in her past life, but even the slightest mistake could result in her being scolded or punished. Of course, Alice never deserved praise in that life, so Aisha realized that Ashley was the same as she was then, so she was quite familiar with the feelings that the girl was experiencing at that moment. But she understood that she needed to heal Ashley, so coming closer to her, she asked if the girl was ready to first remove this artifact, because it was he who influenced her condition and emotions quite strongly. But Ashley continued to scream. She said loudly that the princess would not be able to understand her either. No one would understand her feelings and experiences because they were not in her situation and did not know what she was experiencing. She told Aisha that the girl already had enormous power, and she would definitely not be able to understand someone like Ashley, who was obsessed with spirits that gave her the strength to assert herself in the eyes of her mother. But as soon as Ashley finished this sentence, she suddenly fell silent. She realized that she absolutely should not have said such things to the princess, and because of this, she was very afraid that there could be bad consequences. So she didn't find a better choice. Besides how easy it is to run away, Ashley immediately headed towards the dark forest and completely ignored that everyone was trying to stop her and asking her not to run away. Aisha told her that the girls at that moment needed to be healed immediately and even tried to run after her, and that same man with blonde hair who stood nearby simply silently watched what was happening. After that, he suddenly turned to Aisha directly and said that he wanted to ask her something. The girl immediately looked at him in surprise, not understanding what exactly he wanted to ask her at such an important moment.